And smashed. Ladies and what did I just say? Gerontologists, welcome to the show. Thanks very much for joining us. Actually, the progress bar thingy is going really quick, so I'm gonna mute myself, go for a D, do that thing.
What's going on? You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the most entertainment show in the nation. J Rock proudly presents to you. You have to be 21 and over to be here. You have to get it the flame out. Peace. Back to you, G.
Spectacular sound effects, ladies and gentlemen. As you can tell, we have a magnificent show budget. I mean, it's in the digits. It's definitely in the digits. It's measurable, the show budget. When you compare it to other things, it makes them look bigger. So it's one of those kinds of show budgets. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, the sound effects here cannot be beat. Bud Kilowatt is first in the chat with the green light. Good to see you, Bud. I'm sure you were goofing off. He was saying he was going to be goofing off with the I guess they call him Dead and Company. I'm not in with the lingo. I think Dead and Company over in Vegas or whatever they call it, that place. Anyway, I guess the I saw like a promo for apparently the beginning of the show or whatever, and it's like taking off and the whole the sphere, I guess is what I'm talking about. It looks like everybody's taken off in a rocket ship or whatever. It kind of looks like the perspective of a rocket ship from San Francisco, and you see all the houses that go away. Baller. Must be fucking pretty amazing. Cheers, love for the plant. Good to see you, my friend. Long time no see, maybe. Or maybe I just haven't seen you. Good to see you, buddy. Anyway, switch to live chat, ladies and gentlemen, just like I did, so you have a superior chatting experience, less filtered and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes YouTube just randomly hides people and we don't really see them in top chat for not even the moderators see them in top chat. So in live chat, that
Who
doesn't.
smokers?
So I don't understand why that freaking happens, but whatever, it is what it is. Bud Kilowatt says it was epic, so he was there. What a lucky guy. T Ben's in the house. Good to see you, T Ben. I think Bud's going to be seeing that over and over again. How fun is that? Anyway, it looks like an epic experience. Anyway, that sphere is just really baller. I remember when it came out, people were saying, "Oh, it's going to be so hard, so expensive to uh, 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 keep creating content, whatever else." Apparently not. I'm like, apparently they have just constant fucking never-ending shit. So good for them. I'll bet they'll have more of them around the world too. I would think. I would imagine. Like shit, if they're going to spend that much money on one, I would imagine they could have a couple of them around the world. I don't know, New York or something. Anyway, what do I freaking know? God damn it, my back hurts like a fucking motherfucker today. So if you guys see me grimacing, it's not because I dislike you. Well, maybe some of you. I don't know. Who's in the chat? I don't know, but I'm kidding. But basically, no, my fucking back is killing me. So. Anyway, before I hand it off to D here, don't forget, folks, if you do enjoy the stream, hit the upvote button. That is apparently helpful. I don't know. People say that, so I'll just keep saying that it is. Do subscribe though. That is helpful. If you guys are new to the channel, or if you know somebody that would enjoy the channel, of course, tell them, and of course, ask them to subscribe because the subscriber numbers actually do help. Channels like demonetized and stuff, so there's very little else that you guys can do. I've never set up the join feature, honestly, because I just haven't. I don't know. I keep meaning to, but I haven't done that. So really, just subscribe. It's free, right? Like just hit the freaking upvote button and hit the subscribe button. Makes it easier for you to hit the or to see the show because you'll get and also hit the alarm bell so that you actually get alerts. Sometimes even people that have the alarm bell turned on, you could just double check, turn it off and turn it back on because somehow it stops working. It's kind of the YouTube fuckery, I think, but it is what it is. Oh, I didn't see it, but that's cool. He said posted lots of video on my IG, went live from the rail. Oh, yeah, because he's always right in the front. When I saw the promo, I was like, oh, I know exactly where Bud is. He's going to be right in the fucking front there. So sure enough, that's where he was. What a fucking guy. Anyway, Organic Soul Gardens, good to see you. He says, word to your mother as well. Make sure to pass on the word to Get Up Gal that well, she is not first today. What can I tell you? She might be first at gardening femalely in Canada. Is that a category in the world
Ooh.
records? That's got to be something. It counts for something. I don't know. Anyway, probably good enough time to hand it off to D. Good to see you, my friend. Max Headroom, D Zombie, whoever you are. Welcome.
Zombie. What's going on, chat? What's going on, panel? I'm smoking on Dairy Queen. I got some Dairy Queen because everybody said, get Dairy Queen, get the Dairy Queen. So I got it. It's freaking awesome. And I also got some Tokyo OG. Cheers to Organic Soul and um Mrs. Like this stuff is making me goofy, so heads up everybody. This
Cool.
Dairy Queen makes me a little goofy. Hope everyone's having a great night. Follow me on Instagram, dzombie, d_zombie underscore, and subscribe live and hit the bell for my channel, YouTube on YouTube, dzombie underscore 745. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers, D. Good to see you, buddy. Don't forget, folks, to subscribe to his channel and watch those pre-shows. I know there's a lot of folks who really are just honestly dying to have a little bit of extra sesh time and stuff like that. So go visit our friend here. Bud Kilowatt says 46 years of being up front. It's like my space. It's just there waiting for me every show. Just assume that's Buddy. That's cool. Can you imagine being a regular at those kinds of shows? Ladies and germs, I just posted the link there, but I did forget to pin it, I think. Yep, I did forget to pin it. So there it's pinned. You guys are welcome to join the link there. It has been quite a week, honestly. I wasn't really sure what was going to happen this week. Without going into details, it's as if a sadist invented a few days. That sadist's days. Anyway, hopefully to be on the other side of this. Got a weird week, honestly, a weird fucking week. Um, where was I going to with that? I don't know. I've been thinking about doing a lot of changes to the show. I was about to do a very drastic change. Thankfully, we don't really have to do that this week. So, uh, hop on, enjoy the show, enjoy the conversational show. It's a open invitation. It's probably not going to be an open invitation forever. At the very least, I'm going to be doing a lot less of them. So, ladies and germs, take advantage while you can. Show off your garden, show off your seeds, show off your plants, show off what you're working on, show off your hobbies if you have some. It's always fun to see that. Hardcore.
That's so sure.
Accidentally, that's right. Hardcore is a show off. We'll just say that. No, it's fun to see all the little projects he works on. It's fun to see all the different stuff. It's fun to see Bud Kilowatt's garden. You name it, ladies and germs. We're interested in a lot of us the same things. If you're into spicy foods, for example, a lot of us are into spicy foods,
Mhm.
pepper, all that kind of stuff. Folks, hop on, join us, join the conversation. It's meant to be an open show. It's been meant to be an open show. My whole idea was that it was a cannabis cafe for, kind of all your favorite stoners. And what does that guy Ninja say? Stoners from different boners, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? But ladies and gentlemen, it didn't really work out that way. To be perfectly frank, that's basically why I'm like, it's probably time for a change. But in the meantime, until I can find a better idea and find some time for it, ladies and germs, hop onto the show, join us, join the conversation. Just don't be a dick, don't show your dick. What was the other rule that I was talking about the other day? Don't be a shit, don't start shit, don't be a shit or something like that.
Ow.
Honestly, don't do that. Whatever happened to D just now. Otherwise, he'll ban you. But yeah, don't be a douchebag. That's pretty much it. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty self-explanatory, frankly. Anyway, good to see Chasmini and Devil. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen him. Good to see you, my friend. Who else in here? Well, we caught up pretty much. Ladies and germs, if you're lurking in the chat, welcome, of course. If you guys have never said hello in the chat, you're more than welcome to say hello. We're a pretty friendly bunch, I'd like to think. We don't really tolerate, mean-spiritedness and stuff like that. So if you guys are new, just feel free to say hello. There's plenty of, as you can see, we used to have all blue names, but that's a long story. Now we have lots of gray names. You'll be one of them, basically. Uh, you're perfectly welcome, ladies and germs, to say hello. And also, you're perfectly welcome, like I said, to hit that link, join us. There's really no to join. Just like I say, don't be a jerk off. That's about it. We haven't said hello to Smashed. Good to see you, buddy. Or have we said hello to Smashed? Cheers.
No,
Oh,
negatory.
yeah, I think you're muted, bud.
When I broke the whistle, get the toy.
What's up, everyone? I hope you're having a great night.
Cheers.
Lighting up some of my white wedding I just finished trimming up today.
Nice.
Nice.
What do I got going on? The 29th, my first ever event in Massachusetts. So if you're local to Massachusetts or surrounding states, hit me up. Or check out my Instagram, ForceMass20.
Right on. I shall see where my freaking group goes. Anyway, ladies and germs, like I said, do hop on, join the conversation. Did I have any freaking? I don't think I had any particular news reports to talk about. There's been all kinds of developments in cannabis recently, but I don't remember reading anything super particular last few days. But just let me check my freaking saved. Basically, I pretty much all my silly little ideas to talk about on the show are pretty much shit that I save on Reddit. I have to.
Was
Uh,
it super warm today where you guys from?
uh, no, not really.
Yeah, it's
Weather's
funny.
all over the place. It's kind of funny. It was super warm in Oregon while I was down in California, and it was super chilly. Not super chilly, but it was chilly in California. A little bit unseasonably chilly. It was kind of like mid 60s, even low 60s some of the time. And then when I got back here, all of a sudden it's chilly again and fucking rainy. It's kind of amusing. Anyway,
Dude, it was almost 90 today.
huh? That's fair.
My
There is some.
upstairs, my upstairs was 83.
Yeah, it was fucking. I didn't have a t-shirt on all day. It was hot, sticky.
Kind of like your mama. Oh shit! I might not be able to read this article.
Um, I was surprised. I popped. I'm kind of behind the game right now. I popped
Your mama.
my outdoor stuff. I had to go to a emergency eye doctor appointment yesterday. Now I have a contact bandage in my eye.
Oh shit! Oh, is that
Uh,
the same issue?
yeah,
What?
it keeps happening, and they can't figure out why. So I have to go to a retina specialist now.
Mm-hmm. That sucks.
Retinologist, if you will.
Rectology.
That's the
Um,
Yeah, you got to make sure. Is that ironic? What if you went into a big medical clinic and your eyes are not good and you walk into the wrong fucking clinic because I'm shit, you can't see.
And you're heading cough.
Wait, that's how I got pink eye.
um, yeah. So I had another scratch across my whole
Oh,
eye.
that sucks.
Actually, after this joint, I gotta go put the eye drop in.
Just think about all the crazy jokes you can tell people you got your eye on them. You can start wearing a patch and calling yourself
Arr.
Captain Smash.
Get yourself a wood leg.
Captain, that's right. Well, I mean, you probably don't want to amputate your leg. I mean,
A
you
little,
could, if you
a
really
little
wanted to go
carrot.
full on in the role, you could do it. You could probably find a peg leg that looks like a peg leg, but you could put your
Hmm.
foot in. Like a boot that looks like a peg leg. That'd be kind of fun. You should totally roll with it.
Well, I saw these
I think
these
just make lemons, make lemons out of lemonade. Shit.
I saw these pair of socks I want to get. That you put them on, you look like steak. They look like actual meat. You're like walking around with meat like feet. So
Meat
funny.
feet.
Yeah.
Is that the brand name? Meat feet.
There you go. Patent pending. Patent
Look
pending.
that
Patent
up.
pending.
Meat feet. Meat
There you
feet.
go. Yeah. It's freaking awesome.
I don't think so. I think it's just meat feet. Like
Yeah, I've been watching clips of the Dead Show at the Sphere. It's pretty crazy.
Waller. Yeah, it looks amazing.
Right on.
I want to see, dude. I want to see UFC fight there because it's gonna be cool to watch like a super slow mo of a knockout on that big ass screen above.
No. I'm hungry. I love.
I saw this the other day. Pretty big deal. You know, everybody was talking about the DEA reclassification recommendation was like meh, weak sauce. I don't know why people are so fucking cynical in the cannabis space. I mean, yeah, we really don't want reclassification, let's be frank. At the same time, you have to grudgingly accept that it is probably progress. And of course, this is America. So they basically always screw the little guy and always help the corporations. So I don't know, it's just a little bit more of the same. But still, it's progress, I guess, at least on the decriminalization of weed. At Biden's request, the Justice Department starts federal reclassification of marijuana. This was, I had to look this up on MSN, so I haven't read it. Justice Department said on Thursday that Attorney General Merrick Garland, God, that guy has been a fucking disappointment for other reasons. Anyway, has submitted a notice to start the reclassification of marijuana from a Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 drug under the Federal Controlled Substances Act. It will ultimately remove marijuana from a category that includes lethal drugs such as heroin to a category including much milder drugs, but will not federally legalize marijuana. Justice Department said it's acting after President Biden asked the Attorney General and the Secretary of Health and Human Services to launch a scientific review of how marijuana is scheduled under federal law. In a Thursday X video
What?
post, I can't believe they're actually calling that shit X now. Anyway, Biden said, "This is monumental. Today, my administration took a major step to reclassify marijuana from a Schedule 1 drug to a Schedule 3 drug. It's an important move to reversing long-standing inequities." What were you saying, Smash?
Nothing. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Seems like they always try to do something, and then as soon as it gets to the Senate, it doesn't go anywhere.
No, you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong about that. We'll
No
see.
one can ever fucking agree on anything.
Oh yeah, yeah. Our two parties are basically locked in opposition. You nailed it. What can you do? We'll
And
see.
I don't even know what the Senate seat looks like, Democrat or Republican. I don't know. I stopped paying attention a long, long time ago. But
Oh, in Massachusetts, fuck, I think you have two Democrats. I think Ed
yeah, I'm
Markey
probably a Democrat. We got a lot of
was
Republicans here
Republican
too.
for a
I'm
while.
surprised.
Yeah.
We got a Trump store here. Like they sell mega shit. Like
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
as soon as
Have
you
it in Los
leave, like
Angeles too. I mean, you don't get a lot of freaking MAGA people in Los Angeles, but there's enough. They have Trump stores down there. Yeah, you've got Ed Markey and Elizabeth Warren.
as soon as you leave, like Boston or Worcester, like the cities, and you get into rural Massachusetts, it seems like a lot of the rural communities are Republican. You be driving through the
That's
rural
really,
communities.
there's well, they call it an urban rural divide. It's really more so than the whole blue state red state. It's kind of meaningless, honestly, because it's basically urban versus rural. So as soon as you step out of basically any city, it becomes red country, almost without exception. There are a few blue rural areas around the country. For example, Oregon, the north coast, not the south coast, but the north coast basically is pretty rural. I mean, there's some cities and towns more, but they're overwhelmingly Republican. Definitely, as soon as you get into the towns, for example, Tillamook and so on, in the town itself, it'll be a lot more Democratic, basically, or Democrat. But basically, if you go to Los Angeles, fucking back. Los Angeles, Las Vegas, Phoenix, Austin, you name it. You name the city, basically, almost without exception. The cities vote Democratic, and you look basically at the polling data, it's basically a big blue punctuation mark in the middle of the freaking state or, wherever their cities are. And then the rest of the state, almost without exception, is red. It's an odd split that we have now. It's really unusual. I don't remember ever seeing it around the world. Maybe I haven't looked around the world enough, but it's very unusual. Our politics is unusual in a variety of ways. For example, we really glamorize our rural population. Very unusual. They don't do that pretty much anywhere else. They call the rural people basically podunk hillbillies and whatever. They just openly make fun of them pretty much everywhere else. They make fun of the accents. Schwarzenegger basically comes from not only Austria, which Austria actually has a surprisingly rural
Get to
sounding
the
accent,
chopper.
but that's right. But he also comes from
He's like
Tyrol,
a
or I
farmer.
can't remember. Anyway, he basically, well, he comes not so much that as much. He comes from a region where it's just literally fucking hick country, essentially. So their accent is real hick language, basically, to the ears, let's say, of some DJ from Berlin or some shit, right? So famously, all the like Terminator
Get
movies
down.
and stuff, they would not allow Schwarzenegger to dub the German version because it would just sound like a hillbilly was the fucking T-1000 or whatever, right? Oh my fucking god, it's hilarious. Cheers, Catherine.
We
Good to see
all get to the
you.
chopper, y'all.
Yeah.
Get down.
But seriously, in France, in Germany, you name it, they or in England, they don't really valorize the hick language, right? They even make fun of York and stuff, right? Or what's the fucking shit, the big town on the Jesus,
The coast.
Liverpool. People make fun of Liverpool accent, Liverpudlian or whatever it's called. Even though Liverpool's a really major city, right? But it's like the far away from
Some
London,
of
so
those
it's
accents
fucking,
get
bullshit. Pardon?
some of those even here, dude. You're going down south and you'll meet someone you can barely understand sometimes.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, yeah. Famously like Boomhauer, Tennessee, that kind of area, Appalachian. Those are some of the most difficult.
I've
But
noticed Alabama, but
it's just very unusual that the U.S. It really like basically worships urban or not urban, rural culture. Very unusual in the modern world, I
it's
think.
it's fun. It's kind of cool because like a lot of that really southern language in Louisiana, Alabama is people that are mainly near the waterways and stuff. Once you leave the waterways, that accent kind of dies. It's
Hmm.
pretty interesting.
Take me to the river. Drop me in the water.
You ever watch that show, Alligator Hunters?
Uh-uh. That's a nice looking bud you got there, bud. Or I mean, Captain
Yeah, that's
Thanks, Cap.
Pluto S1.
Pluto.
Dude, it sucks. Half my eye is blurry. Give me a second. Put it back. Put it back. I can't see.
Uh, okay, let me
No,
grab
Pluto
it out.
sub, but Pluto
That's what
sub.
she said.
Fuck, I don't know anything about
Oh
Pluto.
yeah, that's a big bud, huh?
Yeah, that is.
Oh
That's
yeah.
what she said again.
Well, when you grow it, you can take the better tops for yourself.
It sucks because when I have both eyes open, my vision's kind of blurry. But if I block this eye and let this one adjust, it's clear.
On 2 on 6.
Don't forget to take your. Ow, motherfucker! Burnt my other
What are you
finger.
doing?
Jesus!
Burn
This
his
time I
other
burnt my
finger.
thumb on my lighter.
Oh, that
Fuck.
hurts. But
Camera D's probably learning glass
this,
blowing or some shit.
this
Yeah.
motherfucker is the worst. When I heat up like a dab and I
Or
put it down and I'll go across it with my arm like this, and you're like, ah!
or glass when you touch a piece of hot glass.
Dude, I have so many burn marks from fucking
Yeah,
banging this and shit.
that's what mom said.
That's it. Nice.
I've got burn marks on my chest, my belly, my thighs. I mean,
What
when
are you
you break
skydiving
hash
with a dab
up,
rig? What are you doing?
no, I break up my
Ah!
Yeah,
hash
take
and
it up
I
with my
put my
paraglider every morning.
joint.
I I have a really bad habit with cherries falling on my clothes.
I'm a trapeze hobbyist.
Like I literally just went shopping before I went to
I like
Vegas,
being stoned when I'm flying up there.
and I noticed today, like a brand new pair of shorts I just got have a fucking burn hole in it.
Devil.
Yeah, well, when you smoke hash, that happens, and it goes right through the clothes really quick in a shirt,
Oh,
and it
geez.
leaves a nice scar on your stomach or your chest. And if you go to try to grab it, it's just going to smear in your fingers and then burn your fingers because
You know,
the hash is
Okay.
still hot.
you always hear that story about the
Chewy.
dude that was smoking a joint while taking a shit, and he went ash, and the cherry fell off and landed on his junk.
You
That would be
always hear that. That's the first time
I've
I've
heard
ever heard the story.
that was like
That's
the
the
story,
first
like, oh,
time.
be careful smoking on the toilet, cigarettes and stuff. You're gonna drop a cherry on your junk.
No, I
Man,
use an
I ain't smoking nothing on the toilet.
I tend to, I don't know. I smoke a joint while taking
Get
a poop.
in and get out.
Now I make myself comfortable.
Yeah, that's
He's
a
got a
hard boy.
fucking 40-inch screen in there.
Yeah, might as well.
Surround sound.
Shag covered toilet seat, candles,
Just sit on, just sit there and chill.
mood
Oh
music,
my.
some fog, a little
What's
fog machine, wisping aromas.
what's that up in the
Day.
left-hand corner? Oh, well, we had to put the refrigerator up off the floor.
That's Pepe, our new xylophonist.
Man, it rained here this morning and it is humid as fuck.
Oh, is
It
it
was
less
like
than,
that all day
so what's the
today.
temperature? Is it still like 100 something degrees?
No, no, it's actually dropped. We're only like
Oh, fucking
uh
freezing in here.
77. Our air quality is at 7.
Out of
That's
what?
like ridiculous.
Bad or
We're
good?
normally 180 plus
Oh,
here
so
in
that's actually
Shanghai.
good, in other
It's
words.
really bad.
No, wait, so
It
7 is bad or just
No, 7 is
answer the
really
question,
good.
Jesus. Okay,
Yeah, the lower the better for air quality.
makes sense.
300, you're dying.
Gotcha.
300 is like the middle of a forest fire.
Huh?
Yeah. And we hit 240 to 260 here quite a bit.
Well, not the. Yeah, I'd say the middle is way higher, but like, let's just say you live a couple miles away from a forest fire. Your air quality is up in the hundreds, 3, 4.
I remember that actually now, Captain. We were talking about your town, and we were looking it up, I think, and it was talking about how the air quality in that part of the country is like the worst in Thailand.
I don't get
Yeah.
why though. Like, it's not like they have
Right on.
crazy industry,
Well, they do.
Like,
Well, I mean, Thailand is a very industrialized country. I don't know why you would say that. They have plenty of industry there. And actually, I think around Chiang Mai and Chiang Rai, there was a ton. And then Bangkok is a fucking monumental city. And I think uh, as far as I'm remembering, we can look this up. I think we were looking up, the captain will be the one to remember, that the wind basically blows up into your neighborhood, right? So, like, all the
Yeah.
production, all those towns just goes right to you. How interesting is that?
And then
I've
if
just
the
never
the
When
wind
you
seen.
look at
blows
the
the
map,
other
it's like in the
way,
jungle. Go ahead.
if the wind blows the other way, we get the wind and the smoke and everything from Miramar coming in to Thailand. So, and we don't have EPA over here.
Hmm.
So, hey, what's that black stuff coming out that chimney over there? Maybe plastic, maybe some chemical, maybe something. I don't know.
Maybe a dead
Black stuff
body.
coming out of the chimney is the market correcting itself.
I've never. Yeah, I'm just from like all like the videos and stuff. You don't see that many smokestacks. I've noticed. So they must just be like
There's no EPA, so why have them?
yeah. They just kind of let it out.
Yeah, kind of like D.
I've seen.
Let it
I
out.
don't know what country this is, but they get all the wire and stuff from like the
Oh,
trash.
sí, señor.
They put it into a ball and they burn it, all the plastic off, and then bring the copper
Oh,
back.
that's different countries. Yeah, Sudan, a few other places. That's kind of terrible.
I've
If
done
you,
that
yeah,
in Ohio. You get a metal grate and you throw the wire over top of it because that's actually when I was in treatment so many years ago. That was my side hustle that I had with the guy was installing telephone systems at the halfway house. And we were able to get into a couple of the big buildings downtown Cleveland and pull the wire out. We were pulling the wire out from the basement with a couple pulleys and a truck because the wire's like 4 or 5 inches thick.
yeah. We have what is
Wait,
it
we
called? Like a slicer where you just feed the wire through and you put it down to the size and it's just a razor
Yeah.
blade.
Yeah, well, this was 1990 when I was in a halfway house.
Oh, okay. So this wasn't in Bangkok then?
No, this is 24 years ago. You're 25
Okay.
years ago when I fucked up.
'Cause
I was watching.
Mom likes Bangkok.
I was gonna say that'd be pretty crazy pulling wire in Bangkok. Pulling your
She
wire in
was
Bangkok.
banging my cock, that's for sure.
I was watching. I forgot what country it was in, but actually it's multiple countries because I've seen multiple countries. Like the rivers are just full of just straight trash. And this guy was like, he's got a company that stops it, like tries to minimize whatever he can before it gets into the ocean and the rivers. And he was showing people, and he lifted up a bag, and it's just like, look, people just throw diapers, bottles, like it's just everything.
Yeah.
Here in
They got
Thailand and Bangkok, they have a fleet of boats that go up and down the rivers and the canals,
yeah, you
and
beat me to it.
it's like an inverted snowplow. So it pulls everything into the center, and it collects all the trash, and it like bales it up and puts it in the back of the barge as it's going up the river.
Where's like the
But they
middle
do
of
that constantly here.
Yeah, those are pretty cool. There's a company in the States that does that too, I believe.
like where's the tourist area of Bangkok? I should ask, like where everyone goes.
Bangkok.
Just look at
Dallas.
Bangkok, and it's all tourism. There's 24 million people there, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's got to be like New York, where there's like a central
Hey, how you doing?
section.
Yeah, it's
New
like
York doesn't have a
five-
central area
it's-
either. New York has about 20 different ones. Fucking Brooklyn,
Yeah.
Williamsburg, whatever, you name it. The Manhattan has
The
5
boroughs.
different places. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
like I'm the
Bronx.
Soak area in Bangkok. That is the beginning of the business district, but you know that you've got everything within
That's
a
pretty.
15-minute train ride. Not a car ride, because you can be in a car for an hour and not even go a half a kilometer.
I will say you guys have some of the best like temples and just architecture. So beautiful.
Do you have the tut-tuts, Captain?
Oh yeah, they got tututs.
Toot.
Toot, toot. Okay, yeah, well, okay. India, they're
Yeah.
called tut-tuts or whatever.
Yeah, it's one guy riding a bike with
Oh,
with
shit.
a cart on the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Talk about
And they're
temples,
usually
bro.
Oh,
blaring out music too, and they're loud as shit. And it's like, dude, turn down the fucking music.
What's the
Yeah,
biggest temple or biggest like landmark in Thailand?
Fuck if I know.
When your mama goes on vacation.
Yeah.
I will like.
he said,
That was a really good one.
I'm wondering like because you see the red temple and the white temple, but I wonder what the biggest.
I've never seen a red temple. A
Where's
blue
the blue?
temple I've seen.
Yeah, they have crazy stuff there.
But the
Biggest
original
landmark in
capital.
Thailand. That's what came up. Temple of the Emerald Buddha. I think I just looked at that.
The
Yeah.
Great Palace.
I like the smoke Buddha.
But
That's-
actually, the biggest area is the old capital. And there's
That's crazy.
probably a square kilometer where they have it all blocked off, and you have to pay to get into the temples and everything.
That shit looks like a like samurai's castle.
Yeah, but a Buddhist monk lives there.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I thought about giving my truck to like a temple, a wat is what they're called. And then I noticed that all the head monks were driving like Mercedes. And it's like, these guys got more money than I fucking do. I hope he gets back today and I can drop my truck off tonight and leave tomorrow.
Fumi's like, how the fuck do you get in here?
Seriously.
I think
There's a big ladder you have to climb over.
those spots, I think you can drop them on.
Now I can tell you the biggest tourist area for Cambodia.
I think you
And
gotta
it's
pick them up
Angkor
and drop
Wat,
them.
Come on, man.
Red
because
district.
they're not even done finding it yet, finding all of it yet. They're up to like
The fucking
four
bush.
and a half square kilometers
There
as
we
a
go.
city that's still under the jungle.
That's cool.
Quality pallets
I
for you.
seen a store today. They have a glass floor and they have like a Viking, like a 11th century Viking something underneath the floor, and then it's crazy. I love crazy like architecture and like ancient architecture too, because that's just cool.
There's a bar in Thailand here. I won't name the city of where it's at, but they have a glass second, yeah, second floor.
So
And there's a bunch of girls that go up there and dance. And the best spot is right underneath that. and if
Hello.
and if you like the girl, you just call her number out.
I think if there's her name Jenny, it's 8675309.
fuck that. God. Oh,
The first time I seen like the glass floors was in a coffee shop in Amsterdam in like '98. I forget the name of it. It was one of the bigger ones, one of the more commercialized.
so there's a bar in Worcester that was operational during Prohibition, and you can ask to go see the speakeasy in the basement.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty cool.
There's the
apparently,
one called the Green Room in Cleveland.
Oh, and then we have one of
It may
Harriet
pop
Tubman's
up again.
We have Harriet Tubman's Underground Railroad house um, in Leominster. There's a house.
so apparently, still to this day, there are these speakeasies that you need to know that you have to go to the door to and know the password to get into.
So
Yep.
apparently, if you go to
You
Insomnia Cookie,
gamble.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
fuming. Apparently, if you go to Insomnia Cookie, there's like a back section, but you got to know like the secret password to get in.
You know the password?
It's on their Instagram. I forgot it.
Alakazam?
It's dough. No, it's cookie dough.
I think the last one was like, I'm looking for a sugar rush.
But
But
yeah, I was thinking about that as, hey, we need a social club, so why not start something like speakeasies? And if you get busted, you get busted. Oh well.
if you go down, if you go to
Just don't be
Boston,
there.
if you ever go to Boston and you're into like clothes and shoes and
No.
cool spots, there's a place called the Bodega. It looks like an actual bodega on the outside, but you walk up to a soda machine and it slides open, and then there's like a shoe store in the back.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I want to. It's hard to see it because they're really strict on filming inside. So I was thinking that like yeah, I could probably get away with it, but I don't know. There's videos out there. It's called the Bodega. I've been to places that like with real sneakerheads, you gotta know someone to get buzzed into the place like a shoe store. It was like a jewelry store almost.
I took you guys on a trip of Vietnam, and I went into a section of Vietnam where I right
thought-
at the front gate was told, put your phone away. And
Put
if
your
they tell you
phone
to put
away.
your if they tell you to put your phone away, put your phone away, or you're going to get the fuck beat out of you.
You got to put your phone away.
Always listen to
No.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, this is kind of funny. I got these hazelnuts at Costco, and I got them because they were Oregon hazelnuts. Oregon is famous for hazelnuts, honestly. But so it's not that hard for us in Oregon to get hazelnuts. But whatever, it's better than getting
And
them
they say Thailand.
from Italy. There's a few other countries that have a
I
turkey.
get these nuts
Anyway,
too.
these hazelnuts are apparently some family farm or whatever. But the funny thing is that they're from Silverton, Oregon. And if you guys remember what North Star was talking about, that's basically where TGA was born.
Huh.
Oh,
Do you
not
hear about the
a significant
football
town. Like, there's
fish?
nothing wrong with the town, pardon?
There's a football fish. It's super rare to see, washed up on the Oregon coast somewhere.
Oh, I saw something like that on the Reddit. I guess that's about as far as I went. I saw a picture. Fuck, what was the?
Yeah, it's a crazy looking fish. I guess you never really see it. It's a deep, deep water fish, and it washed up on the Oregon coast.
That's crazy.
I've been hearing, I don't know why, but lately, maybe because you live there and I hear it when people say Oregon, but I've heard a lot of news with Oregon lately.
Like what?
Yeah, that
I don't
fucking
even know.
ball winner.
Like, why was that fish on my feed? You know what I mean? An Oregon fucking coast.
Why?
You know what I mean?
You know, you gotta do like
I don't get news from Massachusetts.
why? Was that
Okay,
fish?
what
in
if
the
Big
water?
Brother is from Oregon all this time?
Or is it shaped like a football? Why not like a soccer ball?
Oh my God. You
Hey,
guys want to hear a crazy story? So today, Nike and J Baldwin, which is a designer, released a shoe. Nike, I think actually didn't release it yet. I think they do it tomorrow, but J Baldwin released his on his website. And to combat resellers and botters, he put the
And
price for the
botters.
shoes at $25,000.
holy
But
fuck.
if you had manually put in the code, you get the shoes for regular price, 260. And someone was botting the website, and their bought a $25,000 pair of shoes, and there's no refunds.
Damn.
Yeah.
That thing's crazy, right? I told you, it looked crazy.
An anglerfish. Crazy.
Hey, did you see the waffle shoes they're putting out to Smash?
Yeah, Ego apparently
Eggo?
released some shoes.
I like the actual waffle pattern. I think it's neat. I wouldn't wear those shoes at all, but I think the pattern is really neat.
Yeah, imagine that, like setting up a bot and it for a shoe, and you think you're gonna get it for normal price, and you get charged 25,000 for one pair.
Yeah, man. Imagine if you had like two kids, you try to get two pair.
And basically, what you're doing is gambling. You know,
Yeah.
that's the way of it.
That'd be crazy.
It just sucks because the resellers really kill the shoe market, like for people like me. Like I can't afford to bought and stuff. Costs money.
To buy, not bought.
You care about those shoes anyway? Seriously, Smash.
I like
Fucking
them.
Nikes.
Like there's
Give a
certain
fuck.
designs. I don't know. There's just
Fuck off.
some
It's just fucking.
designs I
Oh,
like.
it's like it's like the middle-aged man's dream of being a high school fucking superstar or some shit. Seriously,
Yeah.
like,
No, they're just cool to collect. It's like
somebody needs to
cars.
say this shit.
Like-
Somebody needs to fucking say this
Yeah.
shit. That when you see a 45-year-old man wearing fucking crisp, untied Jordans on it, it just looks
I don't
crazy.
like Jordans.
Motherfucker. Seriously. The
I don't
opposite
like
of
Jordans.
attract females is basically, well, I guess the best way, that is the opposite way to attract females. You attract other shoe guys, I guess. I don't even fucking know if that's your goal, then you're
You don't.
No, I mean,
you
I'm not trying to
actually,
make fun of your,
Have
your
you ever
designs,
been
but
to a shoe
like I wouldn't feel
convention?
bad. Smash, I wouldn't feel bad about not being able to afford a $1,500 pair of fucking Michael Jordans.
Oh,
Fucking Christ.
yeah,
Those
no shit.
you don't realize that that's what we're talking about. That's the prices. Probably some of the people in the chat don't realize that these are the prices we're talking about. These
Oh
fucking
no,
shoes
no,
start
no,
at
no.
500. No, they start at five. Well, that's what you're talking about with these bots and everything driving the reset.
The bots are different. Those are resellers. Like you pay for a computer program to flood the website with buyers, and you buy fucking 25 pairs or as many as they let you. That's what a botter does.
Sure.
And it's hard to compete. Like, even if I really like a
If it wasn't
shoe,
the botters, it was the individual dudes basically originally buying them. I mean, the shoe stuff has been big money for a long time. They have like
Yeah.
NASDAQ traded fucking companies. Like, I don't know why guys think that they can still fucking make a killing in the shoe market or some shit. There are like gigantic businesses basically up against you. It's no
CTC.
wonder that it's so expensive to find the shoes that you want. And then people are like, oh, I just want to wear these shoes. Fuck. Do you give a shit about some crisp pair of Jordans that you can't even fucking walk through a mud puddle? Give me a goddamn break.
I don't wear Jordans. Just saying, I wear Nike
I don't
Dunks.
care. I don't care whatever it is. Fuck, Nikes are made in
It's the
slave
same
shops in
thing.
Vietnam
No,
where
yeah,
they got the
Jordan.
most cringy
Jordans are
shit.
more expensive.
Made
Nikes are
by,
cheap. You
made
still
by
get Dunks
next to
for
slaves.
110.
Oh my fucking god, Nike. I live in the fucking headquarters of Nike practically. It's right over there.
Exactly.
It's
It's
whatever.
here's my
Uh,
shoe right there.
fucking
Ass
cool.
stompers.
I don't know why. No,
You
seriously,
know,
I don't know why people are so obsessed
I
with it. You don't see everybody wearing Nikes here. It's really kind of funny. You'd think if Nike was such a great thing, everybody would be fucking wearing them.
You gotta look. You gotta
No,
go to a
more
shoe
Nikes,
convention.
more Chucks, Adidas.
You'd be amazed
What would I be amazed by?
at a shoe convention. Like Get
Well,
Sold,
shoe convention is a different fucking story. That's where all the nerds go. Come on, if you want to go
crazy.
Star
They're
Trek
so
nerds, you
fun.
can go to a Star Trek convention. Come on.
Yeah, Star
Just don't
Trek
go to.
conventions are really fun. I mean, really fun people. If
But
you've
just
never
don't.
been, yeah, you gotta go.
Same thing with Comic
Especially
Con.
on mushrooms.
Comic
Especially
Cons are fun.
mushrooms.
Just
I've
stay
been
away
to
from the
San
furry.
Diego
Just stay
Comic
away from
Con.
the. Just stay away from the furry conventions.
Why? Those are lit too.
Those are even funner. What the
Yeah,
hell you
those are lit.
talking about?
I know what? No, not furry. What's that
I'm
other
a
one?
Furby. I'm a Furby.
No, the My Little Pony. No, the My Little Pony. The
Oh
bros.
yeah, stay away from the bronies.
Bronies have
Yeah.
them. Thank you.
Yeah, the bronies, no. But you're talking about shoes. I wear a lot of
Told me.
like hiking
I don't know why.
shoes and Gore-Tex shoes. And I actually get people coming up to me and when because I, wear my hair short and everything and the way I look and the way I dress, they come up and they ask me, who you with?
Wu-Tang.
Because they want to know who I'm subcontracting with or what division I'm with because I do look like military when I travel.
You guys want to hear something really?
I look like a contractor.
All right. So early 2000s, that my dream, like if I got rich, I'd buy a car and a pair of shoes. I know that that's weird, but they're I don't know why the shoe culture got ingrained in me, but it really did. As like a young kid, like Nikes were like that's why I like the Dunks too, because you can still get them for $110. Not Jordans can go out anywhere from 500, like Fumi was saying, under yeah. And then on the secondary market, it's crazy. But they released this shoe called What the Dunk, and at the time, both shoes are completely different. Each like patch of the shoe is a previous dunk that they've made. And I don't know why I fell in love with them, but if I ever got rich, I'd buy them. They're like 10, 9, you can probably get them for like 8 grand, but, and I'd wear them. I'd wear them. I wouldn't put them in a case. I wouldn't do anything crazy. I'd wear those fuckers because it's my dream shoe. It's a holy grail. It's something like
Well,
I
you
can,
should shit on people's whatever obsessions and passions and stuff like that. It just does seem very unhealthy because I oftentimes hear people complain that they can't afford this excessively expensive collectible item, because that's basically what it is a collectible item. And whether you like it or not, there are crazy wealthy people in the world. I was just in Los Angeles, the weirdest city in the world, maybe. It's a really cool city, but it's really weird in that you have all the normal low income people that you have, people that work at retail jobs, homeless people, you name it. And then you have people that literally make 20, 30, $40 million in a fucking year. And they're right on top of each other. You have these gigantic mansions basically overlooking not so much, the people's, maybe apartments, I guess. You'll have basically these fucking $20 million mansions at the top of the hill overlooking an apartment where the people are basically, I mean, they still have to make a good living to afford a fucking, $2,500 apartment, but they're not making $20 million a year. Anyway, where am I going with that? Um, Fuck, where was I?
These are
The
these
crazy
are
inequality. Oh, the crazy inequality of it. Just it's so bizarre to see how uh, uh, easily people fall into the trap, I think is where I'm going with that. I mean, wherever I look, honestly, I think I've been telling you, Smash, that I've been playing PUBG Mobile. PUBG Mobile is what it's called because I guess I can't play it on my fucking Mac. But anyway, playing PUBG Mobile for a couple 3 months now, and it's been really interesting to me. I have not had to pay a single fucking penny. It's been actually the most rewarding experience for a free game that I've ever had, I think, because all the little costumes they've given me, all the little I've built a little house. There's a little house thing you can build, like all this shit. I haven't had one single circumstance where I'm like, fuck, I gotta pay. And that's very unusual. Most of the time, you have to buy loot boxes and this and that and the other thing. But PUBG is very interesting in that they make it very easy to spend a crazy amount of money. And there are, I'm not joking with you, people that regularly spend six figures
oh
in
yeah,
like dollar money, like over
oh
a
yeah.
$100,000, basically on skins for their
You
guns,
remember?
companions that fucking glow in the dark.
Do you remember the
Christ,
Do you remember the game CS:GO?
big. Oh, it's a
It,
card game, right?
no, it was a PvP battle game. Like you and a team, but it was third person.
Anyway, go ahead.
That is one of the biggest. Like there's skins in there. You can open up crates. It's pretty much you buy the game and then you can play it. But then they have the aspect of like gambling in it. Same thing with Fortnite. I play Fortnite with Crymore all the time now. Free game. We have a fucking blast. But I have like a default skin and they charge like $22 to get 2,000 V-Bucks,
Hmm.
just like PUBG. But it's totally fun. You can play without any of the cool stuff. You know what I mean? It doesn't hurt your fucking gameplay. It's
It's
just you don't look as cool as everyone else.
Yeah,
But
I actually play a game that I have to keep moving servers because the big money people keep on taking over the section or the server that I'm on. And what they'll
that's
do
what I
is they'll
can't
bully
stand,
you
the
to the
pay to
point.
play games. Yeah, the ones where basically if you pay more, you get better guns and stuff. Thankfully,
Yep,
PUBG is not like that at all. Like the best guns come in drop, like basically air
drops.
crates or whatever. Yeah, drops that you basically have to go and look for pretty much. And there's a lot of people probably going to shoot you when you go get it. Where was I going to, or what was I going to say? But it's very easy, I guess, where I was going to with that, because if you get obsessed with the game, like a lot of people do, you'll start to, go on YouTube or Twitch or whatever and subscribe to a couple of, I need tips to be better or some shit, right? And so, like, I've subscribed to a couple of different channels, Bushka and a couple other ones, and these dudes have the coolest skins, right? Like Bushka had one of his costumes or whatever is like a mummy with glow in the dark lettering, like blue glow in the dark lettering. Sick, right? Super sick costume. Well, evidently, someday randomly that came up on Reddit. I don't even know why I'm subscribed to the subreddit for PUBG, but Reddit just throws stuff at you now if they know that you're interested, which is creepy because they probably realize that I like PUBG just from snooping on my phone. But anyway, they sent me this fucking PUBG subreddit, and it came up, oh, this one skin, and the kid was like, oh fuck, I spent, and it was literally like a kid. It was like an 18-year-old kid or something. He's like, fuck, I can't remember, a ludicrous amount of money. It was like $6,000 in credits to get this goddamn costume. And I was like, are you fucking for real? Like it doesn't do anything except for just look
no,
cool.
it just looks
Looks
good.
cool. For 6 grand? Are you on
Oh,
my ass? Jesus. But can you imagine how easy it is to get that temptation? Like, oh my fucking God, I gotta have Bush's costume. That's red. Oh my God, I gotta be just like him. I want to play on his team. I want to be one of those four that play with him. I have to have his costume. And then you're gonna fucking
Counter Strike. That's CS2. That's the original name. Counter Strike. That game's ridiculous. They have
Yeah.
they have different like cases you can buy, and if you get a knife, that knife can instantly be worth $500 depending on the pattern on the knife and shit.
Stony Creek says, I got a pair for funerals or weddings, somewhere I admit, but that's it. Oh, you've only got one pair of shoes, so the rest of the time you just wear bare feet. You're like a hobbit, and when it's like a horrible occasion, like, oh my God, it's a funeral. I better put some shoes on.
I only have two pair of dress shoes and a pair of hiking shoes. Columbia. Well, actually, I got the Morels, but they're falling apart after a year and a half. I'm gonna send those back. I've got two pairs of Morels to send back, actually. But the Columbias have been my most comfortable, like hiking
Columbia's a
shoe, and
good
they're
brand.
Gore-Tex. They're
People don't realize
Gore-Tex.
Columbia is even a thing because North Face took over the branding aspect of like that market, but Columbia's right there with them with quality.
Yeah,
I
Columbia's a local
think
company here.
Columbia shoes, like I said, I've been wearing Morels for, oh God, 10 years now. And because of the problems I'm having with the soles staying on here in Thailand and everything, I went ahead and got a pair of the Columbias, and man, those things are like walking on air. I probably have to say, those are probably the best shoes I've bought in the last 10 years,
Hmm.
besides New Balance. Everything I buy New Balance always seems to last.
Yeah,
And
they're a good
fit
company too.
good.
They're very underrated. They got marked as the dad shoe because they have one style that like old people like to wear. But they're
Well, they're
honestly,
comfortable.
They're
yeah,
one of
they're
the
honestly
best
some of the
shoes
best
here in
shoes.
the
They're
US,
comfortable.
actually. Yeah, they're in Massachusetts, I want to say, or fuck, one of those states.
Lawrence, Mass.
There you go. Yeah, they don't make
And they
oversized
actually make wide shoes too.
ones.
So if your foot's a little
Yeah,
bit wider, you can get those type of shoes. And that's really nice. You
you
can't
know what's
find
funny?
that anymore.
For
I
tighter foot,
watched
tighter fit for someone that's foot in the ass.
I watched Shaq the other day talk about like his shoes and like he was like I got a deal with Reebok at first and one day I'm walking out of a game in the tunnel and this lady's screaming at me, how can you charge these babies that much money for these shoes? And he goes, oh, right then and there I cut ties with Reebok. He figured out the factory supposedly where all these good shoes are being made and the good
Yep.
leather, and he made them himself or found like a Chinese factory to make them, and then he made a deal with Walmart.
I didn't know he made them himself, but yeah, I knew about the Walmart and that story. Yeah, and it's commendable.
Yep.
He's he's not hurting for money. Let's be perfectly
No,
sure. There are plenty
he's
of
so
people.
smart. He owns
There are
Marilyn
plenty of
Manson.
people that would have squeezed every single penny, like The Rock. He's famous for, oh my God, he won't even say hello to you basically anymore unless you bring a few $1 million to the table. He's already plenty rich, right? Probably just as rich as,
Marilyn Monroe.
but it's just
Yeah.
constantly money,
Thank
money,
you.
money, 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 money. Shaq actually was willing to say no for a good reason. That's actually pretty
Yep.
cool. Anyway, I'm going to step away for a
Eh,
second.
eh,
Gentlemen,
Shaq.
be good. I'm going to go have some quick dinner.
Nice.
I'm hoping to harvest these soon.
Shit, we were talking about those are done like 2, 3 weeks ago. Holy cow. They've got to be over week 9 for sure.
They're still going.
Okay, if I take this,
Huh?
we both can take this until.
Oh, sure.
Sorry.
No.
I can't wait.
I just popped. I don't know. Probably about 10 seeds for outdoors. All the same. This apple
Man, I
fritter.
wish he would have stopped by.
This apple fridge is turning out to be nice. The cross. Chunky. Even down here, these buds are nice for being not a huge plant. Then I got all this stuff just moved in here. All these are just starting to flower.
Yeah, that Pluto bud that you seen, that was a main cola.
Yeah, I can't wait to take like these big buds down. Look at this fucking hog right here.
That's awesome.
And then this thing's turning into one big ass bud.
Right
That's the
on.
papaya cross. And that's the
I
chem dog
can't
stuff.
I can't wait to run through some of the genetics that I've made up. That
These are all-
lemon G, I really want to go through there. I think I'm gonna find a winner.
Shit, Mrs. D just took the joint and ran.
So
Well,
once
roll another one, a fresh one.
Exactly. That's what I'm doing.
hey, once I
Way ahead
harvest,
of ya.
I'm thinking of once I harvest these 10 gallons, I might cut a hole out and just put my 3 gallon in the hole
Glory
and
hole.
let it just grow.
Oh, glory hole. Oh, glory hole.
They look good. I need to start and put all the seedlings in 1 gallon so they can get ready to come in here when these get done. I'm actually going to probably rotate them in a little early
Hmm.
because these are just moving along. These two little plants right here, auto flowers, just kind of chilling. I'm thinking the next thing I'm going to harvest is going to be. I don't really know. All these look like they could go another week. So I don't know. Give them probably another week. Which
Right
works
on.
because I just put those in. So I'll give them time to flower.
And my milking froze yet. Ah, the sun's starting to come out. I gotta clean up all the chairs outside so I can keep moving as the sun goes around the front yard here.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Yeah, we had a hellacious storm last night. Again this morning at 6 o'clock in the morning, they were outdoor, out next to me, putting the sheet metal back on the roof that blew off in the night.
Wow.
Yeah. And then I went to back up because I was behind one of their trucks and I was going to back up to the little like alleyway in front of my house. And here was this guy and lady on the back on a scooter, and they were so close behind me that I basically couldn't see them out of my rear view mirror. And I have a mirror that, shows the back of my vehicle, and I couldn't even see them in that. And the whole time they were following this big truck to get into the encampment area, she was giving me a bad, dirty look. So I mouthed off to her, and
Nice.
I looked at her. I looked at her husband, and I said, "You want to go?"
Right
Oh, I
on.
was full of piss and vinegar this morning. Don't be mad at me if you pull up right on my bumper and I can't see you.
Right on. All right, I got the replacement joint rolled.
I'm about to light this joint I got here.
What is it, Cap?
This is S1 or the Pluto S1.
Right on.
I rolled like 4 joints of each yesterday.
Nice.
Yeah, you only got another 10 more days, and what do? You go buy another 30 grams. Hey guys, I gotta
Nothing.
talk to this gentleman here.
Look
All
at
right.
this thing's as big as my fucking hand.
That's crazy. Nice leaf.
Look at this rain. It looks like it's one leaf down here.
Woo! Come on, joint. Cheers, everybody in chat. Hope everyone's having a great night. I'm sitting over casting in a little bathroom. Get out of there. Don't forget top chat, live chat. I'm smoking Dairy Queen. As everybody said last week that it was amazing and I should get some. So I did. What are you smoking on, Smash?
I had White Wedding upstairs,
Oh yeah, that's right. That's fucking awesome.
and then I gotta trim up. Actually, I'm gonna go look at it real quick. Give me a second.
That's another one I want to try. Come on, you little shit. Get out of there. Come on. Shoot. Here. Hello, Bencho. Oh, you Bencho. All right, there we go. Come up, hop on and join us, guys. The link's up top. Pinned at the top. I'm gonna smoke this Dairy Queen.
I'm
Oh.
gonna
Really? Oh, you are pinned. All right. Where are you now? Good boy.
yeah, I'm gonna trim this stuff up probably tomorrow.
Right on. Sheet of piss. Right on, bud.
I gotta clean down here.
Oh.
Dude, I kept going. Like, I went through 4 fans down here. They're all broken. I'm fucking pissed. That one broke, the green one. Then this one was like, oh, I'm gonna start dying.
Mm-hmm. Hey,
This
isn't
thing dying. This thing's dying.
crazy, man. Temporary upgrades or replacements, I guess.
That's why I have that kind of raffle thing going on my Instagram and shit. Because I need to buy a bunch of new fans and stuff.
Right on.
Yeah. I gotta I gotta put this in the tent soon. Because the humidity, the heat's going up, the humidity's going up with it.
Yeah. Mrs. D turned on our dehumidifier today to the basement.
I gotta
You're moist in here. Moist.
trim up some of this strawberry apricot to purple punch.
Dude, that sounds good too. Man. Isn't Shaq's wife named Cookie or something? Yeah. Moo, what are you doing? You little shit. Being mischievous right now. I'm definitely gonna order some more of this cannabis from this company. Get more of this delivery. I'm changing companies. I'm not too happy with the place anymore. So I'm changing over to this other company now. Maybe they need a sponsor. Teehee. Their shit is good. actually does something to you.
And some stairs. Okay.
Pure Sand Wriggler, Bug Kilowatt, CTC, Paralyzing Devil, Stony Creek in the house. Oh my chat. There we go. Me. Here's the me. Cheers, everybody. Tigro, Ganja Lion, Jonesin, Coach Flyer, Humidor in the flavors.
My room is so muggy.
Yeah. Bugsy, Jack Beanstalk, Budsville, Dan K. Thank you, Dan K. It's a good show. This stuff makes me like freaking goofy, feel goofy. Cheers, Green Fingers. Green Fingers in the house. Word up. Yeah. Oh, Captain Mofo's back.
Thank you. Well, I had to sell the rack to my truck.
Hey,
He's got
nice
a nice
rack.
truck. He's got a nice truck, but he doesn't have a rack for it. And the rack that I had on this one is sitting at my house, and I really don't want it.
Right on.
So I just sold it for $1,000.
Sweet.
That's 2 days overstay.
Nice. Okay.
Too bad I'm already at 30 days overstay.
Oops.
That's 15,000 baht. That's $500 almost
Sweet.
that I have to pay for staying here for an extra month
Oh.
without a visa. And then they're going to say something to me when I go to fly out of the country. And I'm going to say, well, I ain't going to be back for 8, 9, 10 months. And they're just going to go, okay. Actually, I've got enough paperwork from different doctor's appointments and things like that. They may just say, give us the $500 and we won't give you the red mark. Because if you get a red mark here in Thailand, it's hard getting back into the country.
Oh, really?
Yeah. If they put a red mark on your visa, that means you're probably not getting back into Thailand for a couple months.
Oh, there it is. That's wrong.
Lost the lighter. Whatever. All right, let's try this, bud.
This Pluto S1 is not bad. It's a Triangle Kush cross. But I've got Grape Jubilee, and grown organically, you can't taste or smell hardly any grape to it. But if you feed it with a bottle, the grape comes out. What's up with that? We do half of the harvest is all organic, and then the other half is part organic, part bottle. And the ones that are part organic, part bottle are coming out tasting better than just the straight organic ones. I can't believe that.
I can't believe it's not butter.
But that one's all right because it's got a berry bubba in it. And yeah, I can feel the bubba. I smoked like a half a joint of that, came out, had a cigarette, went back in because my friend was talking to other people and he goes, well, what did you think of that? And I said, I can definitely feel the bubba in it. It actually got me lit sideways. So yeah, I went and bought another 30 grams of weed the other day because I've got another 10 more days here, and I figured that the half ounce that I still had wasn't going to do it.
Before I left Vegas, rolled up like a 3 gram or like 2 gram joint because it was all the bud I had left. I said, "Well, get stoned."
Well, when I came home for that long period of time,
The fuck?
I was in Bangkok, and I think I smoked an ounce and a half in like 3 days.
Huh.
Well, I was in
That's
Vegas.
it?
I went through an ounce on top of like 3 grams of carts.
Wow.
Because most of the day I'd be smoking on a cart, not really going outside. But when I did go outside, I was rolling fucking fatties every time. And
Nice.
then we hung out. I don't drink, so the hotel that the homie was staying at that like was having Las Vegas was kind of like turning their nose to people smoking indoors, so we were lighting it up.
Like at the casino and
You,
shit?
you mean
Yeah,
turning their eye.
Huh?
You don't turn your nose. If you
Well,
turn your nose, then you're looking down upon something.
I was
In
thinking
the
turning
case
your
that you're
nose
trying is
because
that they're just turning a blind eye to what you're doing.
I
Because you
hear me
guys
out
are
on this
spending
one.
so much money there. They said, well, we're getting a lot of money for them. Let them do what they want to do.
Hear me out on this one. So I said nose because when you're smoking a joint, a
Okay.
nicely rolled joint, you can't really tell if it's a hand rolled cigarette or not. So that part is kind of like the line, but the smell of weed is indistinguishable. So they had to smell it because we were chiefing at the bar.
Nice. Find
It
me
was
up.
fun.
Yeah, I know all about that because my weed smells different than Thai weed, and you could smell it out the front of the bar.
Go.
And I was sitting in the back of it, outside in the back, and you could
Oh
smell it
no.
out on the street.
Yeah, man.
The strawberry apricot to purple punch is fire. I wish it actually grew good.
It sounded
We
fun.
we definitely good though.
Sweet. Right
Some
on.
Oh man,
outdoor seeds.
wow!
Bumbaclaw.
This Pluto's expanding. Wow.
That's
Apple?
okay. As
Wait,
long as
I
it's
can count.
Pluto and not Uranus.
I can count them. Hold on. So I put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Like 20 seeds in here for outdoor season.
Just roll on it. Yes, cake in the cup.
We're gonna let them all pop. I'm gonna put them in solos, let them get about yay big, and then they're gonna go outside.
Right on.
I'm just gonna take a little section of the garden. I'm going to get some strawberry plants and some tomato plants.
Yeah, next year I'll be making tons of tomato clones and shit like that.
I have If anyone wants like blueberry bushes, I could probably clone my. I have there's 3 or 4 out there. I can't remember, but they've been here since we've bought the house. They've been here for probably about 10, 20 years now, and these things grow really good. Produce well too. The blueberry delicious. But I want to do strawberries. We had strawberries, but the rabbits kept taking them out. Now I understood why they had the device they'd had to do the strawberries. Um, they had like a swinging top to the strawberry cage with like fencing in between so the rabbits couldn't get in there.
Yeah, chicken wire. That's what we had to put around our plants outside in southern Ohio until they got about 2 feet, 2.5 feet tall, and then the rabbits and the deer, the taste changes in the plant, and they don't like it anymore.
So I seen this cool design. You put a chicken wire in a circle. You fill it with like hay and mixture of hay and dirt.
Uh-huh.
And then on the top, you just put topsoil dirt, like actual dirt and soil, and you plant your potatoes into it. And when they're ready, you just take the chicken wire off and you just kind of
Shake the
move.
dirt.
Yeah, just shake it off, and you can harvest everything at once.
Sorry.
Yeah, my mom asked if there was anything that I wanted in the garden, and I said, yeah, potatoes. I eat a lot of potatoes.
I want to do those. The little purple ones are my favorite, and the little red
Yeah.
ones.
I like the sweet golden ones.
Yeah, I like
They're
the
sweet taste.
My
Yeah,
favorite are the red.
Yeah,
I
I
like
like the
cherry
red ones
tomatoes and
too.
grape tomatoes more than I like regular tomatoes.
Red tomatoes, red potatoes. The
Got cherry tomatoes out the ass in the garden right now.
Those are my favorite. I used to eat them off the vine.
My mom kept on telling me that she got clean fill for the garden area because they had to fill in a swimming pool that was in the backyard. So that's since it had a fence around it, mom decided to keep her garden there. And I'm running this big Honda rototiller. I mean, this thing's got like a car engine on it. It's one of the big ones. And I hit this thing, and it's like, man, I'm like 3 feet into the garden. What did I hit? And then I went and got a pickaxe and ended up taking out like a 20-pound chunk of cement.
oh,
And as
oh,
I went through, I was finding pieces of glass. I was finding like 5, 6, 7 inch pieces of cement. And I'm like, Mom, you've been planting a garden in this area for 3 fucking years now. You told me it was clean fill, and I pulled out like 60 pounds of cement out of it.
Cements are
Let me go buy you some topsoil and like good dirt and put it in here.
Yo, let me hear. I'm gonna tell you guys a story. Growing up, the house next to mine had a pool. Excuse me. Before it was running when we first bought my house. So the owners ended up losing the house and they sold it, the one next door with the pool. The new owners actually became some of my best friends. They're from Puerto Rico and stuff, and they didn't want the pool. But they didn't tell the city or anything they didn't want the pool. So
Uh-oh.
I seen all of the furniture from the house. I seen a bunch of asphalt, a whole bunch of just random shit get thrown in the pool, and then they just filled it up with dirt and covered it,
Yeah.
the whole yard. So like, I could just imagine, like, dude, there was like they threw so much asphalt and just like, ugh. The grass grew good though, so I don't know.
My
I
mom
think
had good, she had good, her tomatoes came out and everything like that, but, you know, it's just, I mean, when you're having to use the rototiller because they can't, and you're hitting these chunks of cement, that's a pain in the ass.
you're telling me you guys don't have tractors with a barn that can store a tour bus?
I have a barn. I have a garage that can store two tour buses if you park them close enough together, and then you can stack another one on top of each of them too.
Uh,
My mom's roof in her garage is 40 some feet high.
See, I've
We
always
have a
wanted
22-foot door, rolling up door, 22 feet.
I've always wanted to own like a mini tractor with a backhoe and shit.
Huh?
I mean, I don't know why, but
Proper smash.
you know how many times I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna rent a Bobcat to do this. And it just I've always wanted one. I've always wanted a little tractor.
You got to get a straw hat to go with it, though.
You gotta get money.
Yeah. You can get
The
an old
straw hat and the eye patch and the peg leg. He could be a top
Arr,
farmer. That would be a hell of a character. Holy shit.
arr, for every orange eye, I'll run you over.
Well,
I'll
hopefully his
plow
eye
you.
heals, but maybe it could be one of those patches that comes up and down.
it was funny.
Arr, Roger, I'm gonna plow you.
My old house was so cool. Like I grew up in that house and like I had a dirt bike my whole like life almost. And I used my yard. I turned like half of the like two houses into a track, but I would cross the street like consistently because I lived off like a back road. No one really came up my road. And we would fucking whip around my house, go over to the neighbor's house. They had a huge backyard. We'd loop their backyard, come over in between trees. And I've always wanted to own land where I could just like buy another dirt bike or four wheeler and just have fun in Maine or New Hampshire or something. I want to
Them,
make sure if I ever do get property, there's fishing. I can fish on property. I can hunt.
them Duke boys.
We don't have fishing on our property. We got enough hunting though.
I love fishing. I love fishing more than hunting, to be completely honest. But
I don't
I'm
know.
also
I
I like
like
smoking
shooting
cannabis.
things.
So I'm just reading
I
that
like
Liquid Death is giving away an L-39 Arrow, a $400,000 fighter jet. The fucking water company. Anyway, some people in the chat here on Reddit are talking about you can actually already get the predecessor, an L-29 Delphin. It only costs about 30 to 40K. On the other hand, using it is a different story. It'll cost about $1,500 per hour to fly.
yeah.
That after you've spent over 100K, $100,000 to get enough flight hours and certifications, aka ratings, to fly it. He says then with boats and airplanes, often the cheapest part of it all can be the initial purchase price.
yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I was like, how the fuck like first of all, this is gonna
Like
be a repeat of the Pepsi thing where they promised a fighter jet and they like basically didn't give the guy the fighter jet and then he had
Yeah,
to
he bought his way
fuck.
into it.
Yeah. No, they just totally ripped him off, and he actually sued him and won in court. I don't remember if he actually got his Harrier, but still, he got money or something. I don't remember, at least that. So I
It's
wonder if
on
it's
Netflix.
one of those. But I mean, like, what do you do with a fighter jet? Like, what the fuck do you do with a fighter jet? Like, that's significantly too big and way too heavy to put on top of your house. Even if it is made of fucking titanium, it's still gonna be too heavy to put in your house. So you're gonna have to what? Get a hangar or some shit. Hangar space is very expensive.
$1,000, two
Yeah, you have
thousand
to
a
constantly
month.
maintain those things. It's not
It
like you can.
depends. Hangar space can be relatively cheap if you get a smaller airport. Like, but if you're trying to stay at like Logan or like a big airport, that's where it
My
starts
fighter
getting pricey.
jet to what's the smallest town in Massachusetts? Is Salem small? I'm gonna take my fighter jet to the Salem airport.
Have you ever
Like,
you ever
that's
seen
too
that
long.
YouTuber Cletus McFarlane?
Hmm.
He like does car stuff. He bought a circle track racetrack in Florida, and he built it up, and it's now very popular. And his YouTube's huge. But then he got into flying planes. He's a licensed pilot. He's a licensed Black Hawk pilot. He's a licensed helicopter pilot. And he was like, "All right, there's an airfield, like one of the longest grass airfields in the U.S. or in the southern U.S. is on that property." And he bought the fucking whole airfield, and it's literally a grass airfield.
Or this guy's expression here. It's I don't think it's meant to be as ridiculous as it is, but it's like the dude standing in front of oh come on, go back. Damn it, why won't it? There we go. Just that kind of shit-eating grin. In the meantime, it's a can of water. That's the
Jimmy,
best
does
part
that
of
look?
all.
It looks
It's just a can of
photoshopped as
water.
fuck.
Pardon?
I think it looks photoshopped.
You know what? You're not wrong.
Look at his arm
Sure
and
it
look
could
at the
be.
lettering.
Look at his arm and what?
So where his patch is, look at his arm between his arm and the jet. It's like there's a white spot still.
Oh,
Go
that
up a little more, right there.
that. Nah.
Looks like a shitty crop job.
I mean, it certainly could be, but this just looks
They,
like
they might
flash
be
in
giving.
front of the plane.
It's gonna be funny if they really are
Sun's
trying to
from
do
behind
that.
them, so it's kind of illuminating the sun is basically a backlight for his hair and stuff, so they have flash in front of him to expose him. I don't know. Could be a crop.
Well, I'll
It's
go down. See if
close
he, see
enough
if he has a
that
shadow.
basically you can win a fighter jet or however you're going to get it.
Does he
Seriously,
have a
you can win a
shadow?
fighter jet. Pardon?
Does he have a shadow? Because the jet did.
Oh, you can't see because the
Oh,
shadow would be going that way. So probably not.
that'd be funny. Imagine winning that. So Cletus gave away a helicopter for one of his races, and the winner, he was like, "Well, the thing is, if the winner doesn't want it, I'll buy it. But if the winner wants it, it's going to be one of my friends that learns to fly a helicopter. He's already a pilot." So he's like, "Now I got another friend with a fucking helicopter that we can just hang out and do helicopter things."
I mean, that's delightful. Yeah, I guess I haven't watched him too much, but well, what's the guy's name? Trent Palmer, this YouTuber. Dude has such a freaking lucky
Does he
life.
do the backpack stuff?
No, he's one of the bush plane guys, basically. He flies bush.
Oh, okay, okay.
He's got a pretty big channel, and a bunch of his friends that he flies with actually have bigger channels. But
The
his
Draco?
douche. Yeah, the Draco dude. I mean, amazing planes, but the dude's a mega douche. Honestly, I'm not too interested in his personality. But Trent is actually still like a decent enough human being. It seems like I don't get stomach queasiness from watching him. But fuck, what a great life. He basically flies around. I guess I haven't watched his channel for a couple, 3, 4 months because he built like his whole hangar and stuff around his house. But anyway, he lives, I guess, in Reno or outside of Reno, and so obviously perfect country to fly to several different states. Honestly, and that's what they do. They fly to Idaho and Montana and
Yep.
whatever. It's literally just a few hundred miles. And with the bush planes, they can land anywhere that it's just a semi-smooth surface. It doesn't even have to be flat. Just like as
They have
long as
competitions with those fucking things.
pardon?
They have competitions with those bush
Oh
planes,
yeah.
shortest like landings and stuff.
Yeah, he's always competing in those too. Yeah, shortest
I've
takeoff,
always that's my
landing.
dream.
Mhm.
I would
That's
because
what
like
they use in Alaska.
you don't need a full pilot license for it, like commercial license. It's like a different class of
Yeah, I
airplane.
mean, well, if it's a private airplane, you wouldn't need a commercial license anyway, but yeah. Um, yeah, you're right, because it's an experimental, I guess, so they have a little bit less flight rules and stuff. Yeah.
It's right above the ultralight where you don't even need a license.
Hmm.
There's a guy. Have you ever seen the guy that does the parasailing with the big backpack fans?
Hmm.
Tucker, I think his name is Tucker something. Those look sick. Like it's just like a lawnmower
Yeah,
or like a weed whacker engine on your back with a fucking big fan,
yeah.
and they can go for
Arrow
miles.
lights.
Yeah, they can go for miles. Uh, my mayor in the next town over has one, but it's like a cart. It's not even. It's like a cart with that backpack built into it. So you just sit in the thing, and it's like a hang glider, and you take off just like a regular airplane almost. It's crazy.
There's
It
a
was
guy here in Chiang Rai because you can't own private planes really here in Thailand. You can't fly them, but like those aero lights, which is basically that big one propeller on the back of like a glider,
Mm-hmm.
you can have one of those. And I met a guy the other day. He's got one because he goes back and forth from here to Chiang Mai.
I
And
was gonna
that's
say
like a
that'd be some of the most
4.5 hour drive. But by taking his aero glider or whatever it is, it takes him like an hour and 45 minutes to get there.
I've watched some of the long distance hand gliders that just do it without any motor, and it's cool how they gain height. So they find like they
An
look at the earth.
updraft.
Yeah, they look at the earth and the way the earth's shaped, and if there's like a canyon or something, the wind's gonna hit it and create updrafts. So you'll see them and they spiral in that updraft to create height for themselves. It's very interesting.
If you hit it right. If not, it takes you and drives you right into the ground.
No, don't forget that wings have lift, so as long as you're not like being silly.
Well, if
Um,
you're coming over a hill and going into a valley or going into a canyon, yeah, there's going to be lift on one side or the other, but there's going to be a downward force on one side too. So if you hit the downward force, it could drive you right into the ground.
yeah, I
Has
suppose
anyone ever
so.
done
You're probably paying attention to that, I would imagine. So,
Has anyone ever done those gliders? Like they hitch them to an airplane and they fly you up, and then they attach.
well, I've had friends that have done that, but I've never had a chance. Apparently,
We
it's a
got
lot.
one. If you ever come here, I will schedule it. I mean, you can do it.
Nice. Oh, you know what I saw in Los Angeles? I didn't have a chance to even look into what it was, but they had a couple of like Ferraris and Lamborghini. What if fuck, they had like an Aston Martin. They had a couple of supercars right in front of basically in front of the metro station, Hollywood and Highland, pretty much. And it said like rent me $150. And I didn't have a chance to go see like what is it, an hour or whatever. I was like, fuck, I'd drive a Ferrari for an hour. That'd be pretty fun. Uh,
Right.
yeah, it's probably
Yeah.
10 minutes or some shit, right? Like shit.
The one thing you got to worry about is like if you rent it, you got to make sure you get the insurance for the rental, and you got to actually read their insurance that it's going to cover if you actually get into an accident. I think some
Excuse
of
me,
the good.
when I came out to see you and meet you up in California, when I flew into San Francisco, I could have rented a Maserati or a Porsche convertible, and it was only Maserati was only like $75 more for a day. Or the Porsche was $75 a day. The Maserati was like $45 a day more. But yeah, I could have came up to that thing in the Maserati or Porsche convertible.
It became
Just
balling.
right at the airport.
It's funny. I have, you know what I have up? I was looking at one wheels earlier. They have a model. Didn't think about this. It's just an electric skateboard with a big wheel in the middle, and it costs
Yeah.
$3,500.
Yeah, these things are crazy expensive.
Yeah.
35. You can get a
Dangerous.
fucking car for $1,000.
Oh my God, those smashed. Have you seen how much cars cost now? Holy ass balls.
They've actually gone.
So,
They went up, and COVID really
Gone down.
seriously,
everything.
I don't know if they've gone down for all the brands. Holy fuck, like Toyotas are crazy. RAV4s are over 50 grand now. Forerunners and RAV4s are basically the same price now. That's kind of bizarre. RAV4s were always way cheaper than Forerunners. But yeah, basically everything that has four wheels at Toyota is 50 grand or more. It's fucking crazy.
To tell
So
you
they
the truth, I wish I could take that Toyota right in front here home with me. I
Hmm.
love driving that truck.
Yeah, that's something we don't have. I haven't seen the truck, but it's probably one of the smaller,
Well,
they used to
no,
call it
it's
quarter
a
ton trucks. We don't have those anymore.
yeah.
okay.
Well, the
Right now I can book a supercar tour 1 hour Porsche 911 GT3 992 for $500. But with this, it is on a track. It is closed. You can actually push the car to the limit.
That's the thing. Imagine driving a fucking Ferrari, you rent it for an hour and it's stuck in goddamn bumper to bumper traffic. What the fuck?
Can you look up? I'm on my phone right now, Fumi. It's Extreme Experience, full spelled with X's.
okay, I've got a friend that owns a exotic car place, and when you take those out, they know every time you hit the brake and every
Yeah,
time you hit
tell
the
everything on.
gas.
Yep. They can tell when you're doing donuts. They can tell everything.
Yep. Well, if you do a donut in some of those cars, you can cause major damage.
So
Some of
this is
those
the one that I
supercars are
Most
booked.
of
not
the
made to do donuts with.
well, most of the sports cars are rear wheel drive, which most people are not used to at all. So
So they have all the cars you can think of to rent. They're all over the US and they've been around for a while. I really want to do a track day here. Like, what would you rent?
Oh, that's what I was gonna say.
I was just thinking.
Porsche Turbo R,
Horses are the cheaper
a
version.
Turbo R.
Well, you're the
They,
Audi guy. You'd probably get that R8, huh?
I don't
yeah,
know.
I'd go for the R8
You know, I'd
or
say go
that
for broke.
Porsche
Let's see what
Turbo.
Ferrari does. A mere
I
four
think the
hundred and $20,000 value. Get it? 420. 800.
I'll be the guy. I'll just be the guy driving the ice cream truck.
That's right. Beep, beep.
I don't need the fastest car. I just need the one that handles the road
Oh,
the best
shit.
because I can
Three
drive the
to
hell out
four
of it.
laps. So that's the fine print. You get 3 to 4 fucking laps. I mean, okay, great. You get to fucking hit the gas pedal, but still 3 to 4 laps. Can you imagine? Holy cow.
And you're going around those laps in like 22 seconds.
Well, I guess it depends on the racetrack, but yeah, I was thinking it was probably more. Yeah, you might be right. It might be a really short racetrack, but it might be. Yeah, now that I think about it, it's not going to be some big professional racetrack, so it probably is like a 20-second
Well,
racetrack.
even if the thing is a mile and a half or 2 mile track, you're hitting 140, 150 miles an hour in a straightaway. Well, how short is a mile in that time period? You know,
I don't think you
doing
can, Josh.
150 miles an hour, a mile goes by pretty quick.
Although I guess I'm quibbling, but Josh is just saying you can buy a Ferrari with Bitcoin now, probably only if they like invite you, basically, I guess is the fine print, because famously you can't just buy a like you can buy a Lamborghini, you can buy an Aston Martin, whatever. Like if you won the lottery or something, you can
Uh-uh.
walk to the store tomorrow and buy one. But Ferrari, no, they fucking you have to be invited to buy one. So first you have to do this, and then you have to do that, and you have to freaking go to service for 25 years, and I don't even know. But anyway.
All the big companies are doing that now. You
Oh, are they?
have if you don't own one, you don't get an allocation for a new one. And you have to own it for like 3 or 4
Flash, your
years.
your audio suddenly went to nothing, like it just like comes out like a whisper or something. I can't hear it.
But yeah, all the supercars now pretty much it's like, oh, you want one? Get on the waiting list. Or it's a $30,000, $50,000 upcharge to get one.
Flash, your audio is total garbage. I don't know. Do you guys
Yeah.
hear anything from him?
Yeah. No, it's gone.
The
I can't.
squeak,
Yeah,
like a squeaking noise.
barely squeaks. Like you can kind of tell it's a voice, but barely. I don't know.
I can't even tell that.
Time to take up sign language, I guess.
Hey, speaking of, what do you call a deaf gynecologist?
What do you call it? No, what?
A lip reader.
Sandy Regular says can't be that hard if every rapper buys a 458. They don't famously, they rent them. Most of you see lots of Ferraris in LA. Most of them are leased. Most of them are leased or borrowed or rented or just, borrowed from a friend that is actually rich enough to apparently own a Ferrari. Yeah, so the whole experience. Jay
There's a
Leno
place.
doesn't own any Ferraris because like even with Jay Leno, even though like the dude's Jay Leno and stuff and has this crazy car collection, they famously like they made him like buy 2 or 3 cars he doesn't want. He's like, I don't fucking want those cars. I just want this other car. They're like, no, so you can buy this, and then you buy that, and then you buy this other one, and then you can buy that one. Yeah.
When I get back home, I'm gonna go see. I think they were building a new showroom not too far away from my mom's house. But we have an exotic car place in Cleveland where you can rent the cars if you're a big name and you're coming into town. You can rent the cars or you can straight out buy these supercars. But they were putting together a new showroom. Hopefully it'll be open. I'll take you guys down to it.
That'd be fun.
Wow.
Mike,
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Wow. You guys see that red car going by? That was a Ferrari. That was a 1960, early 60s Ferrari.
Oh no shit.
Holy shit.
Missed it. Dang it.
Holy.
What are they on?
Right?
Go for a smash.
hear me?
Wow.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I don't know what
Holy
happened.
cow.
So yeah, Jay Leno, a lot of the rappers buy their car on the secondary market, where like technically it's not authorized through Ferrari at all. It's someone that bought the car and now they're reselling it. That's how a lot of like rappers and stuff do get their hands on that stuff.
Yo.
For an allocation for a Porsche GT3 RS, they were making a guy spend like $500,000 in other cars to get it.
Yeah. I can
yeah,
see that.
They're all Lamborghini you can get, but it's stock. If they have it new, most of the time, if you're buying these cars, you're gonna end up buying it from a secondary dealership, not at all authorized, because they don't really have them all the time. Like if I ever got super rich, dude, has anyone ever seen a Kona Seg?
No.
Yes.
Those things are fucking crazy. That is like a car of all cars. They look insane. They drive insane, but to get one, you have to pretty much be invited. Like actually,
They
like
only have a production of like 100 or 200 cars. I think they have a super low because it's just Sweden is not a big car country really. So it's that kind of well, dude's rich as fuck, but the owner basically just kind of bootstrapped a car company. Dude's name I guess is Koenigsegg. I think that's his actual fucking name. What was I going to say? There's all kinds of amazing supercars though. If you had the money, holy shit, Paganis and all kinds of freaking Aston Martin has some lovely cars. Goodness gracious. Yeah.
Sweden's most
That's crazy.
Sweden is more known for IKEA.
Sweden, actually, a lot of people don't know, is known for spectacular quality steel. It's actually not a big it's not a big surprise that Sweden has like a car company. I mean, they had Volvo and stuff. It's not like they never had and Saab. It's not like cheers, bud. It's not like they had
Saabs are good.
before. Oh, Saab, well, Saab unfortunately went out of business, but yeah, I always liked Saabs.
Yeah.
Never had a chance to have one, but anytime drove with friends, one, I always loved that hatchback style. Anyway, say
Yeah.
that actually since Viking times, basically, Sweden is kind of blessed with really, really
Oh,
I can't remember exactly what it is. The metal deposits have a little bit more bauxite. I forget exactly what it is, but long story short, their steel comes out some of the best in the entire world. Germany is really blessed with that as well. Their steel is really smith, and famously, some of the parts of the world that had the worst steel are the ones that actually came up with the innovative processes. So, for example, the Middle East, they have basically garbage ore, and so they had to develop, for example, Damascus, where they basically layered it. Yeah, they essentially folded out the impurities, and that's basically more or less what they did in kind of convergent evolution in Japan with the what do you call it? It's not Damascus. Anyway, the multi-layered steel the Japanese have, basically because the steel itself is
Damascus.
so filled with, well, in Japan they don't have the city Damascus, that's in Syria. But anyway, whatever the name is, the folded steel, they had to fold out the impurities. But basically, by doing that, they essentially made this crazy new crystalline structure of steel. So anyway, kind of fun.
Volvo, another amazing car. Volvo, if you get the right ones, they'll last forever. Like those wagons with the 5-cylinder turbos and stuff.
I don't have any more.
BMW was here in Thailand, and they were wanting to grow hemp here in Thailand to replace the carbon fiber in their cars, because using hemp is actually lighter and stronger than carbon fiber.
Well, if we're speaking of cars, on Thursday, because my friend runs the Avis place, he gave me like the sweet deal, and it was a brand new Tesla, and I never drove one. I've been in one before. Yeah, like even though the car, like the way the doors and it's kind of chintzy, but like on the way out there, there was, congestion, freeways, whatever it was. I put it in the autopilot. Yeah, you have to steer, and they, one day you won't have to steer, but like that, it worked. Like I didn't have to deal with putting
The
on my
brake, the
brake,
gas.
accelerating it, and it kept the perfect pace. And then once we started going, if even though the speed limit was 70, but if the flow of traffic was 83 or whatever it was, that's how
You
fast
were
it would
going.
go. And like most of the time, even on the way home, we left at 3 in the morning to avoid all the traffic. I put it back in auto thing, and probably 90% of the way home, yeah, you don't have to deal with gas and brake, right? Then another thing, you don't have to look in side view or rear view mirror, because if you put your blinker on, it's either going to flash red in the screen, or when it's clear, it's going to show you a picture of what's behind you there, and a green light to say turn. After a few hours of driving it, I realized, yeah, you don't have to use the, but after 45 years of driving, yeah, there's habits that you used to have.
Well, you should use the
And then when
blinker
I
for other
realized,
people.
oh, I've been in an autopilot one that steers too, and it works. It works, right? My buddy Zooey that works there. Yeah, it might not quite be in my lifetime, but shortly, you're just going to get in a car, tell it where to go, or type. Oh, you have to use the navigator, because I missed some of the first part of the first show, basically because there was 2 supercharged pit stops. One was 25 minutes, half hour. Yeah, basically a half hour. Like you only got 200 and some odd miles.
Didn't
right?
one of the pit stops, like someone went and cut all of the chargers off?
Well, that worked. And then to be honest, yeah, gas probably would have been more expensive, but like the kilowatt per hour on the strip where I got charged was like, oh, there's different prices depending where you're getting the energy, right? And yeah, that wasn't free. It wasn't just, you're putting $20 in or $15 in instead of like $100 to fill your tank. But
You're only going so far too.
well, my one friend was like, dude, if you're trying to get there somewhere in a hurry, don't get the Tesla. Like, right? But oh, there was a selection of cars, and I took the opportunity. I was like, I haven't driven one. Fuck yeah. I don't care if we have to stop or whatever. Well, yeah, that was kind of, yeah, I missed fucking most of the first set, basically because we were stopped getting energy.
Yeah, I don't remember what city it was, but a bunch of copper thieves cut all the chargers off the Tesla's chargers,
Well,
all
I
of
mean,
them.
from here to Vegas is kind of like the desert, but because my other friend was like, dude, sometimes there's lines and you can't even get on. No, they had these spots right off the freeway that had like, God, I don't know how many, 20, 30 of them, and there'd be like one or two people there. And even on the strip in Vegas at the Ling or wherever they had the one, yeah, there was maybe half the slots were full because they charge you an
So
idle rate. Like, so like if you just put it on the charger and left, the in waited a couple hours to come back, then you pay like some idle rate. Like it's a weird thing. Like you plug it in, you don't pay for it. It's all like automatically knows your car and just charges you.
so I took a bunch of Ubers in Vegas, and I noticed that a lot of them were like electric vehicles, mostly Teslas. There's
Well,
one
I
of
would
these
say this. Like
Polster or something. It was
I'm
a new
if I
car.
was if I was serious, which I'm not at the moment, economics aren't like, yeah, I'm going to buy a new
Glad.
car, right? But I see that Volkswagen has a fully electric car, BMW has one, all these other cars. Yeah, like this was a brand new Tesla. And even if you had the window all the way rolled up, there was a little bit of window noise. The door, like that thing is put together kind of chintzy, right? Okay,
Um,
suspension seems to work decent and it steers, but like I already know, the thing about a BMW one that okay cost more, but might be worth more in a resale thing because yeah, that I've seen cars
Road
close enough
noise.
like Tesla
oh
over the years,
shit!
they fall apart and start to like be what they are. That's a pretty cheap car, dude.
Did you guys hear about Pontiac coming back?
Oh,
They took a full page ad out in Motor Trend magazine, and they were like, "All right, we're coming back." I know
yeah.
it's been a long time, and they're like,
That's just a
they're,
And the
GM
first
brand.
car's gonna be a GTO.
no,
Yeah,
no,
I
it's the
mean,
it's the Firebird. The ad was the
Or the
screaming chicken and
Tempest.
shit.
yeah, but
Or
like
Tempest.
one thing, Pontiac was like a company that was itself and went under, and then it's coming back. That's just GM like
Yeah, it's just
rebranding.
promotions, but the Firebird
Rebranding.
coming back's pretty
I
cool,
mean,
right?
okay,
Like
they'll put a different
Dodge
sticker
is getting
kit
rid
and
of
a
the
slightly
Charger.
different body on a current
So
model.
the
Trent,
Dodge 170 supposedly was the send off for that generation of motor, combustion motor. Um, now
Whether
they're
we
like,
like it or not,
but the
it's happening that like gas combustion motors are on the decline. It's only like a matter of time. Like
yeah, but
electric cars are coming whether you like it or not.
This Pontiac has a 600 horsepower engine with electric. It's like a hybrid, pretty much, with a 600 horsepower engine. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean,
I
But all
seen
right,
a
I gotta go.
600 gas horsepowered engine, and the electric engines actually added another 200 horsepower to it.
well,
There's cars. There's
here's
supercars
some
with
things I
boost
learned
and
driving an
electric boost.
electric car. Right? Oh, it was 109 in Vegas. in Nevada. It's like burning hot, right? So you got to have the air on full, and you got like when you go look at where your consumption went, right? There's a graph. Oh, how much miles driving? But then when you really look at the other percentages, yeah, using the AC, oh, charging your phone, every bit of power you're using is
Yeah.
coming out of
Yeah.
that battery. So like if you want to get the most miles, yeah, you turn off the AC, you probably get like 25 more miles if you do this or do that. Because yeah, all those other things are using power. Okay. Yeah, like computer power is computer power. Even navigating, it lists them all. Like some of them are fractions, but then they all add up where I realized, oh, why didn't I get the 283 miles it said I could get? Because like 30 miles got eaten up by accessories.
AC.
AC mainly, because yeah, AC is no joke. In a gas
Also,
car, you get less mileage when you have your AC on, but the way it works is different. Meaning the engine and is creating the engine revolutions, the belts, all that. An electric car, the AC is coming straight out of the battery. Like, like that's it. There's the car, it's not using anything else. Now, I imagine they
all right,
can
I gotta get
design
out of here.
things where
Good
they
night, guys.
use the wind and the inertia that the engine
Later,
creates
Smash.
to harvest power back. I mean, because like in Formula One, yeah, they harvest power from braking, from turning, because they can G forces are ultimately energy, and if you have the right tech, you can convert G forces into power. And that's enough for me. It was enjoyable. Like I say, yeah, if I had a bunch of money right now and be like whatever, I'd be like, yeah, where do I sign? I want one. So wait, Captain, weeks and going by, and you're still in Thailand. Like, when are you coming home?
Mm, next week.
That's what you said. I guess you just
Well, what happened is I was supposed to have a doctor's appointment in Bangkok. Okay. And then I couldn't get an appointment for a time I was leaving. And I was having a bit of trouble selling some of the items here. And I'm just not going to leave, you know, a couple $1,000 just sitting out on the curb.
and I imagine
So
some of why you're having trouble selling the items is, oh, and you're not the
no
first
one's got money.
that, plus you're not the first foreign person that has to leave and needs to sell his items quick. And so, yeah, they're probably going to lowball you just off of that circumstance,
Well,
right? I mean, that's how people
I
are.
sold my refrigerator last night and they literally came and picked it up last night. I wanted them to pick it up today at like 6 p.m. But they run a house for children here in Thailand through the Christian church. So I had it marked down to 6,000 baht. I had a Thai guy offer me 2,000 and I told him, don't insult me.
Yep.
And I ended up selling it to the children's home for 3,600 baht. So I got $100 out of it.
Yeah, in my own personal experience this year, because when I shut down my other house, I have a Connex with like whatever I consider value. A lot of it's like, oh, I have 3 2-ton split minis. I have really basically new, hardly unused 1-ton window jobs, like ACs, which, oh, I could probably list on OfferUp and sell. And I have some other stuff that I kept basically because I could the reason I haven't put up the ads or done any of that is, yeah, I really hate that negotiating with people. I don't even want to have to deal with that because I know, yeah, people that
I spent
put
3
up ads.
days
I get
waiting for.
negotiating and all that, but I don't like doing it. Like usually
I
I'm the guy that
spent.
goes, okay, sure, just give me nothing. And because I don't like
Hey,
to play that game.
We don't play that.
So I'm
yeah,
like,
well,
yeah,
I had 3 people make appointments, and then they never called, never texted, and never
yeah.
showed up.
Well,
And
I
it
hate
really
people
last
do
night
that.
it was like, hey, if you want it, I got it marked at 6,000 baht, but because what your guys are doing, 3,600 baht, get it out of here.
yeah, I mean, the bottom line on
And
this than anything, when
that's
you
it.
open yourself up to like the whole public, right, whether it's selling something or whatever,
It's been
yeah,
my
you
whole
try
life.
and find out, yeah, people suck, like period. And oh, yes,
Yeah.
there's like a percentage of people that don't suck, but yeah, they're far and few between when it comes to like certain things. Like, yeah, my one good friend Jordan, uh, yeah, he used to be a cannabis grower. Even then is when because of that TV show that had the bid on storage things, he watched that shit and then found out there was a bunch of them around here. This is years ago. He's now like turned it into a career job where like there's a company that does estate sales for people, but then he's far like because he offered it up or whatever, they'll do an estate sale for a weekend and then it's over. Whatever shit's still there, he comes in, oh, and it's on their dime, gets it hauled out of there. But a lot of times the things that are left, like God, he must have 5 golf carts that all look like, yeah, that's look, but they need this or they need that, which golf carts aren't that hard to fix, right? I mean, ultimately it's an electric motor thing. It's not fucking that complicated. You learn how to work on them, you learn how to order the parts. It's all simple. And yeah, and then he can fix those. And he's basically became like Sanford and Son in a way. You go to his house, that's the part at his house because yeah, not everything sells. It's hard to fucking gotta place a lot of ads, but over time, oh yeah, he's picked up things that are like, yeah, good value, like fucking for next to nothing or free because that's just especially here in SoCal, people just yeah, they just liquidate. They fucking don't want things. Like even where I'm at now, where our shop's
That's
at,
everywhere.
over the last 10 years we've been here, when we first came here, there was auto shops and different industrial things here. And then all the empty land, there's got to be like 7 of them now. Even right next door, they're just finishing another 4-story, same brand that's like a block away, storage unit. Like it seems like in our area, the more you build of those, that's like an instant. Yep, they sell out the fucking spots, and it's just pure profit, right? And yeah, there's a couple brands, you stored, and this other one. They have different facade colors, but like over the last 10 years, they just built one after another on this one area here of
I
storage
love
unit places, big ones, 4-story ones, and like I try to avoid having a storage unit, but if I did get one, even if you had to pay more, it would have to be one that you could drive up to. There's no way I'm gonna fucking go up 4 flights of fucking elevator on a cart and have a storage unit inside one of those places.
yeah, what the fuck is up with that?
I, but if you go to get a storage
What are you
place,
talking
oh, they
about?
charge you a lot more to have any of the spots that are accessible that way, and those are hard to find because yeah, there's a lot of people that want those, so those are all rented up. And the next thing you know, they're like, yeah, we got one on the 3rd floor down at that corner there. And I've helped people move out of things like that where I'm like, holy shit, this is bullshit, dude. You got fucking elevators only so big. They have these whatever carts. But yeah, that's a pain in the ass, dude. And you're paying good money for it.
I've always wanted to be a one of the, like, take three of those storage lockers, say in the middle of a big long row of them, cut a hole in each wall, set up grow rooms in each of them.
Back in the day, people did that, but
Did that.
and like, hey, I knew people that thought like the people that did this, I didn't like wasn't involved in it. One person I know rented some old, like bought an old like 12 or 16 unit uh motel, like that had the drive up little rooms, right? And it had two sides. And yeah, they never rented the rooms on the one side. They turned that into a grow, and then they rented these rooms. It was like a low dive fucking
Exactly.
place. And I remember those same cats were thinking of buying a storage facility to do the same thing because yeah, like all right, you rent all the ones here, and then you have a section there. Oh, there's a plenty of ideas where you had a business, and then you like that was back in the day where you had to be creative, setting up sizable grows outside of residential houses, right? Well, when I first started growing, apartments and houses was really garages, but uh, there were people that way back then that figured out ways to get bigger space. You had to sometimes get creative with a cover, basically.
What the hell?
Well, I was looking at it here in Thailand, and it was like they have an abundance of closed up hotels, and every room has its own air conditioner, and it's basically a 15 by 15 room
With plumbing,
or
with a sink and a drainage, and it has
an
everything you need.
exhaust area.
Yeah.
It's got a window for exhaust.
And like along especially the desert highways and or just different places in our country, you see them. There's like decrepit where they're no longer in business. It's just empty, right? And they sell for whatever. And or there's ones that stay in business even though they're like so outdated and whatever, and barely have anyone stay at it because
Like
when you're on
that.
the road, there's all the Motel 6s and the this and the that. And I noticed when you stay at motels, the most common people who own them and run them, at least in my area, are people from India, right? Like somehow
Whoa.
they bought some shit fucking motel that's seen better days, and then they manage it and live there and make a living, basically.
No, what they do is every 4 to 6 years is they take that business, sell it to a relative in India, and they get to move over.
Yeah. Well,
That's what they do.
Certain nationalities like gravitate to certain businesses, at least in California. I noticed, like, uh, and a lot of India people end up owning motels, basically. Now, Cap, I would tell you this. You're getting on a flight and you got to land somewhere in the United States. I would land in the United States on Thursday in Las Vegas because like Ken and my buddy, my brother, they paid $70 one night on Cash or Trade for a $450 ticket. And on the first night, there was free tickets, miracles, because the bottom fell out on the ticket thing. right? Like you could
Yeah.
go to Counter Trade, StubHub, uh, SeatGeek, whatever, and there's the people that have tickets are basically make an offer, take anything, and yeah, like
Okay.
the only other problem is the expense in Vegas is room rates and resort fees. That's part of the room rate, and how much
Cultural hotel.
food costs, everything. Like I've been going to Vegas since fucking early '80s for a lot of reasons. It's gone through a lot of different changes.
Huh.
Gambling used to be the only thing they offered, and everything else they did was a way to get you there to gamble, right? Whether it was the buffets, the free food, the free rooms, whatever, right? They don't give nothing away anymore. And
No.
gambling, no. You look at the floor, the slot machines are basically empty. Yeah, they have a little, because people go there for a lot of other reasons. Designer shopping. Oh, designer food. Literally, all the best restaurants there are, all are there.
Why
Pick
can you
your like,
do
and medium size restaurants too. And a lot of people go, like when we used to go there, if you stayed at Caesars or you stayed at Blood, you probably never left that place for the 3, 4 days. You gambled there, you did everything. You didn't walk. The strip wasn't even a thing like that. Now you notice people just walk around and drink and fucking, it's like 90 degrees at night. They're just walking around drunk. Sky bridges connected, this huge thing. And most people just walk on the street, and this last weekend, 21,000's the Deadhead crowd. You didn't even there because 250,000 people went to this EDM thing that was like a few miles outside Vegas, but they all wander into like our show ended around midnight, around 2, 3, 4 in the morning. That's when all the freaks from the uh like EDM thing came, like where okay, I came from a dead show. There were a lot of people that were high in the usual, thing. Oh, when the EDM people came, they were lit. Like they were lit on a whole other level.
E-bombs?
A lot of the were like so scantily dressed, like they made the hookers look like they had a lot of clothes on. Okay. Well, one during the day it was like in the hot 105 and up, and it stays pretty hot even at night, right? So if you were at an EDM festival, even if it was in the evening into the night out in the
100.
desert, oh yeah, you didn't want much clothes on.
Nope.
And yeah,
If any.
different drugs really, or I don't even know.
MDMA.
Because one thing, it wasn't just all young people. Like I out of that 250,000 EDM people, shit, there were people
40
that
and 50-year-olds.
yeah, that were out there getting their freak on too, dude. It's like a
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
other like
It's an
Deadhead
old age.
burn
It's an
out
old
at this
age.
point. We already peaked, and we're just like what do you call it, a legacy thing or like whatever, right? But oh, that EDM shit, that's raw, that's current, that's happening. Those people are fucking.
MDMA. Like this is my. Where is it? I can find them.
But for anybody, like a lot of what the bloodbath on the tickets is because the price of tickets and the price of going really made it like an ish thing, and where a lot of people aren't able to attend it or would love to attend it, but oh, not for that money. Well, all of a sudden, when tickets are like a quarter of the price, and you can just pick and click, and boom, they transfer to your Ticketmaster account. Yeah, no one expected that because a month earlier, when Fish played there, the day of the show on those same sites, because yeah, the price of ticket really gets into the demand, right? Fish tickets were like $1,000 to $1,500. Like like a face was only whatever they were, but because there wasn't any, if you wanted them, you had to pay ridiculous.
Where the fuck is it?
People kind of thought that would be the way it would happen with the Dead Show, but no, the opposite happened. A bloodbath.
Mm.
Like I was driving, so I couldn't pull it off. I wish I did, because, well, ultimately I stayed at the Mirage with my buddy had a king suite there by himself, Weinberg. You know Weinberg, Cap.
Yeah.
The Mirage is being wrecking ball July 1st, flattened to the ground, to replace it with a brand new, whole new modern Hard Rock Cafe, which that sounds good, but like the project, in 2027 they're gonna open or some shit. You don't just build a place and fucking, or something like that. Maybe not that far away. No, that far away, like 3 years to build 30, right? But when the casino's slated like that, like I remember when the Bellagio was the hot fucking property, that atrium, everything was so fucking cool there. Or no, the Mirage, not the Bellagio, the Mirage. But now it's like, yeah, it's outdated. It wasn't bad, right? But it's outdated, but the rooms were a lot less money. And it's right across the street from the Venetian and then the Spear, so uh, that wasn't bad. And I'm like a notorious gambler that stopped gambling like maybe 4 or 5 years ago. I pretty much stopped. I mean, I've gambled a little tiny bit, but not serious. So on Friday night, I was all buzzed because each night I took something, and I was down in the casino watching the crap game and all these people for like an hour, and then I was like, the one table was $15 minimum, and I thought, all right, I got $60. That's 4 bets. I'm just gonna play that. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna play super conservative, which I did for the next 3 hours till the fucking sun was up. Where even if I had an opportunity to double, I might not, because I know that's what happens. Oh, you split and then you double. Now you got 4 bets out there, and even though she had a 6 showing, she flips over a 5 and a fucking king, and it's 21 and sweeps you, even though you had 20. I know how that shit goes. I was betting 15 at a time, and if I won, I put it in my stack. If I lost, I put out another 15, and played super conservative. This one lady I played with for hours, she owned a restaurant. She was all drunk, Japanese lady. She kept buying 500. One point she had a budget, but she would be, if she won, she would leave it out there. She was playing crazy. And then I watched her buy in.
Yeah.
But somehow, at the end of like the session at 50, I bought in for 60. I had 500. When I got to 500, I'm like, all right, that's it. I cashed it in. And then the next night after the show, we did the same thing, but I didn't want it. We were leaving at 3 a.m. So I didn't have like all this time. I played maybe for 1 hour, and then I got it up to 200. Right. So I won 140 more, and then basically came home. Tickets I didn't have to pay for tickets, but everything else, food, this, that, fuck, it cost money to go. Yeah, I had $100 more than I left with. I was like, all right, that's fucking great. If that can happen every weekend, right? Perfect. Other than I've been a gambler since way back. Yeah, no, that's not how it works.
Okay, can I answer the question that you originally brought up like 20 minutes ago, bud?
Sure.
Okay. Coming from Thailand to get to Las Vegas is kind of fucked up, especially when I have to also fly to Cleveland. So that's like 3 extra planes. So
Here's
that's
the
not
deal.
going to
You
happen.
have to
Wait a
avoid.
second, Bud. Wait a second. My friend who I first came to Thailand with is over here doing another project for UNLV, and he won't be back home to Las Vegas for another 4 more weeks. And that's my free place to stay. And the person that I experienced a death with, and the person that I went to Amsterdam with for the first time. So I'm going to wait till he gets back,
Well, that's
and
perfect. I was just
I'm
gonna say to
going to
you,
come out
you have till
in about a
mid-August. They extended it like another 4 weeks or 3 weeks to mid-August. And then, yeah, as long as you get there in that time, man, it's well worth it. I can't even
so
begin to tell
getting
you.
to getting to San Diego, okay? Because if I was to go to San Diego, one of the long layovers is in Las Vegas. Most of the layovers are in Las Vegas. So I could come out to see you in San Diego and
I'm here,
just pick
except on
one
the
of the
weekend.
extended you know
Mhm.
flight on the way back and go catch a show then. But I'm going to be coming out to see you probably in about 2 weeks, three
Yeah, well,
weeks.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then like this week, I got home at 10:15 in AM because we left at 3 in the morning after the show. We partied for like a few hours and then we drove because you don't want to be on Sunday around checkout time. Oh, it takes extra couple hours. It's bumper to bumper, right? So you leave at 3 in the morning, clear shot. So that's what we did. So yeah, that's my schedule. I leave like by 10 in the morning on Thursday, get there in time for the show Thursday night, and then come home Saturday after the show for the next 3.5 months. Yeah. It was fun this time. It's probably gonna get old after a while. Like even this weekend, I'm contemplating not going. Friends coming and this and all these reasons I should go. It's Memorial Day weekend, and that's like a holiday where Vegas is like, that's a big holiday for Vegas. All the
That's
Yahoo,
my birthday weekend, by the way.
where I'm like, yeah, do I like even the drive and just the whole thing? I'm like, yeah, maybe I don't want to go, but we'll see.
There,
I'll
there's a
be
really good jam band festival in Ohio that weekend. That's where I'll be.
tonight. I don't see hardcore around. I don't think
Billy played there.
he doesn't live by the Twin Cities, right? He lives north. But yeah, Billy just finished a shredder at Minnesota and wherever. It was good.
I gotta jump off,
Look,
guys. Everybody have a great night.
All right, D. Good seeing you.
okay.
And don't forget, everybody, uh, tune in tomorrow for the safety meeting, 12 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Cheers, everybody in chat. Hope everyone has a great night. Good night, everybody.
So yeah, I'm gonna wait till my friend gets back from well, he's
Well,
clear on the other side of Thailand by Burma over on that side. He's doing something for UNLV. I don't know exactly what it is. They had him in Ghana like for three months just a month ago. So I don't know what he's been doing for UNLV, but I'm gonna wait till he gets back, and then we're gonna go to a show again. We haven't been to a show since 2001 other ones. And we hit like 2 or 3 shows then.
Well, the Sphere is like, I mean, forget who plays there. It doesn't even matter. The level of technology, the level of total immersion into this visual thing that's like pictures and video that no, that that don't do it really justice. You have to be in there. Even that you don't see any ducting, any sign of air. It's this giant spear. But like, and I've been to a lot of concerts when there's 20,000 people, there's a certain amount of body heat and human heat. Somehow during the whole time, it's like you're in this like weird, I don't even know how all that fresh air gets around, but it's like the perfect controlled environment. Yeah, it's gnarly what they can do with the LEDs. I'll tell you one thing, each night
Yeah.
when you leave, you come outside and it seems like you're in the fog, like other than as clear as a bell and hot in Vegas, because 3 hours of like I don't know how many million, billion maybe LEDs and the flash, like all that your eyes are like, or your whole being is like absorb two more info than is like normally. Yeah, like it's like whatever. If you look at a screen too long, it's not like a headache. It's more like, yeah, you're like in a fog. It clears up after
Overload.
minutes, but yeah, it leaves you like, holy shit. Technology is pretty crazy at this point.
I've gone to shows and haven't been able to hear shit when I leave, but my ears weren't ringing like
Well,
it was a bad loud
it
sound. It was
takes
just like really
this is like this
clear and
weird
loud.
sound system. Like there's no PA, there's no like huge amount of amp, like whatever. I see where the like tweeter bars and it's like very small, but small doesn't mean it isn't high fidelity, right? And they're able to separate there's no bandwidth crossover where a lot of times in bands, yeah, the couple guitar players, they're in the same bandwidth, so sometimes it's hard to decipher their sound.
Who's who?
This is perfectly separated, like every little nuance of everybody is, and it's loud, but not like with power. There's no umph. There's umph, but not like where in the other old PA systems, when there's an ump, that there's air moving. That's like poof, like there's air being moved by the power in the system. This system isn't like that, but it's so clear that you're like, holy shit, I've never heard live music like that. It's crazy. Well, I thought they spent 2 billion when they said 1 billion, but like, oh no, it was first projected to be 1 billion when they announced the idea, but by the time they finished it, they spent 5 billion. And oh yeah, it's 5 billion worth of tech shit, dude. Holy fuck. Now they charge $8 for a cup of water and $56 for a shot.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Good
No,
thing
and
I
there's
don't drink.
no cigarette smoking section. Non-smoking place. So they like, okay, I smoke cigarettes, and that's where a lot of people congregate and also smoke weed at the break and whatever. But this place doesn't have that. But Vegas, you can walk around and smoke any, like, wait, so your venue, you don't like, I get that you can't smoke in the Sphere. Okay, I get that. Fuck, you
You
spent $5
don't have a
million.
little section outside
Yeah,
though for us
like
to
all
go
venues
stand
do.
in.
And especially Vegas, that like I get in some places in California, there's cities like Encinitas, the surf town. They have signs everywhere you walk on the street, signs. The cigarette smoking is banned in Encinitas, and you can get a $500 fine, right? I mean, so
It's
there's
good.
places that are crazy like that, but Vegas isn't one of them. But yeah, no smoking. Even if you had, yeah, I had the right credentials. Nope, they don't have a smoking section. And if you leave the property, there's no in and out.
That's it.
And when you right when you have a ticket, if you read the fine print, you've agreed that when you came in, even though it's just like a normal like metal detector thing, they scan your ticket and you go in, they've done a facial recognition on you. And yeah, they have facial recognition on you.
So does Walmart.
They can pick you right out of the crowd smoking that joint.
Well, I smoked the whole time, but I was up front and like we were careful with it. And they seemed to like there were people puffing here and there, keeping it low pro, which is fine. Like that's cool as long as they're not like super aggressive. A lot of people were hitting. I didn't bring any, even though I have access to them. Have one an actual good rosin pod, but like vape pen pods and shit. Those would be yeah, that would be a good thing there. Well, no
That would
security.
be my
Like
nicotine.
the next night, I realized, well, okay, I ain't paying $8 for a cup of water, right?
Yeah.
Um, but when you come
Go
in, if you
fill up
have,
in the
I bought two
bathrooms.
bottles I bought smart water because I like the shape and it's more than the small bottle and a bunch of stuff in my pockets and all that. They don't. Then the next 2 nights, they don't. No, you walk through something. Yeah, they don't search you. So you can just bring in whatever. And
Yeah,
people figured that out and did. Like, like, oh, they don't care if you, it wasn't even like, oh, it has to be a sealed bottle. Or no, just come in.
I'm sure there's people just walking in with open beers.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the vibe there. I mean, what I
You're allowed
realized,
to
Vegas,
drink on the streets. What the hell?
that's that when I was talking about people just walk around on the strip, that's like this huge thing, right? That's what people do. They don't gamble. They walk around and get drunk, right? There's only two cities I know of that have like public drinking like that. New Orleans and Las Vegas. There might
Yep.
be some other ones, and I don't know, but yeah, you can walk with an open container and buy another drink from the guy right there. You can be as drunk as well. I guess there's a point of intoxication you can't be, but no, basically, shit face is okay on the street. Most
Welcome to
cities,
Thailand. The whole
you're not
country's
allowed
that way.
like some cities, yeah, if you're even intoxicated in public, they can arrest you. Vegas is weird. Like I've been going there fuck forever and I hate that place.
Oh,
Even the
and another,
one
I
night
had,
I was with my brother, we went to this exhibit that was
okay,
in the Venetian,
build
right?
it up.
And the Venetian's like this big fucking place with restaurant row, all this. And then we were trying to go down to the show, be there at 5:30 when the GA goes in. And so we walked where we thought was the right way, then asked the security guy, okay, I'm trying to get the spear. How do I go? And he's like, okay, you go down here and then you go and turn at this place. Okay. So then we did that, got to a certain point, like, oh, fuck, what the fuck? I don't know where this guy's telling us to go. Ask another security. He's like, oh, no, no, no. You need to go down this way and go over here. After like, I think it was 3 different people. And finally I realized, oh, exit 5. We ended up going down the stairs of this weird thing and popping out on the street, right? Um, yeah, those security guards, their job isn't to actually direct you out of the casino. Like they know if you keep walking around, chances are you're gonna like gamble. And they just keep sending you in this maze. Like the building isn't meant to leave. Okay. It's meant to keep you in there. And the people that can direct you to leave, that their job isn't to say, yeah, yeah, you just go right there and you're out. No, they send you on this fucking maze where you're stuck in the place. Fuck Vegas.
So yeah, I want to go out and see my friend because him marrying a Thai girl and her moving back to the States and taking a job with US immigrations, uh they pretty much called him up and said, hey, listen, you're talking to this person. Uh Maybe you should stop talking to him because he's a convicted drug felon. He's this, he's that, he's this, he's that. And his conversations to you are about cannabis. So basically, we haven't really talked since 2016. So this is going to be like, shit, 8 years I haven't seen him. And I mean, we went to Amsterdam many times together. We've gone to shows and shit.
Well, if you work
We
for
did all the early
immigration,
breeding. We did all the early breeding
work for the
together.
cops, like at that point, yeah,
Yeah.
when you work for the cops, that they keep track of your relationships and who this shit is. Yeah.
Oh
No,
yeah,
no,
they
thank
told him
you.
go and clear back to normal.
Especially today with all this technology, I can't imagine like what a background check or an extensive background check, like how much shit they can come up with on each person. Hey, Flora, what's happening?
Hey, I don't know.
That kind
Just
of
kind of tired.
roboted
Watching. I was on roboting.
A little bit.
just a little bit.
Well, I have the world's shittiest internet connection. Let me see here. What do I got? Oh, I only got one bar. I'm going to restart my phone, and I'll be right back
All right.
so I can get
All
some more bars. Be right back.
Good, good.
So tomorrow evening, I drop off my truck.
You got the
There.
registration shit figured out yet?
No, no, I'm just going to take care of that when I get back. Talk to my friend's uncle and get it taken care of that way. But I found someone that's going to store it and use it a little bit for free.
Well, if you plan on going back there
So,
in the near future, or keeping the truck,
yeah,
yeah. If you sell it, next thing you go back there, you're like, damn, fuck, I should never have sold that truck to buy another one at this.
that breaks down.
Even in it out here, used trucks are like even ones that would be considered beaters all the way up. Oh, they have like the hugest resale value. That's like the most demand thing people want are trucks. And
Yeah, you could have, if you seen the video when I walked over towards it, you could tell that I've been sideswiped a couple times here on the streets. And one time I went over a 9 or 10 inch curb off the side of a freeway going off the side of a mountain.
I
So
remember that.
I kind of bent the running board on the one side. It's raised enough so I didn't scrape anything underneath, but thank
Seems like it's
God
some
it's four-wheel
character,
drive.
like old or used trucks. Yes, have character. Like if they didn't have that, then yeah, like that's part of how. That's part of to me. Like yeah, a truck. If someone used it as a truck, should have
Yeah,
like some character to it, right? Especially if it's how many years old is it? It's not anything new, right?
it's an '04.
Oh, that's pretty new, but still, that's
It
20 years
it's a
old, so it's got some character. And I think side swipes in Thailand probably pretty normal, right?
yeah, yeah.
Getting
Well, I
better.
remember when I spent time living in New York, cars there, it was more common. Even there was like this added bumper thing because like seemed like people not always sideswipe, but they like bumped into each other. Like in California, oh no, you barely touch a car, it's a fucking accident. People report you for insurance for a scratch.
Is this any better?
Yeah,
I
way
got two
better.
bars instead of one. I had barely one bar. Now I have two and a half. It keeps bouncing between two and three, so it
Even
should be better.
tonight, with when I was watching the stream, I never have any little glitches. And
What are we looking at? Is that
when I
a
was in Vegas, which I don't know, Vegas, my phone had some spots that weren't good. I didn't I isn't there something where we've had all these solar flares or we're in some
that's
orbit
good.
thing that's affecting that the tech? I heard that. I don't know how true it is.
What the heck kind of model is that?
It's a Goa Bobby. It's a sports rider. It's the predecessor to the Fortuna. But this was a truck because that's all high.
Is it as long as a Forerunner?
Yeah,
It's like
but
That's your truck,
it's a 3.0 turbo EFI diesel engine.
but
It's a
it has seats.
fucking
I thought
tank.
you had like a bed. Where's the bed?
No,
No bed.
no, I called it truck. It's a SUV, I guess, one of the first ones.
But you can put
But
some stuff in the back, right? That it has like a
oh
little bit,
yeah,
and you can
it's
fold the
got
seats down and even put more, right?
it's got a big back seat. The front
like leather.
seats you can put them all the way back, and they recline all the way back. So the front seats are actually real comfortable to sleep in. There's another row of seats, and then I have a little storage area back there.
Well, I wouldn't sell that, especially if it's
Yeah, thing's legit.
mechanically sound and all that, because
I
yeah, that's
just
why it costs you a lot to replace, right?
I
I've never heard. Never
rebuilt
heard of
the
it.
clutch.
That's crazy.
Yeah, this is an Asian only model, and it
How
goes
is the
zero
diesel?
to 100. It
Is the
goes
diesel?
0 to 100 really quick.
But how's the fuel economy on the diesel? Is it a lot better?
Well, it's got a turbo on it, and I drive it like I stole it. So I really couldn't tell you
But
because
the
I
gas
don't
or
I don't look at that here.
fuel's not like super jacked up, like around here it's like it's back to
Uh,
like $5 a gallon. It's I don't think we're ever going far below that.
I
Any
just I just had to put a little bit of gas in my bike, and that would have cost $4.50 a gallon. But my diesel fuel is like three something a gallon. So I've been driving the shit out of my truck because my bike's been parked for
so
almost a week now.
is it that that price of fuel is probably why most people have scooters and things like that rather than cars, because that's
Yep.
pretty expensive for the Thai economy to pay that much for fuel, right?
Yep. But you also have to understand that there are no 8-liter vehicles here unless they're like dump trucks. Everything here is, 1.4 liter to maybe the 3.4 liter area. And
Yeah,
that's
Well,
that sounds like
basically it.
sounds a lot like Europe.
is all the
Yeah.
fuel imported? Like you guys don't make any fuel yourself, so
No, no, it's
buy
all
from China or
imported.
Saudi Arabia or Russia or wherever.
Actually, the diesel that I'm running is not really diesel. It's bioorganic diesel is what I'm running it. They call it B9 or B8 now.
I think it's B9. Yeah, that's biodiesel sold here in California also. Most of the they'll say have a B something rating, but
I'd probably get like 15 miles per gallon in that truck.
you don't have to drive
But
far, do you?
yeah, well, 157 kilometers can take you 4.5 hours. So, not going far is still a long time to be driving, and it eats gas. But
Last week,
you also have 50-gallon barrels along the side of the road with a pump, and the guy sits there and pumps out gallons of gas for you.
yeah, last week when I chose the new Tesla, but I also could have. I think it was like a 280. It was like a brand new kind of SUV Mercedes thing that I remember him saying it had turbo too. It was like a premium car, but my 20 years, my buddy runs the Avis place, and the guy that owns it, my friend too. So like I can rent whatever economy rate, and they'll let me pick whatever, right?
Wow.
He told me, yeah, you can take that one, 8 miles per gallon. I'm like, oh no, fuck that. I'm driving fucking Vegas and back. 8 miles a
Sounds
gallon,
like
no
your
matter how
car.
cool the car is, how comfortable it is. No, I couldn't.
Yeah, I
Fuck
couldn't
that.
afford the gas in that.
Yeah. But like, yeah, some of these cars that are so fucking cool, uh,
No gas
yeah,
mileage.
they have like crazy, yeah, under 10 miles a gallon. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, nope. I'm like environmentals and heart, so you can't if you drive something like that, then you're not. You got to do your part.
Hey, my vet only got about 6 or 7 miles per gallon, but that was
Yeah, I understand
427.
you. All right. And hey, if it's a car you just take out on the weekend to do your
Yep.
cruise, it's like that. But if it's your daily driver, you're doing whatever amount of miles, I don't know. Then yeah, in today's world, you got to do your part. Even my car still gets like 17, 18, sometimes 20 miles a gallon. But
Well, the reason why I put
I
money
got
into
cars
my
that get 40
grandma's
miles a
car,
gallon.
I was still getting 25 and 26 miles per gallon on a 96 Crown Vic. And the body was in perfect shape until I had to put it in between the car sideways in the fast lane on the guardrail. Fucking idiots. No lights on, sideways at nighttime. raining on the freeway. Couldn't go right. There was cars coming up on the right. I would have pushed them off a 15 to 20-foot embankment.
Your car variety, is it mostly like Hyundai, Kia, and Toyota?
No, my car, what, here in Thailand?
Your personal stuff, but like what you see on the roads.
What, here? Toyota.
Yeah.
A
Toyota's the
Toyota,
primary car you see?
yeah.
Well, isn't there Chinese brands of cars, right?
Yeah, but you don't see those here.
Oh,
Be-
I heard that when like we get more
Thailand
advanced,
thinks they're cheap.
the electric car market matures. Yeah, China has like a whole. Yeah, they plan on selling electric cars and have a whole thing built up.
You can buy a small, well, it's not really a small truck. It's basically like the truck across the street. It's got a gas engine and they have one that has an electric engine, and you can buy that for like $6,000-7,000 from China. You'd be surprised at the stuff you can buy out of China that's like toy quality material.
Yeah. Well, no, I
You
mean
know,
they're going to raise their game. I mean, I guess make a car similar to Tesla or whatever.
actually, China has a electric car graveyard that has thousands of electric cars that are done with. They don't know what to do with them.
Well, wait,
But
don't we have the same thing happening
there's
here?
thousands of them.
I mean, let's
Yeah,
say
I don't know about Chinese electric cars. Like I was working at a bus company in Coachella Valley a
It's
few
like
years back.
40, 50
Back in
ounces of silver in them.
Yeah, back in 2019, I was working at this bus company, and they had this brilliant idea that they were going to order a bunch of electric buses and replace their CNG buses. And man, they came with more problems than it was worth. The batteries weren't lasting as long because like it gets like 120 in Coachella Valley in the summer, like in August and July, and so it was just fucking zap those batteries. They couldn't keep them cool enough, so these things like a little turtle would pop up on the light on the dash, put them in turtle mode, like 10 miles an hour. They were breaking down, like you can't tow them, you have to like have a big flatbed, right? Like
No free wheel.
but
and when it came time to get parts, some of the parts were like on a 2 to 3 year wait to get the parts because there's only that one bus company in China that makes those buses. Nobody else makes aftermarket parts for them, like Ford or Chevy cars or something.
Well, my friend in Aruba has a Ford truck that's here, that was made here in Thailand. He can't get parts for it, even though they're basically the same parts as the Ford Ranger. He can't get
Mhm.
parts for it in the States. I have to get him parts here in Thailand and and take to him. I'm taking him some fuel sensors and stuff like that this last time.
yeah,
So all my festivals in Ohio at like Buckeye Lake, which is Dark Star Jubilee, Goose's Festival, all those festivals are now free to me for the whole time I'm back again.
that saves a lot of money. But back to what Flora
I
was saying.
fixed his,
Yeah,
but I fixed his truck 3 times now for him.
yeah.
Those buddies.
What Flora was saying is, yeah, that sounds like an industry in its early stages, and like so many years from now, there's no question that it's gonna, mature and you know,
Yeah, so they had two types of buses before they decided they were going to buy these electric buses. We had some hydrogen buses,
yeah,
hydrogen powered,
I
and then
see
the
that around
CNG.
my town.
Well, if you go down there, I was just down there. I don't work for them anymore, but I was just down there and check it out just for the hell of it. Last week I drove down there. They don't have a single electric bus in the fleet anymore. Those buses, that's only 2019. They got them brand new, already done.
They
Right?
still use them, but when I first in 1980 started hanging out and living in San Francisco City, they have the buses that are electric, but there
Yeah,
they
those
have
are the wire.
cables, and then they hook the thing on. And I can
Yeah,
remember like
those type of buses work, but
and the
this was
thing
pure
would come on,
batteries.
and the bus driver would be all pissed off and muttering and shit, and get out and put the thing back on. It would be sparking and shit, and that was 40 years ago, 44 years ago, when I first seen those buses there. They still use that. Like
Yeah. Well, they have that in Seattle. We had that in New Orleans when I was a kid. Like the trolleys in New Orleans ran off of that too. Same cable
yeah,
system.
well, the trolley there is more like a first action. But it mechanically runs like, you know, they built that thing fucking 100 years ago. But the electric bus thing, when San Francisco had that, oh, that was like way like that was no. I went to a lot of cities over those years. I never saw another city had anything like that at that time.
Yeah, Seattle had pretty expansive, like in the late
Even the
80s,
first
90s,
time I
like that
rode the
cable
BART,
system. Stuff.
I felt like I was in the Jetsons. It was like it was the most modern thing. It was so cool, especially when you went under the fucking Bay Bridge, and 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 it seemed fast and all this. Now I look at the BART because they basically, yeah, the same BART is running, right? It looks like so old, so beat up. I don't even know if I feel safe in that fucking thing. They got a
That's
lot of
one.
use out of BART.
Yeah, you're right.
That's
It's an industry that has to mature, is what it ultimately comes down to.
Hey, Peter is this guy, this German guy that owned the go-kart shop that basically was my sponsor, and yeah, for all these years. And then basically, I think it was around 2009 when the economic thing changed. He shut down the go-kart shop and all this. And I forget the name of the. So here we have the Sprinter and the, what's the one on the coast? They're like trains. And then because he had a certification from this German company that makes the AC uh, systems for these trains, which is pretty elaborate. That's what's up on top. Yeah, that's what he started doing. I forget. Oh my god, they pay him so much, and basically he uh, does the maintenance on the AC units for the San Diego train system. But it's really because he's certified. I forget the name of the company, but it's like a German company that makes industrial shit, including ACs, like industrial level. Yeah, he has the, yeah. Cause I remember going, dude, I'll take a job for that much. Dude, you have to be certified by the company in Germany. He had that done before he ever moved here and got into go kart racing shop. And then he fell back on that, and yeah, lucrative job.
Yep.
And I mean,
The
basically,
guy I bought my bike from was an airplane engine or jet engine mechanic for Emirates here in Bangkok.
oh,
And
yeah,
then I flew up with a guy that was a helicopter engine mechanic. And he gets called from here in Shanghai because he's also a coffee uh, plantation owner that I've tried to get out to his farm, but they fly him to like Phuket, Bangkok, all over Thailand, all over Asia, fixing helicopters.
Phuket is a strange word. Looks like fuck it.
I was talking to my mom, and she actually heard one of the 2Ks last night. And it even to our ears, it sounds like fuck you or fuck me. And my mom got to hear it, and she laughed her ass off.
You smoking anything, Captain?
I just got done with some Pluto S1. I showed a nice big heady piece
Yeah, you
of it
showed
a
that to
little
us.
bit ago.
Showed that to us last
Yeah.
week. Shelf.
No, this is a new batch. I've already smoked that shit. This is another 30 grams for the next 7 days.
So these guys, I'm assuming they're people just like you and I just grow, right? If
Yeah.
your shop only buys 50 grams at a time or something, you said, does that mean that those guys are they allowed to go to other shops and sell their products? Because obviously you're gonna have more than 50 grams.
Well, like, yeah, these guys don't just deal with one place, they deal with multiple places. The bud that I showed you here, the permanent marker, the Pluto, the Great Jubilee,
Yeah,
I'm
you're on
helping
the
the
latest
guys.
release.
I'm helping the guys switch from all organic to part bottle, part organic. And what he does, he charges, they get 450 baht for his stuff here in Chiang Rai. And what he does is he'll front a shop 20 grams, 30 grams at 250 baht a gram. And then when it sells, he gets paid. So that's what he does here. But because I helped him, mine's basically free, but I've only taken a total of 60 grams out of the whole harvest, which is 6 kilos. And he doesn't smoke. He doesn't smoke himself. So he doesn't have any idea of like how it really tastes or the quality. I get a lot of farmers coming into the shop. They understand that, I may be a little bit harsh on grading their cannabis, but at least I explain why to them. And I try to help them not have that problem the next time. So I get a lot of farmers that come in and show me pictures, what's going on with my plant. Uh, in the beginning stages, when this all first started, I was seeing a lot of 5, 6, 7, 8 foot tall plants, and they're like, why are they looking like they're praying and everything? And I go, well, how many times a day you water? And here they were overwatering the plants that were outdoors. And even indoor plants, they were overwatering. You don't have to water your plants twice a day.
Where do you think these guys are getting their knowledge from?
YouTube. And trial and error. And, like I said, when it was medical, you had a few people open up. But you never got to see anybody's garden. And then all of a sudden the laws changed and everybody's calling me up to go see their gardens now. And it's like, you know, everybody's growing
It was
and
in
they're sharing information. And that's a big
I mean,
thing
that's kind
is
of how
they're
it
now
was.
openly talking about it. Kind of like it was in 2000, 2001. That's when people started openly talking about
That's what I'm
cannabis.
saying. Like,
And that's when
in
I
the
first
kind of,
got on the
kind of,
forums.
kind of the same thing. Like on the forums in the back in the day, like people were posting pictures of soil and dirt and sometimes seed packs. And later, it wasn't like a little later, people were posting pictures of actual plants and buds and would have they actually
Oh, did I cut out?
have it's unstable, but disconnected me. Now I got one bar.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to put this phone in a different room. But no, I was just saying, like, it wasn't until like, really till medical that you were seeing pictures of people standing in front of their big plants, right? Like posting them on the
Yeah.
internet. Like before that, people weren't doing that.
No.
Too much trouble. So it's like the same thing, except it's a different time period. It's 20 years later or whatever, 10 years, 15 years later, 20 years later.
When I moved over
But it's
here,
happening over there.
I actually threw out probably about 40 some pictures from my first harvest I ever had. But I did keep the pictures that were used for our logos for the normal chapter. All of our normal chapters stuff, eh, all the bud photos are actually my flower
That's what I'm saying. You
that our
just reminded me of
chapter put out.
something else, like say
But that
1998.
each
Right?
picture
You say
was a
those,
charge.
yeah. But if you say like 1998, right? Like you're not going to want to take that roll of film down to your local CVS.
Mm-mm.
Like that would have been problems.
The president of the normal chapter took it in, and he wasn't growing. So it was like, hey, I'm the president of the normal chapter. What are you going to do? That's why it cost the city of Lakewood $450,000 trying to bust me because they spent 8 months building a case because they knew I had national normal lawyers backing me. And if they fucked up, they were going to get sued for millions.
Where'd Buddy go?
Don't know. He could have dropped off too.
Usually he would
Was
say
he
bye,
at
but
was he at home or at the shop?
it looked like he was at home.
Then his internet goes in and out there.
Yeah, we have some great internet in Southern California, so you know.
Yeah.
It's about as reliable as 1983 acoustic coupler, on the 300 baud modem. It's about that reliable. Actually, that was more reliable. That stayed connected for the most part, unless you picked up the phone. Someone picked up the phone.
We have parts of southern Ohio where you need to walk to the top of the hill to get a phone signal.
Yeah.
Literally. My friend's house, we couldn't talk on the phone except for once in a blue moon. But if she walked like the 60 feet up the hill, she could get a signal. And they promised her Starlink. She ended up getting fiber optic like 3 months before she passed away. Before Starlink.
Yeah, see, the Starlink, like, I'm a little bit interested in it. I'm not a huge fan of Mr. Musk and his
I think I'd get the portable one.
well, I
That
don't know,
way you
it's
can
like,
take it with you.
You can take it with you either way. The satellite's not that. It's smaller than a 12-inch record. It's pretty small. Anyway, I had a customer, um, and I had to go to their house, and they had Starlink. This was recently, like maybe less than 2 months ago. And I was questioning, well, what did it cost? And they're like, oh, well, they signed up when it was, I guess it was like $300 at first before it came out. If you signed up, and they'd
Yeah.
send you the stuff, but now it's over $500 or something. They're telling me, or close to $500 for the satellite. But they live in the middle of fucking, like, you can't even get cell phone reception where these people live,
Yeah.
and they get absolutely 100% perfect Starlink, like no dropouts ever. They told me, and it's like ultra fucking fast. And so, yeah, I mean, it's small enough. You move, you just take it with you, right? Take your equipment with you. It's satellite, so it should work anywhere, right? You just reposition it, point, south or whatever. Should be interesting. I'm curious. I don't know. I wonder if anybody has. I wonder if I could find somebody that has like tried it and didn't want it, and then I wonder if I could buy their equipment used, and I wonder if
Equipment.
they'd activate it. There's got to be, California's got a lot of people. There's got to be somebody that's tried it that didn't like it, wants to sell their satellite.
Yeah, that I don't know about. I'm 8,000 miles away from California.
Yeah, you're a little ways from here right now.
Yeah. I got to take a
How
plane,
uh,
spend the night, and
how
then
when
take another
go back
plane.
when you go back home, loading up some of this grape animal cookies, smoking with hash. It's really good.
Mm,
Um, when you go back home, how
mm.
far are you from Detroit? Or
Well,
how far is Toledo?
I actually go to Flint because that's where I know all the growers at, and that's where like my Death Star cut is and shit. Like I've got some other cuts up there, but that takes me 3.5 hours to get up to Flint. Detroit is 3 hours. Toledo is an hour and 45 minutes. Because where my parents, well, both of the houses, one was off of 2, which takes you downtown, and the other one I can take 2 or I can take 271 to get to the turnpike. Either way. And it's only an hour and 45 minutes to Toledo. And I get off at Stony Ridge Road, which is Route 420 in Ohio. And one side of the turnpike going south, you get a sign that says 471 or end, 420 begins. And on the other side of the turnpike, it tells you 420 ends.
Toledo.
Those are,
I've
yep,
been, I've been,
right
I've been a
outside
lot.
Toledo.
Yeah, I was telling you, I've been a lot of different cities and places around America. Well, actually, I guess all of North America, but Toledo. You know what I thought when I saw Toledo? First thing I said to myself, I was like, "Oh fuck, this is like a baby Detroit, but in some ways even
Mm.
worse."
Well, you've got a bunch of big factories and refineries
It just
because
looked
you're
run.
it's a
It was just
rundown.
fucking run down. Lots of poverty. Dirty.
The the Anchor Hockey Glass Company has been there all this time, and their buildings still look like they're the original buildings. They never updated anything on them. I mean, it probably still has the original windows in the damn thing. But yeah, it's run down all around Toledo, and the really close in area is really bad. Even farther outside of Toledo, uh, the theft and, the like ghetto
Yeah.
is, 10, 15 miles outside of Toledo in these towns. And you're like, holy shit, these used to be really nice towns. And now, 30 years later, the right side of the freeway is ghetto, and the left side of the freeway are $1 million homes. But Toledo actually carries one of Ohio's famous cuts, and it's the Toledo Bubbleberry, which was Saga Martha's Bubbleberry that they put out in like 96, 95. And that was grown by my friend Tim that moved out to Humboldt. He's now passed on. I'm going to be grabbing that cut from another friend, but I'm not going to do anything with that cut except work with it and smoke it in my own personal garden. It's not getting out.
Have you come across blue cheese in recent years?
No.
Yeah, I don't see it anymore. And I used to love smoking it. It had a very unique flavor. It was good high too. Usually good nugs. Buddy might
Yeah.
hold it. When was the
And it
last time you
didn't
smoked
have
blue
that,
cheese, buddy?
it didn't have that rancid smell either.
I didn't hear what you were saying.
Oh, when
Blue
was the last time you
cheese.
came across blue cheese? The strain.
I grew blue cheese like, man, 20 some fucking years ago. It wasn't the biggest
Yeah.
yielder, but it was a fucking tasty ass plant. I think I
That's
got
what I was just
seeds
saying.
in Amsterdam, or it was like through the mail way back. And other than that, no, I haven't smoked it since then. But I
Yeah,
would. It was like, it's that blue cheese. It was fucking exactly that blue cheese.
yeah. You just don't see it anymore though. I wonder why.
Well, I mean, even I grew it a couple times when I was going through things during that period. And I remember right now, I already said, yeah, it wasn't like it was dank little fucking nuggets, but it wasn't very big yielder.
No weight, no grow.
Yeah, I mean, that's always been a thing.
Yeah, I've only grown
In the
across of it.
past, when pricing was different, no, sometimes just for the sake of something that's that dank and having something different, you could, fuck with something that maybe wasn't the best
Once in a
yielder.
while.
But like today, under today's parameters, no, no, no. Like it has to yield a certain amount.
It might yield a certain amount if washed.
Yeah, and I mean, in the last so many months, I guess I've been messing with legacy strains. I mean, it started with a dozen. They weren't all legacy that my friend gave me. Really, I've said this before. I asked my one friend, or he mentioned local guy. I met him through out on the social media. Younger guy. He had Katsu Bubba, and I was like, "Oh, dude, you got Katsu? I'll take a cut of that." Well, when he came over, he brought me 12 different things, right? And yeah, I
Whatever.
mean, I really didn't want to have to put the effort, grow, do all the things to see what's in that 12 things. And I immediately gravitated to like the legacy ones that I really put the most attention in. And it turned out, because I fired them all once. Yeah, some of the like whatever, there was one strain called caffeine. Like, yeah, it was
I
whatever. It
saw
wasn't,
that. I saw the
yeah.
dispensary like recently.
Yeah, and there were a couple
Caffeine.
others. I kind of forget the names of the most. But the ones I like wanted to see what was there was Larry OG, which is a legendary strain from whatever years ago.
It's great.
I-95 and the Bubba and wait, there's one other one that's in there that it's more of a modern one. And since there's a little confusion, I haven't reached out to my friend because like I thought he gave us garlic breath GB, but my partner says no, it's garlic butter or something. But whatever, that plant's in the possible expand, move forward and expand, right? But right away, like, oh, the Bubba, yeah, it's Bubba, exactly the same fucking Bubba I like had going for
thing.
at like, yeah, I grew a lot of Bubba. I grew pre 98, but Katsu's same. Okay, it doesn't stretch at all, which is good. I remember that from then. It has gigantic fucking sun leaves, gigantic. Okay, which means spacing between plants become more of an issue. It veges slow,
Yeah.
so slow that it would have to be in a different cycle, meaning you take clones, not for that, like we take clones for the next cycle. Oh, the bubbas would have to be for the next cycle to get them topped and all that. Because if you top them too early, if you fuck with them too much, they don't respond to it. You gotta kind of let them grow, even though they got these giant sun leaves and stuff. But when it yields, holy shit, you get 3-4 ounces without even trying off one plant. Big old golf balls, right? But okay, so it had its thing. Larry was stretch. Yeah, it's really stony and all that, but it's not like any distinctive like terps of today, right? It's just Larry, which was good at the time. Like the shit, Larry was fucking dank as fuck. But the one that I kind of like gravitating to like moving forward is I-95, right?
Yeah.
And the thing
Top
is,
Dog? Is that from
I
Top
want to
Dog?
work
Or
with that a little bit
uh,
more because that East
thing
Bay
is,
that we used was a sour dog times I-95 times I-95E.
okay, but the thing is like, yeah, the what we call the core four, even though we have like Sherp Crasher going and there's like perimeter projects, but our apples, bananas, cheetah piss, slaps, and grape gas. Those four have been pretty much run consistently. I lose track of time, but probably at least 2 years at this point. Oh, they replaced Donnie Burger and this and that. Okay, because yeah, we only run like four, like whole trays or complete 2 tray runs of it. You can't, like, thing doesn't work when you have too many going. That's not the business we're in, you know. Uh, and so like one of those have to like replace one of the other ones. Okay, we already kind of know because it's batch to batch. It comes out a little different. It stretches. Uh, Even though it's grapey as fuck and it's really good weed, if we were going to replace one, it'd be the grape gas. Okay. Uh, yeah, that's like or and all the ones from the past. Yeah, I go to myself, yeah, as good as they are, a lot of times you're like, oh, at that time, no wonder the genetics, and we've gone forward. They're better. They're like even okay. Uh,
Uh,
purple in it.
I don't know
I-95, no
about better.
purple. It's green weed
Better
with
subject.
hair, right? Even
yeah,
weeds that like grape gas.
very,
Oh, it's like a
very
little
subjective.
cheetah piss that in our
The thing
thing.
about better is like, but better, like better is in like, what do you mean by better? Better flavor, stronger high.
There's like boxes you got to check, right? Like, even you know the trimmer's preferred thing. Uh,
I don't
Let's
give a
just say,
fuck about them.
Well, okay,
both
if you
perfectly
want to get
cured,
your work
perfectly
done
grown.
and not like whatever, if a certain strain, it takes them more time that they're basically saying, oh yeah, I need, this took me this much more time. I have to charge more than whatever per pound for it. It has to veg, clone easy, all the little things. The main thing, oh, it has to yield like 2.5, maybe more per light easily, right? Oh, around 60 days, 65, like usually it's done before 70. So it has to be in that range. Um, oh, it has to have an appeal. It has to have some it has all the things, all the boxes, right? And some of the strains from the past, as good as they are, as unique as they are, like one thing I noticed, the the four that we run are like resin rail, the sun leaves and all the leaves and the pedicle stems, all that are just coated like toward the end with resin, right? The older strains,
Normal
much
garden.
as the buds have resin and there's all that, oh, the leaves aren't like that, right? Because even though there might have been a few strains back then that were like that,
A lot.
that wasn't such a thing. Today, most strains are like, pretty resin, like we grow resin heads, right? That's
I
part of
grow
the cosmetic
trichlomes.
trichromes, whatever, right? I noticed some of the older ones, like the leaves, when they seance, yeah, they
Really
yeah,
smoking a trike,
there's no reason to save any of that leaf. I'll just say this much. Where on the other ones, oh, those leaves are fucking
smoking
coated in trichrome, right? Like,
100%.
like whether that makes the weed smoke better or not, no, because some of like, oh, that 99.5, oh, it has the sour in it, right? And so like, oh, it's not really super sour or anything, but oh, it's got that sour side to it, and it's green weed with red hair. Where I also noticed that like even weeds that, yeah, like the apples man is definitely like, it's not the purple, it's the purple blue. The grape gas has a tinge of purple. Even cheetah piss has purple
That
slaps.
purple blue is Afghan.
So many strains that are in the modern, like whatever you want to call it, zeitgeist or whatever, yeah, have varying degrees of purple to like, oh, I think there is people that just like green weed with red hair. You have to kind of go, you have to, oh, there's plenty of modern strains that way too, but not as much. There's so much purple been tinged in along the way. I noticed that too.
Now, what about this? Because you brought up and you said that, you don't see resin rails in the older weed. Well, I did in my way of growing, but maybe it's the light that we're using, the temperatures that we're growing these plants at now today are not allowing those expressions to
A
come
different
out.
texture to the way the buds grew and everything. Like they're like, if you remember growing back then, yeah, like yeah, some of those strains.
Everything I grew, the
All I've got
sugar
to
leaves
say
were
is,
all
I
covered.
really get my hands on some of the older strains, I realize why they're not like being grown so much and have been, because those are the building blocks that made the modern strains. Like Larry OG is
Yeah,
one of those catalysts, right? Certain strains are the catalysts that are in the lineage of the modern stuff, right? And yeah, like yeah, even though I'm a legacy guy, I fucking gravitate to the strains of the past.
you
Yeah,
don't have them in your
I,
collection though.
in that quest, I've realized, oh, yeah, well, the strains of the future, the strains of today are better. That's why they're being run at scale and all that. A lot of the strains that we attain come out of the metric commercial LA market. Well, not from from one particular facility, right? That that pays licensing fees and acquires certain things because they're proven out that meet their criteria, right? Which, yeah, they're producers. You know, it's you know, so
It's a business.
yeah, and some of those, like, yeah, there's reasons that grape gas got popular and apples bananas still hanging around as a good one, and
Especially
slap
apples and
too.
bananas.
This, I think a lot of people are sleeping on that one. The name, okay, I think the name, like, first off, I don't even know why they call it that, other than it's a catchy name. It's not even, there's no
It's a
pissiness,
homage to cat piss.
right?
It has no
And
cat piss in it, but it's a homage to cat piss. But I grew that
yeah,
in 2020
okay,
and like
but
21.
like out of those four, now, hey, customers like other, like some of my people, they fucking like only like that apples bananas because it's got this old school funk and it's good. And different people
Yeah,
like
I
different
think I had
things.
like
Myself, man, I think the cheetah piss is the best, mainly
the
because
cheetah
it's like
piss,
the
like I had
best
like a
high
lemonade
for
Fino.
me. Like I usually can smoke joints of that and then realize, oh, I get like a tinge of a sense of well-being from this stone. Okay, right now, that's my endocannabinoid system,
Those,
and that weed, right? And sometimes those nuances, like the people that like the apples and bananas, they might be getting that from that. That weed's a little more narcotic to me, and like doesn't give me
oh,
the little sense of well-being, right? But yeah, when I get stoned on cheetah piss, I get like, yeah, like this irie thing, and that's my favorite thing about any genetic. Not, and taste
I'm
and
gonna have I'm
how
gonna
it
have
uses
to
the
bring
tool. But
back
I
some of
feel like
these strains for you, bud.
even these four strains, they're all good in their own ways. Now, the one that we acquired from that same network, that, well, the first full tray of it, and that is under an LED. The only LED we have is under a 720 LED. So it's like hard to judge how it, well, it's growing great. But yeah, it's Sherb Crasher. And it's 5 weeks in, maybe 4 or 5 weeks. So it's enough to get a little rub on and smell. Oh yeah, that smells great. That's Sherb Crasher, whatever. Sure
Yeah, I
Banger.
want to get that from you.
Sure Banger is more popular. I've never
I'd like
actually
to get that one.
usually by the time we're like messing with one of these strains we get, homeboys kicked us down some of the weed that the facility grows. We kind of already know what to expect. No, we pulled the trigger on this one just because, oh, everyone he's ever given us has been legit. And like, but we never had any. And somehow we thought we had one in the last batch to like test out. Like, that's how we usually do it, start with one or two and then pull the trigger. Nope. So like, yeah, even though it's been in our possession for a cycle or two, and now we got it going. We haven't smoked it, but it sure does smell good. It's obviously what it is when it's growing. It's it's
We've done it for a run or two, but we haven't smoked it yet.
well, I mean, like sometimes you just have to have faith in the, like, yeah, like I say, even some of the strains that we let go in the past, like Donnybrook, dude, I forget all the ones we ran. We've had this thing going for a long time with the source, where, yeah, I mean, he's just a worker in one of those facilities. It
Facilities.
doesn't matter which one, and like
Nope.
for one thing, we don't even ask. Like I don't even ask. We don't try to. But he says certain things, and that's whatever he tells us. We're like, okay, right? And it's been a while since we had the slaps. The slaps and I don't know who created it or whatever. I guess it has Grease Monkey in it. That's one of the reasons it's fucking good.
Afghan.
The facility had paid whoever, whatever way they acquired it, they had paid $7,500 for the cut of it. Which, if you're a facility of that size, that's pretty damn cheap, right? I mean, considering like
You're going to make thousands of cuts.
well, yeah, I mean, you know, in that game, yeah, I'm sure there's other ones that you had to pay more for, and actually probably have a real established licensing deal where you give a percentage. I don't know how all that works. I'm not in that market.
Percentage.
But, at first you think, it's a $7,500 cut. Oh my God. But that's not really what it is. You know what I mean? Like at that scale, it's like, okay, you're going to pay something. Well, what? We're just going to give it to you for $250, or, we'll just sell you the cut for $7. Like, that's not how that business works.
I'm
right?
hoping.
And if you're a facility at scale and, it's a proven thing, I'm sure there's, they checked it out and seen the product and maybe even seen examples of it in production. Yeah, dropping $7,500 to acquire something that's going to perform, that that's fair and square, right?
Yep.
That doesn't mean it's a $7,500 clone. You know what I mean? Now, certain people, when it's like, I forget his name and all that, but he sold clones and created a big hype, tried to make certain clones $10,000 and this and that. But he was trying to market it like to growers, like regular growers who
home growers
pay that money for. I'm not going to even mention most people know all the things that have happened in the last few years. Turned out,
there's a crazy story with like Ghost.
Yeah, and then he abused whatever, bad stories came out. Now he lost his little mojo, but like, yeah, that pricing would be fine if you're negotiating with like commercial operations, okay? But if you're like trying to like put it on Instagram that you want a clone of whatever truffle, blah blah blah, it's $10,000, blah blah blah.
That's insane.
But for a facility that's going to do whatever with it and put it on the shelves and put it into metric, well, then that's the kind of number that seems like a reasonable thing, right?
Yeah, I've had people ask me before how I felt about the commercial facilities that grow my strains, because one of the questions they always ask me is, do you get any royalties? I'm like, there ain't no fucking royalties in cannabis. This isn't records, like we get
unless you only let the clone out under contract to facilities and you don't sell the clone.
And you can do that, but that's not how I want to make seeds and I want the masses to have them. I'm not trying to charge big dollars or nothing.
Yeah, it really gets down to like, wait, does somebody own any of these plants?
No.
Right. And most of the plants that are in the current people alive's hands are genetics that people generations ago created to got to this point. I get that people's work and all this. I get that, and there should be a fair compensation and all that. And I don't know. I know there's a whole movement to patent and try to have what do you call it, intellectual property over it and all that. And
people get paid in other agriculture.
That's a can of worms that I ain't buying that story.
Yeah, but there's people that make like unique peppers, exotic, different, cherries and apples, and those guys get paid a premium.
But a lot of those people keep control of their specimen. Like, so once you sell it to the public, once you make clones of it and sell it, or make seeds,
just don't sell it to clone.
Even if you sell it for 100 a pack or 10 a pack, fucking whatever, then it's out.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
sold the pack, so you don't have any rights. As long as you don't sell a clone, you don't sell seeds of it, you can still hold the intellectual properties on it. But
Okay. And then what does that do?
once you sell anything of it, then unless it's under like a contract from you to a facility to grow it,
Well,
you
okay.
know, if you
That's why you
sell
don't
a
see.
clone, one clone, and you've lost all your intellectual properties on that strain
Okay.
from
There's a
one
bunch
clone
of
sale.
tobacco seeds and plants you can buy online. Indian tobacco, this tobacco, that. But the real tobacco that is produced in mass is a licensed cultivar by the tobacco industry, and there's laws protecting it, right? So it's not like, oh, yeah, yeah, you get, like, if you're a tobacco grower, they issue you that, and you're able to grow it, but not just anybody can grow that like it's owned, right? It's their tobacco plant that's been highly fucking engineered over the decades, right? And that's what, like, 90% of all the tobaccos is the same one. Oh, how they package it and how they process it makes what
And
cigarettes are different.
flavor it.
Yeah, but the basic tobacco is just one cultivar, one kind. It's a licensed thing. It's not. It would be breaking federal law if somehow you even got a hold of it. You know what I mean? It's not for say. It's not for the public.
And the
No,
real
RJ, right?
fucked up
Bill,
thing
save for us.
about it
Who knows?
Now, you probably don't
is
want that actually because it's GMO'd and it's this and it's all the things that they've done to it. So, I mean, if you were going to grow some personal tobacco, well, there's plenty of other tobaccos that are probably, more in line
Indian tobacco.
with quality. But the licensed one that they grow, yeah, that they own that 100%. That's the kind of thing that would happen in cannabis, right? Like, and yeah, most likely they're not trying to license the top shelf. They're trying to find something that they can license. It's right there in the middle that has benefits that are good for their scale. You know what I mean? Like, it can be field grown. It yields X amount. Even in the yield, it's going to be like at certain points, especially if the Schedule 3 happens, it's going to be about how
Oh,
much
it's going to be fucked.
CBN and how much CBP and how much tonnage does it take to extract these elements, and they won't care so much about the flower quality and all that. They'll care that,
Because no one's smoking the flower. They're going
yeah,
to
they're
make
going to
all
be
oil with
just
it.
extracting all the elements into, and as long, and that's where countries like Thailand and Colombia and
Are
fuck, a
going
lot
to
of
kill the
countries
states.
are going to be able to produce tonnage of whatever field grown weed. But if you ran it through a industrial process of extraction, oh, you can get a viable amount of all these things, right? That make it profitable, right? Because one thing about cannabis as a crop, it isn't like it's pretty expensive to grow. Now, you could start using field grown techniques like they do for other crops and eliminate some of the cost of what it costs to grow, like even drying and curing and all this. That's an expensive crop, right? Uh, yeah, I don't think big business at scale has any intention of getting in that business, right? Like, they're in the business selling tablets or whatever it is, right? Where they can extract it, but they don't want to fuck with something that's perishable, this, that, the other. No. Takes labor to do, especially the pharmaceutical industry. Pharmaceutical industry, if you look at most drugs, they're like salt and the things that are the cheapest elements they can ever source, and somehow they turn them into drugs, right? Um, they stay away from things that are expensive going in. And if they are, they pass those on in the cost. That's why you hear, oh, some drugs, $1,000 a fucking pill.
And they cost $2.90 to make.
Yeah, well, $2.90 to make is probably huge cost for them. They're in the 0.9 cents to make, or the 1.3 cents to make, and still sell for $2 or $1 or whatever. Like that they're good at that business.
The anti-seizure medication that I take in the United States for 120 pills costs me almost $700. Here in Thailand, I get those same 120 pills for $240. $2 a pill.
Not just cannabis, but a lot of other plant-based or even just plant and animal-based medicines that if those same companies, it's like the same thing. If you look at really the ingredients that they gravitate to use to make pharmaceutical drugs, it's all the cheapest elements you can ever source. If that wasn't their main business model, and they and a lot of it, as soon as they can synthesize any of this stuff and make it viable, that it's cheaper to synthesize, whether it's whatever cannabinoid, THC. Oh, well, for sure. I guarantee you there's a ton of scientific research going on, because the first people to corner that at a cheap way to do it. Because a lot of times there's ways you can do things in chemistry, but oh fuck, that costs more than it does to get the natural product, right? Well, that's not viable. Oh, but sometimes it cuts costs like tremendously, and you can produce. I'm sure when the FDA farming gets by, they're going to come out and they're going to do field testing or trials, and then come up with like, oh yeah, you realize what really gets rid of your headache is CBDP or some derivative thing and they're going to sell a tablet with that, not any THC, not like they're going to try to go against what's already proven science, the entourage effect. And the effectiveness of the cannabis is not any one of those elements. It's the entourage of them together, right? But to produce a product like that, oh, well, that's more expensive than finding some derivative that you can capitalize on, Like that's the thing that will go through, where it'll almost be like snake oil salesmen. There'll be like all the over-the-counter things, headache, sinus, this, that, and the other. There'll be different, probably pills that only are like a couple of the elements in cannabis that they can, market as like relief for that. That's what I predict. That's what I see. That's how I see them play it. Oh, and they'll spend like billions of dollars getting the efficacy for those things, but that's where it's all corrupt anyway too, right? So I mean, you can do a trial, and a lot of those could be done fair, but there's also ways that they can lean on the results. Money talks. Because it was content I heard, but it was just one guy in cannabis. He's out in New Jersey. I forget his name, but he's a second generation pharmacist, but he's a big cannabis advocate, but he owns a pharmacy. And he had a lot of good insight and perspective of to what Schedule 3 and how this all really plays out in the business side of Army and drugs. And stuff. And a lot of what he pointed out was like pretty obvious. He knew what he was talking about. Like the only people that are going to have the money to go through FDA regulations, and some of these are going to take 5 to 10 years. And you're not just going to be able to submit a flower. You're going to have to break down all the elements and do efficacy trials on each thing that's in cannabis, right? And all that's going to take money and take years to go through. And then once it gets to a certain point, those companies that paid all that money or whatever are going to be able to sell that for X amount of years before then it becomes like, oh, then there can be knockoffs, right? And
Um, I think we're kind of already there in some ways. Like medical genomics can sequence a strain. You send them with some, and they can tell you all the cannabinoids and all the,
yeah, but if pharmaceutical industry is going to distribute it, they're going to try to find a way to cut every fucking corner to produce it for next to nothing, whether it's
and they're going
making
to patent it as well, so we can't get it.
right? And if that's buying tonnage of field grown weed from Colombia, even though the extraction is minimal, but at scale, it makes more sense than buying American grown. That, yeah, I remember a few years ago, another cannabis content thing that pointed out like each place, Canada, United States, this was before Thailand, and even different places in the United States, there's like an estimate of how much it costs per gram to produce weed. Okay.
We
And
blew that away.
when you look at the international thing, that's where we're like, oh, we're fucked. Because
Yep.
when big scale cannabis is being produced, even though we have the fields and the know-how and everything else, oh, the cost of everything here, whether it's the land, the insurance, the equipment, the labor, all price is just out in competing with countries like Thailand, Colombia. But who knows what other countries, once this is legal, have climates and economics that could grow weed at scale, real scale, like hundreds of thousands of acres of field grown weed. And yeah, it gets down to, oh, they can do it for 30 cents a gram, where in the United States, the cheapest you can do it is like $1.75. I'm just throwing out numbers, but they had numbers. I don't remember them. But that's when I looked at that and realized, yeah, that's the same reason why we lost all of our manufacturing. We lost a lot of our industries in the United States, is because, yeah, we can't compete with import. They can do it for cheaper and all that. That's a problem. Like that's a problem, an economic problem.
Wow.
I go get a cold drink. I'll be right back. I walk to the kitchen.
Oh
Now,
my
Captain,
God.
did you watch the third episode of The Strain Hunter? That's the end of it.
I started it the other night, but I've been
I
like
mean, of course,
I've been
Greenhouse,
deep.
and I've been following that guy since the beginning of all this. I respect him. I also realize when I'm watching any of his content, which he's really good at not being overly a sales thing, but oh, he's selling himself in Greenhouse and what they got going on, which seems to be pretty extensive. And even in this, because this last one, he meets with the Secretary Interior, like the person in Thailand, way up in the government. It was like, oh, it was official, like,
Oh yeah, he's easy to get a hold of.
but like it seems like dude had been over there for 5 years before, when this was like a complete dream or
He was
fantasy that anybody
They
could.
were over here before medical.
Yeah,
They were
right.
here. They basically pushed and started medical here in
That's
Thailand.
sort of like, without being too egotistical, he's basically claiming that, yeah, this is all happening not just because of me, but a lot because of what I like the footwork I did got the ball rolling, right? Which okay, that's I see, and that's why seems like Greenhouse has established themselves as a huge brand over there, and looks like they produced everything like fuck at quality too, because they built like that facility that they showed wherever that was, which is like a partnership with the older Thai guys
Government.
or whoever. Oh, that's like a real facility of mega millions or like in Thai value. Holy shit, they really built that place out. That's the way you're gonna have to do it if you're gonna produce at scale. And even in that, he's saying it's called GP. They already have a contract, and Germany buys their weed, and they're already
Yep.
like saying, "Oh, we're in the, exporting
Export.
weed because they can produce. I forget 10,000 a month, 10,000 like some ridiculous amount, right?"
And you can't sell that here in Thailand, that's for sure.
That's something that is a developing thing, right? But oh, it's developing, and in a few more years, or maybe 5 years, oh, international commerce at scale will be a common thing where a lot of it, and maybe by going to Schedule 3, it doesn't make our government have to like, because they're not legalizing weed, right? Then they can still keep that UN treaty from like collapsing that keeps other countries from being involved in anything, cannabis mainly, right? That's a but
Well, when the law changed a couple years ago, every country that signed that treaty with the United States, and it was basically you either do what we say or we're going to tariff the hell out of you or just not send you any of the products. And at that time, the United States was the industrial powerhouse of the world.
yeah, no,
So
okay,
if you couldn't
that
deal with
treaty,
us, you were fucked. So
that
you had
treaty
to
is
go
part of the
underneath
Cold
that
War.
law. When that went away a couple years ago, then every country in the world could do whatever they want with cannabis
Okay,
because
but the
no
treaty
longer
we're
were they
talking
under the
about,
control of the United States.
I can't
Okay,
list the number and the year. I don't, but that treaty
I can.
is part of the Cold War. Like it was
No,
created.
this was before Cold War. This was before World War II.
Oh, well, no, the treaty that we're talking about is 58, and I think it was ratified in somewhere after that, right? Because part of this big anti-drug thing in the treaty is Turkey. We put missiles in Turkey to to have a threat against the USSR way back, right? And part of that is that Turkey is, and to this day, 95% of all opiate, legal opiate, which is a pharmaceutical commodity for so many things, surgery, pain pills, this, that, and the other. Even though Turkey doesn't produce poppy or any of that, that's the marketplace. That's the commodity place that all the 95%, 5% of in the last so many years, China has its own little market, right? But 95% of like
You
of
think?
that, and that was all established way back in the 50s, right? Which even some of that is part of why Afghanistan and Pakistan doesn't have an economy, because the price that they get for the legal market, even though it sells in Turkey for this huge profit, the price that Turkey pays the farmers, the legal farmers in Pakistan and Afghanistan, is like half or less than what it is worth on the black market, even though when it sells, it's for this giant price, right? So none of the money goes to the farm, the people that farm it, right? And they don't have the ability to sell it legally themselves, which is like, yeah, that's all part of some of the, like, even how when I first read all this and first went down this rabbit hole, and even though fuck him and totally fuck him, it was in the manifesto or whatever you call it. It was really long and rambling. It said so much shit that fuck you. But this is one of the gripes of Bin Laden. He was in those papers, like basically was saying that, yeah, part of the fucking, part of his gripe about the politics of and the U.S.'s influence and what he was so, animate against had to do with what I'm talking about. That it like took a resource from a country and then like, yeah, created a system that fucked them. It still goes on to this day. Like
Well,
that's still,
I get fucked because 45 minutes, 50 minutes if I drive really fast on the bike from Miramar, Burma. I haven't been able to go into Burma since the beginning of COVID because the warlords in eastern Burma have been fighting with the government over their poppy fields, which are actually controlled by the Chinese. But if you look at Burma and you look at Thailand and you draw a line straight up from where Thailand's border is and Burma straight up and to the east, that's an all no-go zone for any Westerner. For a Westerner to go into that area, you need a special permit, and then you need to go to talk to each warlord in each section because they have massive armies. But I can't go across the bridge to get cheap alcohol and cheap cigarettes now, and I haven't been since 2019 because of all the war going on over the poppy fields up in Burma.
well,
But there's a lot of poppy grown here, and yeah. I mean, I know villages that actually openly acknowledge that some of their villagers are hooked on opium, and the village themselves grow it, and then they give it or they sell it to the villagers for, like $1 a gram.
well, I mean, that product and that substance has been a scourge on humanity for thousands of years, right?
Yep.
I mean, I mean, there's been
The
many
opium dens of the
things in history where it
1300s.
got out of control and population was strung out and created things in history that happened because of that.
Yeah. If it wasn't for that, then we wouldn't have railroads.
I mean, I remember watching
Opium built a lot of railroads.
hearings, I guess it was, or maybe it was the case when the opiate industry had to answer. No, it was the hearings like where they had to come to Congress and all the CEOs from the companies were asked questions and that whole bullshit propaganda forum. But in one of the questions, it was about Oxycontin and all this. They were basically like acting naive that there's any like history that's known history, obviously, of like the dangers and the things that opiate addiction has created. Like that, like in their answers, they were like, because in their propaganda that they told the doctors, they were like saying it's not addictive or it's
Yeah.
like this whole thing. But like, wait a minute, like it's history. It's not like it's not something that maybe happened. It happened repeatedly over many centuries in many different cultures where opium got the best of humans. An opiate product, whether it's heroin, this, that, like whatever. And here we were doing it again, but they were acting like they were naive to the history of it. And I thought that was like, yeah, straight bullshit.
Yep. They knew exactly what it is. There's actually a thing on one of the channels I watch is like he was a I I don't want to say my real opinion about him being a weed dealer and this type dealer and stuff like that, but he gets some interesting people on, and he got on one of the companies out of Florida that started the pill mills for, they started off with steroids and then they moved into Oxycontin and Roxy. And they go on to tell about how they pushed that and how they were told through the pharmaceutical companies that, oh, yeah, this has a lower addiction rate because you're not on it for as long. And then you've got doctors prescribing people that medication for decades
Yeah, well,
that really don't need it.
in actuality, the shit they cooked up, if you really did honest trials and honest assessment of it, was more addictive than heroin, more addictive than anything in the past. And they were like trying to say, "Oh no, it's less."
Yeah. Yep.
But they knew the one thing they knew the moment they invented it and did the trials that what it was. There's no way they didn't see that when they tested it out and went through the trials that it was people were going into like more addiction. But then they lied about that. Just like the cigarette company way back lied about the dangers of cigarette smoking, right? Same thing.
Yeah, I've known a few different Marlboro men in my time.
Well, I mean, they had been doing their own research, and the research said this, but then they buried all those stories, right? And then they got caught. Like somehow that that happened so many years ago. Where
I have a feeling I'm going to have to give up cigarettes here soon
yeah, same here.
because I can't give up the smoking the cannabis. I enjoy the taste of the flower too much, but the combination of them both, I've got to break my habit of smoking a joint and then immediately grabbing a cigarette.
Yeah, I sort of do that too. There's a certain buzz there, and yeah.
I think I am going to try the Great Jubilee. I should have gotten more of that because that is a cross with Bubba, and I can feel the Bubba in it, which is really nice. I was really happy yesterday when I got that Bubba high, and I went, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
But, even with this garden, his organic was still costing him about $2.30 or 90 baht a gram, almost 100 baht a gram to produce.
well, I mean,
So that's $3.
if once
And
you get it up and operating, and then you start trying to over time cut costs, find ways to save money in the way you produce things. Yeah, that's the fine line between quality and not right.
I've got him to understand that when he looks at a bottle and he goes to feed a plant, to only give it a third of a strength to start off with to see how it works with the system, but really not to give it more than 60% of what the bottle says, because the bottle, in my opinion, is overfeeding the plant or pushing it. And as a new grower, and all people in Thailand are new growers, they they can't push the plant because they don't know how to take care of a plant when they're pushing it like that, because many other things all of a sudden that were really small before become really big problems.
Well, this is something I just personally noticed when I watched episode 3 of Strain Hunters, where they were in the greenhouse super fucking facility and they showed many buds, and they were almost finished and different. They all had tip burn, right?
Yeah.
That's just a sign
Well,
of, like in my experience,
pushing it.
You push it, you get tip burn. Doesn't mean you don't get good bud, but
I
like over
burn
the
all
years,
my tips.
why I use like a very light recipe where basically, yeah, I try to find the place in the recipe where I can give it the least and it's happy. All right. Um, yeah, I don't like, that's one of the signs. Like, oh, if I ever see tip burn, then I'm for sure know that the
I
product or
pushed
the
it.
recipe is too hot. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I pushed it.
they were
And that's why you
showing
don't see my gardens,
whole
because
rooms
my tips are
of tip
burnt.
burn.
I burn, I probably burn about a quarter inch of the tip by the time I'm done flowering a plant out.
Well, sometimes when a leaf finally
I
gets
don't, I
warm,
don't, I don't get it really in, it's the later stages of veg in that first couple weeks of flower, because that's still a vegetable state.
well, when a leaf starts to seance and fade off at the end, yeah, the first place of that process is the tip burn, and then the whole
Yeah.
thing dies off. That's different than like at week 4 or 5, and pretty much
Yeah,
all
but if I'm,
the spikes of all the leaves, whether it's a full sun leaf or a leaf coming out of the bud, have little tip burn. Yeah, that means you're feeding it too much. Now they were in 1 gallon pots at fucking scale being fed with drip, so, and had pretty big plants because you can do that. But that's when you're really counting on the nutrients. Like the 1 gallon pot of whatever is really not enough for a plant that big unless you were like, force feeding it. And most likely, yeah, people follow the directions, and those companies say, "Oh, put X, Y, and Z recipe in." That's like, I've never used a product anywhere near their recipe ever, even to this day. Not a one of them.
I know
Somewhere
what you're talking.
around half is where I
I'm
started
assuming
even lower than that.
you're talking about Athena and their crazy
I
three
don't
E's.
fuck with Athena because like that was one product
1,500 parts per million.
when I was
That
given
garden I showed
a
you.
whole bunch of the tubs, the 5 pound tubs, and a whole bunch of jugs. And it was going on a while back. And I did my normal thing, cut the recipe down and ran the first run. And wasn't it came no, it didn't really work. Right. Then I went online and read more shit and all this. And just remember them going, trust the system, trust the system. And the system that they're telling you is like in EC, where I usually run 1.0 to 1.2, maybe 1.4 at the highest, sometimes even below 1. They wanted it like at 2.8 to 3.2. Okay. If I ran any other food line, at that
Burn fuck out of
level,
it.
my lease would curl, burn, period. I don't know how their food that's just salts like other food, you can even feed it that much. But okay, I did a couple runs following their system. Yeah, it did produce buds. It was like a yield. But during the
And
whole
you can
cycle, I
taste
felt
it.
like I was like the plant was never really happy because it was like being like the leaves and the like, yeah, you were feeding the shit out of it. Oh, the buds got big, but the plant was like being fed a lot. And that's not my like no, that I'm like the other way around. Like even like in my recipe, like around 3 4 weeks, I use a little bit of change of the recipe to get the pistils to boost out a little, and then I start backing off all the way because of good genetics. Then let the plant do its thing. Like as long as it has its micro, macro, the base thing, that's it. That's all it needs. And I never really have to flush because I taper off to a point where there's hardly any food toward the end anyway.
How many times a day do you feed on your drip emitters?
Depends. Some cycles they don't get them for like every 2 or 3 days because we're in Hugos and we're always trying to keep them dried back. By the time they get to flowering, the first 3 days, no, we don't even. I don't even make water. And then about the second or third day, I make water once for a couple minutes through the drippers, Hugos, and then start by week 2, they're getting 2 waterings a night. And
Every 12 hours.
yeah,
No,
sometimes
no,
only one.
we do it twice
Or
in the
8
summer.
hours.
And try to like, thing with a Hugo, if you're going to grow from clone all the way to finish, you have to water them in a way that you don't get them waterlogged. Like, oh, like that, but you that like to really get that yield out of them. Yeah, dry, like we don't really have all the equipment to do like Jungle Boy level dry backs, but in our rudimental way, yeah. And even when they're in veg, yeah, like I have these pitchers, a Hugo cube. I give them like 4 ounces of water every couple days. Try to keep the cube as moist but as dry as possible, because that's where you get the fastest, best, healthiest growth. Once they get too much water, yeah. But it's tough because when you play with those things, yeah, some plants drink more than others, and if you miss, you got to be on it, you know. Um, and sometimes by leaving a nutrient solution in your cube, like every so many days they get the full water flushed through. Because if you don't, the pH and everything is all out of whack. And so, like the first few days, it's fine, and then day 3, 4, because sometimes you can go 4 or 5 days. Like if I water thoroughly a Hugo in veg, I don't have to water again for 3, 4 days, 5 sometimes, and then or just give them a little 4 ounces, a little here and there. Because we only veg for like 2.5 weeks. Like, I mean, I can show you. These are the extra plants from the room I just set. They're going to become the new round of moms because all these, I, 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 I should have done it. What's today? Tuesday? Sunday was when I was like, we decided, all right, we got to cull all these. And they're just backups of all the genetics. There's many clones been taken off of these moms. You can see. So they're like branched out as crazy as fuck. But they've done. We used like there's no reason. Usually I'd take these and put them outside. I don't have that situation this year. And I don't know. I don't know anybody but
Oh,
I'm gonna cull them. That's
wow.
weird. I don't like killing plants, and I have to be in the right mood to come in here and cull 20 plants that are fucking healthy as fuck and been growing good. Like this is an apple banana mom. This is a slaps mom. Um, These are that weird strain. I said caffeine, and then there's
Caffeine.
uh,
How is the caffeine though? Is it actually a good smoke or what is it?
it was a little bit.
Really
And then
racy.
out of what's weird is out of those 12, I never took clones from it. I missed it. I didn't even know I had it, and now it's like so fucking tall and been cut down. Like a lot of these, I just break, to keep them. Yeah, when weeks or months go by, things get fucking big. Um, I just down all
Here's
the
some nice flour.
the more you cut them down, the more they fucking grow. All right. So, um, because then all these are like, I guess today would be the 8th day, but you know, uh, they're all rooted. So then tomorrow, 150 of them go out. Those ones will be saved. So all these other ones that are just like backup, I don't know. We hold them in case, whatever. It's
Who,
time to get rid of them all. Make room for the next. Now these need to be watered every day. I
Dollar
was
and a
gonna
half a
put them
gram.
on a ebb and flow or do something because having to water something every day, that means someone has to be here every day. At this size, they can go like these are like all heavy. They can go days.
Are you
Like
flooding?
this
Are you flooding the
area,
tables?
which is a stretcher. So like it's already been topped and it's once again taller than all the other ones.
Are you
Right.
flooding those tables?
And some of these are already wilting, so I'm gonna have to water. I was gonna be watering when I came on, but I haven't, but I will be. And then in here, like these trays are the ones that we have all the different. Like this is Hollywood Pure Kush. The I-95. It's over here in the corner. They're like 4.5 weeks in, and then garlic breath one or garlic butter's the taller one. And then once we get into the rest of the trays, this is 2 trays. Like it goes 2 trays, all slaps. This, 2 trays, all cheetah piss. This is only 1 tray, grape gas, because on the backside, under the we're like playing with this LED, like these are Sherb Crasher. And yeah, to get a better yield, these not the like more of a bushier plant. Probably should have taken the top off, and then when I defoliated, I realized, well, we won't get the best yield out of this because each plant has its own needs as far as topping and what works to get the most out of it. But
Absolutely.
it smells really good, like
What's that one?
Sherb Crasher, whatever. Assume
Oh,
that's
sure. That's great. That's really good stuff.
great gas, gets tall and it's sort of unruly um and even like when I left Thursday for Vegas and just had set these, like these had only been in here Monday. So it's okay, they've been here 8 days. These were only like this tall. I was shocked when I came back and they're already almost over the trellis because it's only really been like 3-4 days. But that's what happened because as much as we only set them when they're really small, they've already been topped. Like all these have been topped multiple times. And oh yeah, these will end up being 4 feet, this tall. Where yeah, we used to use the nets and shit. We stopped using those like 10 years ago. We just fucking built these stupid PVC and bamboo things that are permanent. But now that's all it takes. Like they go through them and they keep the plants from tipping and fuck having to cut out all those strings and fuck all. We stopped using strings a long time ago. And in here, this is a tray of slab. This is apples and banana. This is grape gas. And this is cheetah. Yeah,
The grape gas is
everything's
exactly what
looking
it
good.
says. Like
It's time to defoliate in here, like, because like now that they stretch, anything that's below the thing comes off, which is a
does the
lot.
name
But
represent grape gas
we
well?
part of it is we used to not defoliate that hard, and our trimmers would got paid 200 a pound and would trim. Our new trimmers for a couple years now, 75 a pound, but they don't trim lowers. No, not at all. Only like so we don't grow. Like this room, I didn't defoliate as much as I should have, but so there'll be some lowers, but we try not to grow them. But it does all right. This room usually gets like 12, sometimes 14 pounds. You know, the best weed comes out of the single ended. I don't care what anyone says. With 315s mixed in. Like we have 315s ended in, and the spots underneath the 315s, that's where the best bud comes from all the time. Double ended, yeah, there's better yield in the double ended room. And,
So you're using,
and then like
are you
most
using
people can't run their double endeds like that low, but ours are on light movers. And when you put them on light movers, you can run them lower because they're moving constantly. And this room used to have double the amount of light in it, but to save power, we cut out half the light and put light movers in. And when you do the math, it upped. Like we yield more, way more with less. Now, it'd be better with double the light, obviously, but then you have to pay for the double light. So, um, the math, it's hard to explain that math, but you're not going to have more yield with less light. But yeah, there's like per light, you're getting up more yield, if that makes sense. And the reason we have the one LED, we're probably going to switch that room to all LED. But we're not touching the single-ended room because for consistently, that's where the best shit comes from. Most resin
grape gas? Can you tell me about the grape gas? Like I've never seen it. I've never seen
compound. Like two of the strains we run are compound, apples and banana and grape gas. When I was hung out with Serge, that's one of the guys that works in compound at Masonics. I only had like a little personal jar of each of them, but like he looked at them and told me, "Oh yeah, this is one." He told me I had the breeder cut, whatever that means. That was the grape gas, and then apples, banana. That's theirs too. Or their cookie collabs. I don't know all that shit, dude. Like I know some of it because we've run them for a couple of years, but I don't. None of that matters. One thing is apples, bananas. There's nothing that reminds me of apples, bananas. It's dank ass weed. It's got this funky old weed dankness that I remember from way in the past. Uh, it kind of is the bluer side of purple. Um, but it's not like, there's hints of banana. Oh, there's hints of apple. Nothing like that. I mean, apple fritter, I remember getting a little apple scent out of that. Some strains like I think Burner just named it that and had a branding scheme, and even the lineage doesn't say apples. Like, why would it be apples and bananas? I think it was just a good name at the time, or I don't know, because it
We'll look
seems
it
like
up.
most of
We'll look it up, see what it is.
the collabs
See,
that are cookie collabs, it seems like Compound or whoever makes a strain and is in a deal with cookies, and then Burner's job is to name it, brand it, make the hoot like that. That's the collab. He doesn't do anything about growing it or contributing to
this
the.
it says it's a hybrid strain created by crossing 4 premium cultivars: Platinum Cookies, Granddaddy Purple, Blue Power, and Gelati.
Okay, now where does apple or banana come from it in those genetics? Like I can see, oh, it has apple fritter in it. Oh, it has banana OG in it.
Talking
There are
cookies, you're talking Granddaddy Purple and Platinum Cookies. The
it's
blue's
good,
gonna bring some,
dude.
I don't
Trust me,
know.
it's a
Blue Power,
great
I don't
strain.
know.
It tastes great. I remember at the beginning, I right away myself was like, I don't know what it's supposed to smell like apples and bananas. It's fucking dank as fuck, but where's the apple banana? Customers of mine that are much less, they're just smokers. A couple of them over the months at the beginning were like, yeah, dude, this stuff is killer, but I don't know. Is it supposed to be like apple bananas? I was like, well, it's just a name. Like, because like I say, it's killer weed, but there's nothing that, like some strains, oh, if you named after a berry or a fruit, there's something distinct in it that that makes it smell like that. This is one of the ones that
Like
not
Tropicana cookies is very citrusy. You
yeah, right,
expect
right.
the
So I mean,
name, right?
there is all that, but this one is one of the ones where yeah, like I don't know, maybe somebody else just knows, smells it. I know one thing. There's a certain thing of imagination, or you're like you can if you say something's this, then at first I remember that first thinking like almost like before I realized no, like because I expected it or was supposed to smell like that. That I remember at first going, I guess is that all right? It smells like apples and bananas, but that was just my mind. Like after a while, I realized there's nothing, no hint of anything that's apple or banana, but it's a killer strain.
Well, maybe I'll try growing it because I've seen it available at a lot of places, and I just always pass
And
on
like I
it because I
say, the
was like,
blue power part, oh yeah, when you really look at the shade of purple and when you have it hanging with a bunch of other things, oh, it's like blue. There's like it's a blue purple, not like the red purple.
yeah.
And I guess that comes from that's a pretty good like one thing is with some of these collabs or whatever they are, when you really look at their lineage, oh yeah, well, they're thoroughbred lineages, no wonder it made something good.
Have you come across Adios Motherfucker
Yeah.
yet from Cookies? That's a good one.
No, like to be honest, we were well into growing these for like a year before I even realized that they were. If I saw these on a list and then knew, oh, these are cookie strains, these are this strains, these are this one, like I would have steered away from growing anything that's cookies, just because my personal opinion. But then I also realized, don't ever let your personal opinion about whatever. That's not the plant just because they've hijacked that plant or whatever doesn't mean that anything. They care about the plant, not who
Not the shithead
is
that read it.
that marketed it or whatever the fuck. Like
Yeah.
don't let that be because like this was an example of that. I might have like, yeah, these were really killer strains that I've enjoyed growing them the last couple of years. If I would have had saw a list just because I prefer not to fuck with that company and anything they represent, even in the collabs with people I do respect, which all of those have crashed and burned. Like, there's multiple lawsuits and there's multiple stories where, oh, this, that, and the other basically they fuck people. That's what they do when they sign contracts with people.
Yeah, I heard the dude with all the tattoos on him from Compound. I heard he was phased out like a year or two ago from Cookies.
Yeah, he's off doing his own thing, and Chris, and he really built Compound from the beginning. But there's that, Serge had a lot to do with it. He's still there, and wait, C Junkie and him are in full blown court. Okay, well, like I've seen them both post what they accuse each other of. Well, okay, I believe what C Junkie's saying. I definitely don't believe him because it's one of those repeat patterns because he did the same thing with this company, and he fucked over this person too. And oh, even Cookies itself was basically that, right? I mean, oh, they all made some arrangement and at some point and act like, oh, everything's cool. But wait, there was a time when there were people that really were the Girl Scout cookie that said that, he basically took their shit and ran.
Joe
So the whole
Petrie
thing,
said,
the whole thing's built on that. All the power
Joe
to him
Petrie.
that he's
Joe Petrie said that
mentioning.
Cookies was his, that they stole it from him.
Yeah. Well, I know one thing. When I first grew Girl Scout cookie and what was the other one? Thin Mint. There was two of them, Thin Mint and the other one. Way back in 2013, 14, when I first got those cuts, I remember telling my
I got
buddy,
13.
oh, I had tasted that weed like sometime in the late 80s or 90s out at a Dead show. Like it wasn't like that genetic family, that genetic lineage wasn't already
Could have been
out,
Joe's.
right? Oh, maybe it had been, stabilized and bred in a little better, but like there was something about that cookie taste that I'd already tasted before, like years earlier, right? So it wasn't like I never tasted that genetic. But okay, they tried to make it like, oh, they created something out of nowhere and blah blah blah. Like no one created nothing out of nowhere.
It's not out of
It's
nowhere.
weird, like because of the internet, basically, people of a certain generation are get to take claim, but the people from that other internet that did a lot of the work and years of fucking projects, because back then it took a lot longer and a lot more risk and a lot more. A lot of them, we don't even know who they really are.
Yeah, the
And
most probable thing that tells me, like just from like how I feel, is that they bought weed or they got weed from somewhere and they found a bag seed and they thought it was really good and they grew it out and maybe they've done work with that.
But then for those people to make a stand and be like, oh, this is ours. I'm going to enrich myself off of it to no end. And yeah, no, that's where it gets cockeyed. You know what I mean? That's why, because of that mentality and that whole thing, that's why like some pretty legendary genetics are possibly lost, like aren't really around anymore, right? Like, how did that happen? Well, because assholes were holding it and doing like a whole different thing. Because I can remember the years where, yeah, people didn't freely trade anything worthy genetics, right? Like a lot of times, even people that your friends that would kick you down, they'd kick you down this one pheno, but the real pheno they kept to themselves and hoarded it. All right. That was like the business was that way. Like it was different. Today, like it seems like everybody has everything, or if you don't have it, you can easily attain it. and that's good. That you know, and there's people that are guests, you know, are preservationists, and those people are good. The ones that are dedicating their whole life to holding on to strains for a long time and keeping them going, you know. I don't know. It's all good. Like there's nothing like whatever, you know, the legal thing and that's not good, but whatever. That's just my opinion.
Did you ever grow Mexican weed?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the first seeds as a kid, my dad like sold basically Oaxacan spears, like what I remember him having the most of. And some of those in the 70s, man, you know, a lot of his weed was semi-seedless. Like it was the well-grown Mexican shit that he sold.
Oh,
And
there's some really outstanding Mexican stuff.
yeah, I mean, to this day, I mean, because one, it's been since I was a teenager, but I would recognize and know it because I smoked so much of it as a kid. Oaxacan spears. Like if I could just get like not even like a well-grown, no, like Oaxacan spears from Oaxaca, like it was in the 70s. That weed, I mean, I was a kid, so I don't know how much that affected the way I remember the high, but that shit had like that was like a weed. It wasn't like the best grown or anything compared to today, but oh, when you smoked it, it got you like stoned as fuck. It was like a lot of those weeds, they were grown like field grown and not cured good, but they were like even for being grown like that, they there was like genetics in it, you know, like they were good. They had picked the best plant they were growing the most of. Because when I first had saw Mexican weed, it wasn't pressed. My dad would have these spears, they'd be like wrapped in plastic and tied because they were just these like kilos of it. They weren't like taking off the spears. Like part of why they were called Oaxacan spears is because they were still on the stem. There's some stem. He would kind of cut some of that out depending on what he sold or whatever, but his closet just had fucking these wraps of spears. That was good weed. I'm sure it's still out there because one thing that weed had a lot of seeds and people, well, people saved them. I'm sure, and some of them might be old, but some of them might be viable. And even in Mexico, I'm sure those seeds are still.
I know somebody in Ohio that was just gifted like 15 film canisters and like 3 little jelly jars full of seeds that probably came out of all that like good brick weed
Yeah,
back
like
from the
like
70s, 80s. These seeds got to be 30, 35 years old.
yeah, like once you say film containers, I'm like, oh yeah, that's time appropriate because even
Yeah,
my I don't know
80s.
whatever happened to them all, but I remember that he did have like dozen or so film containers of seed that he had saved from whatever. Because like I grew up where it was a shoebox that was always under the or on the thing on the
Couch.
lower part of the living room table, right? That had zigzag papers and weed, and then you'd take the lid and use it to like get the seeds to one side and they would roll numbers. My dad, to the day he died, called joints numbers. Like, oh, you got a number? Like he'd hang out with me to say, like, oh, you want to smoke a joint? He'd say, oh, you got a number? I'd be like, yeah, like, that was how he talked. He was like a
I
beatnik
wish
kid.
I could do that to my dad.
And yeah, I can remember always trying to impress him over all those years with all the latest, greatest weeds, which he sort of always appreciated. But he was always this kind of guy that like, yeah, he was a legacy guy because he would tell me, oh, it ain't as good as the Oaxacan, it ain't as good as this. Like, 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 uh, because he was in
What
this
the stock techies.
community and all that. And to this day, I still remember, God, we had a quantity, we had access to quantity, pounds and pounds of different chocolate Thai, uh, loose pack Thai wheat. Like my experience, oh, there was only Thai sticks for this brief period, and they were so elusive. But no, and then if you really knew people and connect, a lot of it was the East-West connection. I used to be able to bring a quarter pound of green bud to New York City out to when I was going shore shows and trade it for a pound of Thai wheat, right? And I would do that every time because yeah, that Thai wheat was fucking dank. Like, it knocked your ass out. It was the strongest wheat. It tasted so good. And yeah, 4 ounces for 16, that's a deal. And back then, the top Thai weed, like in the West Coast, you could sell ounces for 175. Like out of all the commercial weeds, the only one that had a pricing somewhat close to uh,
Green bud.
the green bud was Thai weed. The really good, proper like kilos. They used to
No,
come.
you want the purple stock
They were
techies.
kind of
That's the one
packed.
that
They
has.
weren't packed like super tight like Mexican. It was kind of loose pack. And they were kind of buds, and it didn't matter. Like whatever you rolled, it was like something about that genetic. It wasn't grown like fuck. Came from wherever. It was packed however and dried however, but the genetic came through like that. Whatever genetic that is, which I'm sure that is surfaced over there in Thailand. I imagine, like, even though prohibition put a thing in for so many years, but now that that's over, I'm sure that real whatever that Thai weed was, which it turns out wasn't really Thai weed, it was from Laos or whatever, right? Or at least that's what.
Well, it was from the thing of it is, it's grown both in Thailand and Laos in that one area.
Yeah,
Okay. Now they say that it was possibly taken to Laos because Laos had more relaxed cannabis laws than Thailand did. The area where the Thai stick is was really made is, if you look at the Thai map, is the far upper right hand corner. And there's basically a huge national park right there. And they would grow in the park, and they also had their villages in the park. Just because it's a park doesn't mean there's a village in there. And when the army would come in and do their raid, all the workers would just jump across the river and go into Laos. But as time went on, they moved a lot of the growing into Laos right over the border right there because of the relaxed laws in Laos on cannabis compared to Thailand. But that's those strains, they say that they were squirrel's tail. Okay. I have been north, south, east, west in Thailand. And I hear a lot of the older growers talking, oh, what's your seeds? Squirrel's tail, tiger's tail. And I look at them and it's like, yeah, that's the main bud structure that I'm used to, but there's subtle differences to the plants. And I think that comes like we get back in the States, taking something from the East Coast to the West Coast and having it grow on the West Coast for 25, 30 years. It's going to have different characteristics to the plant. And I have between 8 and 10, 11 different squirrel's tails from different regions and different areas of Thailand, from one corner to the far northeast corner to the far northwest, and then down south. So I've got squirrel's tails from all over Thailand, and they're all a little bit different, but they produce a huge main cola. And you can actually harvest the plant 2 times.
So what is it? Equatorial sativa?
Yeah, that's everything. Basically, everything I have here, I'm telling people, except for certain ones that, like I went through, like that red string that I had pictured on IG. I went through 100 grams and found like 53, 56 seeds out of it. So I know that isn't like filled with intersexual traits in that garden. That was the guy producing seed for next year. But I mean, I got 50 seeds out of 100 grams of brick. Shit that's grown in a field. There should be more seeds to that. Shit, we had more than that, and they're fucking Mexican. But then, there's some stuff that I'm going to tell you is straight out 25 to maybe 35, 40% intersexual traits in the plants. You're just going to have to grow them out, watch them, and select out the ones that don't have it. But I would say to not only run them indoors, but to also run them outdoors if you can, because they may be having intersexual traits indoors, but outdoors that may go away. So I would run them both ways just to make sure, because sometimes, plants do a lot better outside than they do indoors. And then a lot of plants do a hell of a lot better indoors, and we think we're going to take them outdoors and get like monsters. And then all of a sudden it's like, holy shit, why did I waste my time? But I think it's going to be interesting to see, a lot of the seeds I have, I don't have more than 75 packs. Just last night, I sat down and put all the like seeds that I've collected that are between 10 or between 1 or 2 seeds up to like 20 to 30 seeds that I've put aside for myself to go through. But, the most I have is maybe 75 packs of anything. And there's a lot of them where I may only have 30 or 35 packs of that strain.
So this squirrel strain, what's the flavor on it?
It varies, but there's mainly just a citrus.
Now, if I had to
You understand that my taste is very limited. So, the best I can do is citrus for you. I'm sorry, I can't tell you specifics.
that I messed with had zero anything to do with citrus. I used to say it was like nutmeggy. It was like the complexity of nutmeg, right? Sorta. Like it was like that. And though the chocolatey stuff was like a certain color and was maybe less nutmeggy, maybe a hint of chocolate. And there was some green, and there was like some batches that were better than others. And I always thought that just like in the export of Mexican weed and Colombian weed and Thai weed, if you were one of the people that were moving the loads. Yeah, there was like you got a certain poundage of the like super good shit with the 100 pounds of the mediocre shit, right? And if you had the right
Oh,
sources or whatnot, or you might get access to some of that good shit that would trickle
yeah.
out. But a lot of like, oh, if you tried to move weight, oh, it'd end up being a little lesser grade. Sometimes
But
like,
I have probably 3 or 4 varieties here that do have that spice taste to them. And those are the ones I really like because they seem to be a little bit more psychoactive. And the one
I think that's what
I
we do
kind
as
of
classic.
I get
I think that,
those like tracers.
and I think like spicy, peppery, maybe even kind of incensey, or it's kind of like what I like remember as classic Thai. Like when I used to, but I never grew it. I always bought it as flower. I was younger, a long time ago. We're talking.
well, and then like knowing what I know
we
now from years of growing of like what it takes to cure and trim and dry weed, a lot of those weeds I look back at, like, yeah, like they were dried outside. That's why they had the certain color to them. It
Yeah.
wasn't grew that way. There was green weed, a plant when they cut it down. But if you hung it outside under some thing, like, a lot of that weed was like, it wasn't like they had some elaborate drying, curing thing that we do today. They didn't do any of that. And
we
even
had a guy
like some of
we
the
had a
back
guy in the
like
store.
a rancid smell, like a mold thing, because yeah, some of it was like packed moist and had a long trip to get here, and by the time it got here, it'd have like a moldy smell
we
got to it. Not that the weed,
we had a farmer in the other day, and his buds were a little bit wispy because he wanted to cut it down before the big rain just started. And I rolled a joint. He rolled a joint for me, and I got that chlorophyll taste, and it was hay. And found out that because I said, okay, you cut this and you're giving it to us, what, 3, 4 days later? And he said, no, one day. So he got the bud to dry outside in one day.
Doesn't understand
Man,
the process at all.
it was all hay and chlorophyll green.
Yuck.
And he was trying to get like 75 cents a gram for it. So he was trying to get like 26, 27 baht. And we're like, no, we can't take any of it. And he's like, why? It's good. And it's like, no, it tastes like hay. You dry too fast. But that's what's happening right now with the weed that's coming down is because the rains are started. So if you were smart, about a week and a half ago, you started bringing it down because it rains 2 times a day here between usually 4:30 and 6 o'clock. And then it'll stop between 7 and 10. And then 10:30 to 11, it starts raining again. So that's what you have to deal with. These are the 3 months or 3.5 months that I would either just keep everything in veg or go on vacation. I would not try doing anything in a greenhouse here.
Yeah, I guess it's just a learning process for them as far as
Yeah.
Right, it's
and
very
they're growing over the past 2 years. You know, if they keep understanding more and they start to listen more to people that have experience growing and growing with different products and things like that, if they keep going at the rate, basically they're going to take like from 95 until 2015, all that knowledge that took me to learn during that time, you know, they're going to have that down in like 5, 6 years. So in 5 or 6 years, they're going to be growing really good cannabis here. No different than any place in the United States, because there are quite a few really good growers here.
Do you think it's probably higher quality of Bangkok?
Uh, I think you have high quality all over Thailand, not just Bangkok. Bangkok is where your more commercial, your bigger grows are at, because they're selling at a higher price and they're selling to tourists and people that have a higher income. You know, you come to north here to Chiang Rai, the same cannabis that's down in that permanent marker in Bangkok would be between 800 and 1,000 baht a gram. I can buy 100 grams of it for 150 baht. That's what the guy sells it for. Or you can buy 33 grams because it gives you 3 free grams for 6,000 baht, which is about $2 or 200 baht a gram. It works out to be like $6 a gram for stuff that in Bangkok would be 800 to 1,000. Here in Chiang Rai, it's top shelf at 480 or 450. I'm sorry. Our top shelf here in Chiang Rai, in the best shop in town that I take you guys to, is 450 baht, and that's one of the places that sell his weed. But he has to sell it on a front to get that 250 baht that he asks, because on a front he does ask for 250 a gram instead of, hey, you pay me X amount. But you know, there's good growers all over Thailand. You'll never suspect who's a really good grower. You know, I find out that a lot of the women do the growing here in Thailand. And a lot of these ladies are really fucking good. They're more attentive to the plants, I think. They seem to take better care of them.
I would think they'd have a lot of like indigenous style farming going on there too.
Well, on that strain
Oh,
hunter
yeah.
thing, when he went to different farms, a few of them, and they emphasized it, like even his main place is, I guess, 200 some 50 employees, but they're all local Thais. And other
They
farms they
have
went
to
to,
be.
like, were very, like, they emphasized that, oh, this is Thai, whatever. Where I think they
They
were
have to be.
emphasizing that because and I know, like, one of my people I know good, he's been contracted, moved him and his whole family over there, and is building out a pretty big place. It's going really good. He's getting paid really good. Well,
But
that
if
can't
he,
make a claim that, oh, it's 100% local Thai, whatever, because they brought in outside consultants to to get them up and going. You know, which
and
okay.
And exactly. And if they didn't bring him in as master grower and to build the facility out, he would not be able to work here in Thailand. If a Thai person can do the job, no matter if like you're world renowned in it, it's hard for you to actually work yourself in your own business.
I mean,
Okay. It's actually against the law.
I
Of,
don't know what he under the deal that he really has with them or anything, but I assume like after a year or two and
he's,
he's established and got him up and going and it's like,
if he
oh,
lasts that long.
then yeah, like that's no different than what they do here, right?
The
Uh,
big thing here in
a little
Thailand
bit of
is they'll
consulting.
hire these Westerners to come in and build out the facility and get them running for the first 6 months, and then they'll cancel their contract on them
Yeah, I
within
mean,
6 or 7 months
well, I mean,
because they taught their people how
I
to
know a
run it.
lot of people that have been, on the short end of that, come up, make it public and wait, that should be an like that seems like, for instance, me and my old partner Scott, who we started doing this together in the 90s, 91, we both made plenty of money over the years charging a third to like one of our friends or whatever
Yeah,
to get their
to
grow.
set them up
Okay. Now, I used to,
for a
from the
year
beginning, make that deal with the person and say, yeah, a third for a year, and then we'll
or
talk about it,
6 months.
right? A lot of times when that year came up, oh, they were
You
just like,
just
yeah, we
walk
can keep it
away.
the way it is. Some people were like, oh, all right, yeah, I know what I'm doing now. Cool. And life gone. Scott, he had this different mentality. Yeah, there was no time frame for his, right? And then so over the years, there'd be these things where, oh, these were our friends. They were really our friends. Like it wasn't strangers we did this for. That wasn't anything to do with it. Where Scott, like somebody he's been friends with for 15 years, and some of these went for a long time. They finally confronted him and was like, oh no, dude, like you only come by to get paid. Like it's not like it's, we started this whatever years ago. It's time to, you know, and then there'd be this big feud because like he wouldn't let go. He thought he was entitled for the ever, right? And we were like best friends. Like sometimes we even had lived together, shared houses. And I remember these talks, right? Because like I was always trying to explain, yeah, dude, that's going to be inevitable that that's going to happen. Like that's why I only say 1 year, right? Because, and then, yeah, some of those people that I helped do that, they went on to bigger and better things and all that. And it's all good. Some of the things where he tried to stranglehold people forever turned into these bitter things where people weren't friends anymore and it's like created strife. And I was always like, yeah, that's just the same idea. And like, yeah, you're even saying 6 months, but a year's good. And like the whole way we used to model that whole partnership would be one third, one third, one third. I get a third, you get a third, and a third is the nut, which would always include the rent, the power, the stuff, this, that. And that third, a lot of times back then, at the pricing we were at, oh, that was like overestimating, right? But the person that ran it, and it was their house and it was their bills they were paying, oh, well, if they were getting a little extra because of that, because they only used so much of that third. But that was the idea. Like, yeah, the plants are the one third, and then each of us a third. And I must have, I mean, I always had my own thing going and all that, but yeah, I made a lot of money off of like, I must have done 40 or 50 deals like that over the years, and all of them couple of them would crash and burn for different reasons. But no, a lot of them went to term and it was all good. Even Scott, sometimes I'd be like, "What? You still collect from that guy? That was like fucking 7, 8 years ago." He's like, "Yeah, dude, fuck yeah, I still collect from that." Like, and then sure enough, months later, that would like turn into this confrontational thing amongst us, and I will always side with, yeah, you can't stranglehold somebody. That don't work. No, you got to be fair. You got to be. You can't be like selfish. No. They used to be in the that kind of era and stuff. Yeah, there was like respect and like I don't know how to explain it. Like outlaw life was like had like boundaries and rules around it. Most people followed them. Today, like, yeah, no, it's dog eat dog. It's fucking bullshit. There's no
Yeah.
code. There's no code. There's no honor among thieves. There's none of that, dude. I don't know when that left our society or our thing, but it did.
I think it's when all the gangsters started taking out LA gangsters. They shoot each other and shit over, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
drugs.
my world had nothing to do with violence, and like even ultimately in my world, it was Grateful Dead because your reputation is everything. And
Yep.
like Deadhead, oh, that's another thing. I only fuck with Deadheads, right? Because and now it's different. Everything's different now, but back then, what your collateral over that person was and over that relationship and all that was, oh, and when people fucked you, yeah, they were like shunned. That like once it like the community, like all the homies at the show, oh, that guy's a piece of shit. Oh, why? Oh, yeah, this. Oh, he did that to another. Oh, he's shunned. And so like the fear of that happening to somebody that loves the Grateful Dead and wants to live a life in that thing, that kept people on the up and up. Like that's it. Like that was the collateral. Like even when I used to give credit to somebody, the collateral was, yeah, if you don't pay me, well, you better not show up at the shows. You know what I mean? And sometimes at shows, like we're not violent and all that. We weren't violent with weapons or any of that. But all of a sudden you find out that, oh yeah, so and so got his ass beat in the lot because like, oh yeah, well, what
Yeah.
happened? Oh, he owed homeboy fucking
By money.
out on
When
tour
most people,
and
when most
act like
people on they're on mushrooms or LSD at those Grateful Dead shows, right?
all of it. It's just all commodity. Like, fuck, dude.
I got accepted so fast because I didn't accept the front. I was like, hey, I need a sheet. And they were like, well, we need this for it. I said, no, I don't need it on the front. I'm buying straight up. And they're like, cool. And then my price dropped way down.
Yeah. Like, we sold by 10,000 hits only. You didn't talk to us for less than that. Credit was 65 cents a hit back then, but like cash was like 30, 35 cents a hit, right?
Is that what they call a book?
Well, I mean, ours came in sheets of 200. So like 10,000 would be these two bricks of 5,000. Like it would be stacked together, sheets that were 200.
Water art.
Yeah, the my little symbol, that's one of our main ones. It was actually called ganja, right? And we had blue, red, green, yellow. We did all these colors, and then in '81 at Red Rocks, because this was basically because technology, our printer that was based in Arizona at the time that did the blotter and the perforating the paper. he got a new system that could do 4-color printing. So
Yeah.
our beads would have, they were all unique because they would all come out different, but it would be like from blue to yellow. It would it would go across the sheet and have 4-color printing, basically. And then so yeah, we called those rainbow ganchas. And then there's shirts from like we released them for the first time at Red Rocks, right? And we gave out 100 shirts to the people that were in the know or whatever that had the design in rainbow print, but on the back said, "I saw rainbows at Red Rocks." Right? Some of those shirts can be found on eBay for like ridiculous money because it's a collector thing. I worked for BT. It was his operation. I was just his flunky. When he would get the shirts, they'd be in these big duffel bags, 100 of them. And like anybody that ever got the shirt got it from me. He would say, "Oh yeah, give him a shirt or give this guy a shirt." I'd be carrying the fucking duffel bag. That was my job. Even back then, I used to do blow with Phil Lesh, the bass player, a lot at the set break or at the drum solo, a lot of times at the hotels after the show, even though I wasn't even 18 years old, right?
But you were just a flunky, that's all, bud. You were just a flunky at 16, 17, sitting there with Bill.
Yeah, like that was what
You
was.
were accepted a little bit more than just a flunky.
It wasn't like that, and like holy shit, dude, I ran like I dealt with
Your
customers
family.
huge amounts of money. I blotted all this shit. Like, did I get
Yeah,
paid?
your
We lived
family.
the grandest life ever. We stayed at the best places. We had money out. We went
Good dinners.
every show. Oh, we bought every drug we could buy that was any good. And because
Yep.
BT had a lucrative thing, and every dealer on tour knew he had money up the ass, people came at us with like, "Yeah, look, you want to buy this? You want to buy that?" Like I remember we bought a quarter pound of this fucking mescaline in Austin, Texas. That was the glass guard stuff that was so potent, like you would trip on it 3 to 4 days before that shit would come off of you, right? People had all kinds of things. The best weed, the best this. If you brought it to him and it was good, he would be like, "Yeah, here, yeah, I'll buy it, I'll buy it, I'll buy it." And then he'd give it to me because he didn't carry anything. Okay. So like so that was my job. Oh, if you bought a kilo,
there you go.
Okay, I got the kilo. Oh, you want some? All right, let me get it out for you. Like so I had control of all the goodies always.
Yeah.
For 7 straight years we were didn't miss a fucking show and made fucking,
Now the truth comes out.
we got indicted and it came crashing down, but it was good while it lasted. But yeah, during those years, oh, I did all the best connoisseur drugs that there were in the planet at the time because they all funneled into the Grateful Dead world. That was like we did good drugs there. Uh Everything. So many things. Oh, a lot of coke and a lot of the best cokes and really good, pure, fucking different ones from different places. That was my main thing. But oh, there was everything. We had China White, we had fucking Persian, we had fucking balls of opium, all the best weed. Of course, we were the acid connection, so we had like purest of all that shit.
And that's why you got the best drugs is because you were that connection. So the person took some of their product, traded it for your product. And that's what it was back then. You traded different products.
Like whatever, the bikers, basically the Hells Angels, they really ran the crystal part of the LSD thing out of the Bay Area. But they had different kinds, right? So there were like we were one entity because beyond what paper we used, it was known we had
The cleanest.
ours was called the
Family fluff.
no, it wasn't
There's
fluff.
many
It was
names.
called, oh
There's
wait,
many names.
but the other people that were really
Needle point.
the Dancing Bear crew of people, but during those years they were called the White Perfs, right? Because they were like super paranoid type thinking, and that's how we viewed them. We knew who they were. They were the other fucking big operation out on tour. These other fucking hippies, right? They were our friends, sorta. Uh, their shit had no design on it. It was white perf, plain. Over the years, there would be times where they would do the liquid, the bottles. Next thing you know, they come back with white
Yeah.
perf. But in the lot, you could tell where they were. This was before Dancing Bear became this like iconic thing, right? And the Dancing Bear really goes back to Owsley, right? Uh, and Bear, the originator of the fucking acid deal. Um, yeah, they never put the bear on the hits. Like I say, they were like super discreet because some of our designs were part of the investigation that led to our demise. Right? That's what puts you,
In the
and,
forefront.
and they could attach you to that, where the other way it was less. But the same biker group supplied both of us. God, how did it slip my mind? Because here was the thing about our crystal that we always knew, and we didn't test it all the time, but oh, we knew this. Like we just used vodka, generic vodka to blotter paper, right? So you take the grams of acid, measurement of vodka, put it in Pyrex, clear glass, usually in a hotel room that's got the curtains drawn or wherever you're doing it, curtains drawn, so no sunlight. But if you took the liquid with the acid in it and then shone it in the light, sunlight, it would glow like black light. It would look like purple, like the sun would shine through the liquid and make it purple, right? And that was god dang.
Hey, if you put a sheet under a black light and you don't see anything like popping off of it, it's probably not that active.
Yeah. And then the stuff they had was the fluff, which the fluff is good, right?
Yeah.
Right. But ours was bad. Wait, the name is escaping me, but we had like, and it's like a known thing, but that was like exclusively BT. I mean, BT between the Dragons, all the Dragon hits of the late 70s and the early 80s. Then we switched, and that's when I started working for him in 80. Was Dragon. I mean, Ganjas, which like he was a big weed head. Ganja wasn't really that big of a word like it is today. Like he's passed on, but like it's always weird to me now that I've been a ganja grower for so many years. Back then, I was not a grower; I was just a dealer. Um, that we called our like main hit ganjas, like because people on the lot would be like, you got the ganjas, you got the ganjas, and then the thing with the t-shirts was because I partied with Phil, I gave him a shirt, or I gave him a couple of the shirts, and it turned out like these really key shows that become like, oh, that was massive. He wore the shirt at Wembley in London. Oh my God, he wore it at Red Rocks. The next year, he would wear our shirts while the show. I have pictures of all the shows he did this at.
That was nice.
Like, well, when in the lot that we became the official, people would say, "You got that official Grateful Dead acid?" Like it wasn't no official nothing, or it wasn't like that at all. But oh, him wearing that shirt, that
Yep.
co-signed on this level that was like fucking beyond. Like, god damn, man. Like you couldn't compete with us. Like when I say, oh, the white perf people, they were kind of our friends. Oh no, they hated us because as they were like trying to be super low pro, which I respect, BT was the opposite. He was the most flamboyant fucking motherfucker. Like we were asking to get fucking popped, which the reality was when he finally got popped, and all of a sudden I get a call, BT's in jail. Well, it turns out it wasn't for acid. He had robbed a bank on 7/11/77 because he first went to prison in the late 60s for LSD. I'm dead tour. When the, there was years in the 60s where LSD was legal. People don't remember this, but weed was like devil's fucking lettuce. And you go to prison forever. My dad went to federal prison for a roach in the early 60s. But
But
acid
you could buy acid from Xanadot
exactly.
in
So
1964.
and then they made acid legal. BT gets busted, and he gets sentenced to what's called a 1 to life, indeterminate sentence. Back then they could give you 1 to life, which didn't mean you did 1 year. You got 1 to life, right? And on 7/7/77, it's a historic day in California history. The original Jerry Brown, the governor that, dude's dad, he signed what's called the indiscriminate, or no, I don't pronounce that word right, Sentencing Act, which meant that all those sentences, you can't sentence people that way anymore. And it's the biggest release in one day of California prisoners ever, right? Like anyone sentenced to a 1 to life or a 2 to life or these ridiculous indeterminate, that was what they were called, indeterminate sentences, went away. BT got released. He had this girlfriend from the 60s. She's like part of the Grateful Dead family, Katie May. Not the Katie May in the song with Pigpen, but a girl called Katie May. And her mom was from Marin County, lived in Marin County. And a couple days after BT's release from prison, 7/7/77, on 7/11/77, he robs the Wells Fargo Bank, Market Street in San Francisco. That's like in this historic building, one of the original banks, Market Street. Like, okay, now I worked for the guy for 7 years. And I knew he was like an outlaw to the extreme, and we had fake IDs, and we had all this weird shit. But he never ever mentioned anything about this. Okay. Like when I first found out, I'm like, what? He robbed a bank? That BT? We used to have money, like so much money, we didn't even know how to fucking carry it and keep it. It was just money was just like beyond. It was nasty. It was dirty. We had to like make it into stacks and try to exchange it for hundreds and all this fuck money, right? But
I gave discounts for hundreds.
I used to send him letters that were totally dipped in acid, right, in the federal prison in Terminal Island. And when I visited him, I would bring him weed, ounces of weed, and just he had a thing with whoever, and it got to him, right? It's federal prison. But when he explained it all to me, right? And so he got out of prison 7/77, and there's the bikers don't front anything. That's not how that game works. Never have, never will. Right? It's cash, carry.
Yep.
And to get his first come up, right? They robbed this bank. They didn't get that much money in this motorhome. that they'd taken from Katie's mom's house, right? Okay. So for all these years that we're doing all this acid business, massive, and there's things that happen where we should have been busted. One time we got caught in Des Moines, Iowa by these local cops, and they went in the glove box and found 5,000 hits. And we're on the phone asking headquarters, like, yeah, they're these little stamps, like, what do you think they are, or whatever. Somehow, after an hour or two, and they had a bunch of coke and all this shit, and these girls with us that were from Belgium that didn't have passports, and crazy scene
Wow.
in Dayton, Ohio, in '81. But then all of a sudden, they fucking like changed their tune and like said, "You got money for cab? Okay, you're going to the airport." Even though there was no flight from Dayton to the next show, right? But they took us to the airport, and then from the airport we took cab to the Greyhound and got the fuck out of there, right? When I finally got
Yep.
indicted and went through like days of questioning by the DA and the district attorney, and saw like a whole fucking room full of evidence they collected over the years, I realized, yeah, they knew he was wanted on bank robbery, right? And it wasn't they were trying to ever bust us. They weren't. They were trying to bust. And even when we got indicted, okay, they had him on bank robbery. They were had an investigation going on for all these years to get our connection, the biker, right? That was what that case was about. That was what those years of investigation was about. And I don't know for fact, there was never anything that fact, but I actually think there were times when we got ourselves in trouble and they would get us out of trouble because that they were hoping to get us
Money.
BT because I even though only once or twice he'd leave me in a restaurant in a certain place we'd meet, and I did see him and I know who he met. I knew who the guy was, right? I mean, not yeah, I seen him. I was never supposed to because that was part of like, there were certain precautions taken, right? Even back then, why? Like I live in San Diego now, but way back then we used to come to San Diego a lot, right? Because as much as you think, all the acids coming out of the Bay Area and shit, no,
No.
we would end up getting our crystal down here. Why? Because I think the lab and the operation was in Mexico at that time, right? And the dude would just cross over, and things were a lot different at the border back then. But yeah, we'd meet him in like weird spots in downtown area of San Diego numerous times. Sometimes we met him in the Bay Area. He would pop up in weird places, dude. Right?
A, a kilo of crystal, that's a lot of hits.
Yeah, well, we didn't know. You would just get dozens of vials, grams. Like a gram is a long, but like, we'd move those. Like when I say he would show up in weird places, because we could get this done almost anywhere as long as we had the paper, right? The blank paper, right? And so
Yeah.
sometimes we'd be in the middle of a tour and need more, and like it would happen. We'd do it wherever. But one time I made like 200,000 hits in the Hyatt Hotel in Pittsburgh. Like weird, there's things along the way. A lot of times we had all the stuff in New York and in California, the paper. So sometimes we were on the East Coast. It was easy to get paper to wherever we were to then make enough to make whatever deal came along because
When we went to that festival for Skull and Roses, I ended up with all those sheets of paper, and it was for like one of the Timothy Leary Foundation. But I ended up buying, what was it, like, I think I bought 10 and they gave me like 3 or 4 big sheets for free. But,
hey,
I've got one of those here in Thailand that I would munch on.
I still have a bedroom at my mom's house where they were speakers that were hand me down when my parents bought a better system, but they were like wood cabinets. They were pretty big. You know, back then that was the thing. The bigger speakers were better and all this shit. And yeah, but they were pretty hollow inside. And yeah, for years and years, there would be blank, like they would come cellophane wrap, like maybe this thick of the blanks. Like we had different colors and different designs. And sometimes things would get hot with one thing and we'd switch to another one. Okay. Or we had different rhyme and reason to some of the different ones we had. But most of them, like I could pack so many of these things in the speakers, and then you could just screw the thing in at the bottom, and you never know. If you lift it up, it would be a little heavier than it should have been. But they used to be stashed in my mom's house. No one knew because this was like. And then what I would like sometimes get diverted to come home for a day or so, and then I get the call to go to San Francisco or New York. I get off flight and I'd be carrying like a bag with like just bricks of fucking blank paper, like hundreds of thousands. They were blank. And then within hours, 24 hours, or usually less than 24 hours, would blotter, have them dry, and be on a plane to wherever. Fuck, the beginning of tour, a lot of it was, you know, we'd take whatever amount we took out on tour.
Can I ask you, Bud, a question? When you got done laying it, how long did it take you to come down? Because
that wasn't like
it normally takes me a while to come
I
down.
was a young guy that was like using drugs on the daily between all different drugs, that thing. And a lot of times it would be like this: red eyes to JFK. Okay. Usually would start in the morning, at early afternoon by the latest. A lot of times early, 9, 10 in the morning, where I would have a room at the San Francisco Hilton that's connected to the airport. Literally, you can go right out your hotel and go right down to the gates, right? Right. Back then, it's a little more different now, but not really. You can still stay at the fucking airport there's a hotel in the
Airport.
Airport. But we get a room there, and then dude would disappear and then pop back there an hour or two later, and usually had gone and gotten the crystal from wherever he had it stashed or whatever, and also it stopped at like a CVS, but it would probably save on
alcohol
around there, and it bought like the Pyrex, the plastic bags, the vodka, the wooden stick to stir it, the measuring cup, blah blah blah, and then boom, he'd come in, we'd do it. Right, we'd put plastic bags on every surface: the counter, the floor, the nightstand, the bed, except for one little spot for me to lay down. Right. Oh, we turned the heater up on the room. Like that was the other part. Like, oh, I'd have to be in this room that was fucking cooking, okay, to make the time frame, right?
With that crystal in the air.
We had the right exact measurement for whatever brick of paper we would put in the Pyrex that would absorb it all. Like, and every paper would be wet, right?
Wow.
Like if it was 2 cups or whatever the measurements was, it was more than that, but it would absorb into all the paper. You just pour it in the plate with the brick of paper and wait a couple more minutes, the paper would absorb it all. Flip it, or you had to work it a little. I didn't care if you put gloves on. I don't give a fuck if you wore a mask. I don't give a fuck. Like
you
right
still
in the process of the whole thing, something happens and you're like on not like any high, like taking acid. It's like a whole different thing, right? People that worked for him before me, he still supported them. Like one dude lived on the 8. like, yeah, he was like he was fucked. His mind got fucked up by it, right? That never really happened to me, or maybe it did, and I don't even realize it, but not the way that I was fucked. Like he was like never the same, right? I had a weird ability back then to be as fucked up as could be, but I could still function, right?
Function.
Like drive places, get us onto the plane on time, check into hotels, do anything. It didn't matter, right? No matter how high I was. And I was always really high. I'd be because he BT was also like a junkie on the side. Well, he was a junkie, but like not like a junkie you think. He didn't shoot heroin, but oh, he had access to like really good pure China white and Persian that cost like fucking $200 a tenth or ridiculous price. But it was like a pinhead of this shit, and you were fucking lit, right? He would always leave me this little tiny bit because right before he left, after blottering it, because it's going to take so many hours for it to dry. Oh, another thing, either he would go get them or we had thousands of them. We would buy number 10 self-addressed stamped envelopes
Envelopes.
that were like had a stamp already on it, like embossed on it. You know, they sell them like that. Because we could fit
Seal strip.
5,000. We could put 5,000 hits in one of those. It would be a pretty thick thing. And it wasn't like we were ever mailing it, but the idea was if it was like, and we put some fake address from the hate and some other fake address. But if like cops busted you and opened that out without a postal search warrant, oh, that's illegal search and seizure and blah, blah, blah. A lot of times, most cases back then, if you had a good lawyer, could always be one under illegal search and seizure. That was a place that had a lot of
Leeway.
yeah, they cleaned up all those laws now. But then
That's why if you ever get a box that's in question, let it sit there for a while because today's age, they're not paying people to sit outside your house for days. They're going to come collect that box within a couple hours of you getting home. Or
well,
they've got a tracker on the inside that tells them when you open the
let me
box.
tell you something. For cannabis,
Just
even
let
like
it sit there.
they ain't doing any of that. The only time they're doing shit like that is some fucking cartel fentanyl bullshit, dude. They don't give a fuck about cannabis. They just put it in destroy. They don't even have resources to what are they going to investigate somebody's fucking couple fucking bags of cannabis
Ounces. Yeah.
I don't give a fuck, dude. I have a
That's
friend.
why you always keep it small too.
He went to high school with a guy that works security in the fucking San Diego Department of the Postal Investigative fucking thing. And that dude has asked his buddy all these questions, and that's how I know certain things. Like, yeah, they don't unless an agency's giving them a warrant to do something, they don't give a fuck. They don't have most of what the investigative side does is investigate bad postal workers. It's
Yeah.
a constant,
stealing.
whether it's money orders, taking shit, packages, whatever. There's always people in the post office that are bad. And that's what they spend most of their investigation time on, not some package. They do have a way that they designate things for destruction. And that's where most of it goes without any investigation.
Yeah, I had money orders stolen.
Now,
I had
if
a
it's
friend
any kind
ship
of
out money orders.
white powders and chemical things, it's like, yeah, they're freaked out about that. And fentanyl, then they'll call and blah, blah, blah. And even the smallest amount can become a thing, right?
With the surgeries I've had here, I've actually taken a small backpack and all the medications that they've given me here that I haven't taken, I've had to put in there, and I've lost some of the bags that have the prescription label from the hospital on it. but I've got enough of the other bags that they shouldn't say shit about like the tramadol or the codeine or anything like that when they see bags for liquid morphine from the hospital.
I'll finish the story real quick. So then the routine would be, I don't know, 7, 8, 8, by because we would have the red eye. A lot of times it was World Airways where it was cheap because you could fly from San Francisco. It would stop in Baltimore real quick and then go to JFK, and you'd end up at JFK at 5:30, and 6 in the morning, right? And we always had like a room at the Chelsea year round. It was like our room we kept, even though we only were there
10 days out of year.
more than that, but we'd come in and out. But 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 so the routine would be then when it was just about dry, but most of the time it wasn't really dry. It was still damp, but whatever, we had to go. We'd put it in the envelopes, and I would have like a guess a side carry-on thing, like a they still make that style, and I'd have all these envelopes in because back then there was no TSA. You just went boarded the plane, and they didn't look through your shit. They didn't have metal, nothing like that, right? So that wasn't ever working. You could book flights under any name. We never flew under our real names. We had all these names. We used fake names for everything.
But you also had fake IDs with those names
No,
because, you know,
not really, because like to fly, you didn't need any of that, dude. You could like, like it was a whole different world, dude, in the early '80s, right? No, we
man,
didn't
I
need.
always had to show ID.
We had ID, but that was usually our real name, or he had a fake one. I no, he got me a fake one, and at some I forget where out on tour the cops took it from me because it was real. I mean, it was like a real paid fake ID,
Mm-hmm.
but my name's Ben, and so my alias was Ben Dover. Okay. Yeah, like
Bend
it was
over.
sort of funny, whatever. I used it for a while. Yeah, flight for Bend over, hotel. You needed IDs. Um, you need credit card. You fucking cash was king. But
Yep.
yeah,
Now you need a
I
credit
forget.
card,
Might have
even
been
if
in
you do pay
Texas or
cash.
Oklahoma or some bumfuck state. We were driving through to get to a show and got pulled over, and the cops like, nah, this bullshit, and he took my ID. He didn't arrest me or anything. Because a lot of times when
That's
you
cool.
come across local cops, oh, we've been extorted a few times. We paid
Yeah.
off, right? Right. But uh like cops didn't like, oh, like we were too much to handle for them. It's like, sort of like fear and loathing. Like we were fear and loathing, okay? But we were like not just in Vegas, we were fucking everywhere we went. Like we were so fucked up, it wasn't even funny, dude. Right? But we never like. But back to the story. I think that it was this thing where the FBI, that's bank robbery, and the DA had this big investigation going where they were trying to get the connection. Oh, I know that. I sat through days and I had to go in front of grand jury and this indictment. And I seen my lawyer got all the paperwork. Even that day with the DA, like once they got to a certain point in the questioning, they were like, "Yeah, you know this guy? Oh yeah, that's the guy." Right? Did I know him? No. Did I really know his name? No. Okay. But did I recognize his face? Yes. But I knew, oh no, because like if they got me to have to be in the grand jury because oh the first day of grand jury interrogation they serve and give me what's called limited use immunity. So they gave me immunity from any of the charges that could stem from this. But once you're given that immunity, then you have no Fifth Amendment right because you're not incriminating yourself. So you can't take the Fifth on things they force you by giving you, like, it wasn't like I requested it. I remember calling my lawyer to see my mom hired me a really good lawyer in LA, but he had no reason to go to out to the grand jury because lawyers aren't allowed in the grand jury, right? You don't get to bring your lawyer into a grand jury indictment. So he was like, yeah, just call me. I'll advise you. I'm on call 24 hours, blah, 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 which he did good job because ultimately he files this thing that why I never had to go back in front of the grand jury because I was mentally and emotionally unstable. And it was from the pressure that the DA was put me under because after like a whole week of being in New Orleans, and during the week I seen all the people from the case, and all these other people were testifying. Like one of his girlfriends is a person that went on the record and like pretty much ratted, but not on the crystal connection. But because the reality was,
Was
with the
death.
case, with that indictment, and with that uh, case that they were finally trying to move forward on, mainly because BT got caught up and pulled over or something happened, right? It wasn't like he was busted selling drugs or anything, but he had an outstanding warrant for the bank robbery and they took him into custody for it. Well, that ended the whole thing because once it's not like they could, well, let him back out. He's under, no,
No.
like somehow, whatever happened, the feds finally got him and the DA couldn't keep it from happening. But I actually think at times, especially on tour, that's when they were like, probably like, oh, I know, I saw the evidence, I saw all the pictures, I saw the tape recording. Look, we used to use fake names, all kinds of different cities, mainly in the Bay Area, but sometimes we'd be in other cities. Sometimes we'd travel to Vegas just to pick up money orders from Western Union because you could just use any name in a test question and you wouldn't have to show ID and anything. You collect up to 3,000. So a lot of times people owed us a lot and they'd send 3,000 here, 3,000 there, 3,000, all these different names. Okay. And I must have picked up I don't know how many fucking millions of dollars probably, right? Or maybe less, money value was different back then, but a lot of 3,000, 2999. Um when I was being investigated by the DA or interrogated, like how that went was, it seems all friendly. Go up to this office in the federal building. They bring in the Douglas Frazier. I don't know what ever happened to this guy. He might be the fucking some bigger politician now, but he was younger than me. He was the 5th District of Louisiana's district attorney for the feds. And like the first maybe 45 minutes was all him talking nice and just me and him. And then all of a sudden they buzz in a couple other guys. Ooh, I kind of recognized them, and they kind of had like beards. They were undercover DA agents. They were the 2 guys in charge of the case. Oh, they were like they were in our circle. They were part of the scene. Like they they didn't get that close to us, but oh no, I kind of like, and they knew everything. So at some point, hour of going through stuff, and I'm like, they're asking basic stuff. I'm like, yeah, I was a deadhead on tour, and this and that, and blah blah blah. And I was like, kind of just denying and trying to. The fucking district attorney, Douglas Fire, I remember he had cowboy boots on and he had his feet up on the table. And he took his feet off the table and with his hand, he slammed his desk so fucking hard. It was like the loudest fucking noise. And he looked me right in the eye and he said, son, do you ever want to be free? And he said, you know, uh, come on in here. And that's when they opened up the like his side office part where they had this big table, like a banquet table or whatever. And it was just like piled up with fucking evidence, right? Pictures, everything you could think of. And but the one thing I remember looking at, they showed me was like they had everyone, I don't know, everyone, but they had like almost everyone of every fake name and every fucking money order I had ever picked up. Which I was like, holy shit, man. That's when I realized, oh my God, they know everything, right? And that's when they explained to me the limited use immunity. And if I lie, that's perjury. and this and that, and you go right to jail. We can put you in jail right now. They put on like, now I was raised by my dad, total outlaw. I can remember as a little kid when I first started getting stoned, he gave me like these rules of like life. And he's like, yeah, you never rat, you never rat. Right. That was ingrained in me since I was a kid. Right. And then there was a situation in this whole thing went on for days where I realized, oh, they had like even when I talked to my lawyer, I explained. He said, "Yeah, that's the tactic, because they gave me limited use immunity. It didn't really matter. They already knew the answers to the questions they were asking, right? But oh, to present it, and oh, if you lie, well, like, and it's this whole thing, right? Like, you don't actually have to rat to be put in a situation where you're ratting, right? They can put you there. They have the tools and the law, and that's what they were doing. And so I went through all this, and like, I don't drink, and this is one of the reasons I don't drink. But New Orleans is all about drinking, and I'd be in this office during the day, but at night I'd go out to the French Quarter, and I like Meyer rum, and I'd get really fucking drunk. And then the next morning I'd go in there and whatever. The grand jury goes on these breaks. So like they were ready to go on their break. And so I never got to go in front of them. They were going to bring me back in the future when the grand jury re-adjourned or whatever. Right. It wasn't over. And they were sending me home. And they're paying for everything, my hotel, flights, everything. You turn it in and they give you the money. So I get on the flight and I fly back to LAX where my parents are picking me up. And even though I'm like, they only serve whatever rum on the plane, I already knew this. And if you bring your own bottles and give them to the stewardess, they'll serve you your booze. And I brought 2 bottles of Myers rum. I had a wife with me during this whole time. My second wife. Wait, was it my second? No, my first wife, Dolores. She came out there with me to support me and everything. And we get on this plane, and one of the last things I remember was the stewardess was telling me, "Oh, do you want let's see, Myers rum? What's the other rum that they sell popular? That's the only rum they had on the plane." And I'm like, "Oh no, I had 2 bottles." And she says, "No, no, you drank both those, right?" And this is not that long of a flight. And like when I got off the plane, I was blacked out. When I went through security, my parents met me, and what my parents say, and what the papers say, and what the airport security and police say, yeah, I like had a nervous breakdown, or like I when I saw my dad, I like eh, because like yeah, I was fucked. I was like he warned me about like he knew I was involved with all this shit and all this, and I was just a kid. Some of this was like 87. That makes me like 23 years old. And I've been in this bubble for like 7 years where I thought consequences and that, like we were like immune from things. Like I had so many close calls and we always like got away with it. Right. But that I really believe was like it was like there was this other hand involved in it, right? Pretty sure. Um, but I what ends up happening is somehow I end up in custody and they take me to a 72-hour hold. I forget the name of the place, but it's like in LA, a mental place on a mental, like a 5150. But in the process of detaining me, they broke my arm, right? I don't know. I'm in a blackout. I don't know and I had a big swollen eye, right? And then I come to at the mental place, and then the next day my parents come and the lawyer. And what the lawyer does, and he says it's a long shot, but we're going to try. He contacts, like, oh, we wait a few weeks. I get out of the place. I'm trying to absorb all this. My whole life's in fucking crazy. The rest of the dead family, oh, once you get indicted, no one will fucking talk to you. Like you're shot. I forget there was like a run of shows I went to up north, and like not a single person would talk to me, dude, because like, oh, I was caught up in the biggest fucking case and all this shit, dude. Right? But that was just I thought that was the end of my life. But that was just that life moved on from there, like by 88, you know. But what ends up happening is my lawyer makes a like a makes a motion or whatever you'd call it, say that I'm mentally and emotionally unstable and that this nervous breakdown and that my hospitalization and all this was from the interrogation and the pressure they were putting me under. Okay. Right. And that like he's basically saying that I'm not mentally stable enough to go back to the grand jury, right? Which might have been true because, like, as I was going to face like what was going to happen, they were going to ask me this certain string of questions that, yeah, like I was gonna, it was going to get fucked, right? I was going to basically more or less incriminate BT and I forget there was this was all stemming off this other conspiracy to distribute with a customer in New Orleans. Like we had customers in different states, some of them pretty big. We had this guy for a few years in New Orleans. That's where some of this investigation was. They had that guy and us in this conspiracy to distribute. And but the bank robbery trumps it all. So what short
Yeah.
of the story, what really ends up happening is that case and all the grand jury and even whatever dissolves and nothing comes of it. Oh, that's the case that I think it is that, oh, I don't know if it was 7 years, but many years they were able to collect that kind of stuff at that era. The manpower they didn't have all the tech. So, oh, they were deep in this to try to get, we'll call him Freddie, the fucking biker, the, the connection, right? And nope, all that failed, right? That case never happened. Tom got sentenced to the, because it wasn't armed. He only went in with a note to the Wells Fargo, had no weapon. I forget, it was not that long of a sentence, but it was pretty long. And he only did like a portion of it and they released him. Um, but yeah, that was crazy.
Gonna smoke a joint of permanent marker.
Yeah, I've noticed Seed Junkie. I guess that's him. He's been making posts where then he's got permanent marker crossed into animal cookies. He's got he always has like really professional photography of whatever, but
Yeah.
I don't know how to attain his releases. I'm sure they go quick and they're expensive and I don't know.
Yeah.
He seems to be a guy that does the work and really puts out some genetics that maybe are worthy of paying for to get. He's one of the
Yeah.
people that is, I don't know how many years he's been relevant for a long time, but he seems to do the work and actually put out things that are novel, meaning he creates newer things and dank as fuck. At least the pictures, they always look like, fuck, that looks killer.
Yeah. Good pictures really help. Especially, I found that out here now that I'm kind of starting to take pictures of plants again.
Well, I think when
And
you see a picture from a guy like him or other guys like him on Instagram, the one thing they're not taken with a phone, even though the phone takes pretty good
no,
pictures.
no,
No, they're taken with a camera and usually by somebody that is a photographer
knows how to use it.
and knows how to really take a proper picture.
Yeah.
which is an art, and it is a thing. I don't take good pictures. I mean, I get lucky sometimes, but and on a phone, yeah, they take pretty good pictures, but not that quality.
When our member came to take a picture of my garden and the plants in it, I didn't know that he wanted to take like a picture or 4 or 5 pictures of each of the plants in like different positions and shit like that. It ended up taking us like 5 hours, 6 hours to do the video shoot. He had me removing branches, leaves to get better pictures of it. But they came out, this was 1996, but they came out like today's digital pictures. And that's because he knew how to take pictures.
Yeah, well, those are probably better than the digital pictures of the day. Like, because that is like a thing that happened over the last so many years because the phone is such a camera. I remember that even though we had phones and we had iPad pods and we had all the people still had cameras and they bought, small ones to better ones, whatever. Camera was something you had also. Today,
35 millimeter.
you buy a camera. Your phone is all the camera you need for most people. So I'm sure camera sales have like gone down overall. Like,
And film costs have gone through the roof
well,
because
no
of
one
that,
really believes a
because
camera
of
is
digital
even most cameras are digital,
or digital.
right? So like film is like, yeah, I mean, there's still photographers and some people that do
That
use film,
prefer 35 millimeter.
but I imagine that many years ago, the amount of film that sold like went to next to nothing compared to what it used to be. Like fuck, every picture, every yeah, you go into a grocery store, CVS or a drugstore, many stores, they had a whole display and they had all the different kinds of film and all that. I never see film for sale anywhere. I'm sure if you go to a camera store and you can order it online, but it's not like it's it used to be film was, readily available because people needed it to take pictures. Then digital kind of wiped out film. But then cell phones wiped out cameras.
Yep. I think cell phones actually also kind of hurt the video camera market too,
Yeah,
because not
yeah.
only could you take pictures, you could also take video.
No, I think
So you
less and
didn't
less
need to go out
people.
and spend $500-600 on a video camera because it's basically the same as like your phone or
Yeah,
the digital camera you're using that
no,
had video on it.
if you go down the beach where all the tourists are, or you go anywhere, it's not like you see, oh, that person has a camera. Oh, that person has video camera. Nope. All you see is people with phones doing all that. That's like,
On
I don't think,
selfie sticks.
I'm sure there's data easily attained of like camera sales over the last so many years. And that's a good point. I remember at Walmart, and those kind of places, they used, they'd have all these different cameras. So they still sell a few cameras there, but not like, yeah, camera sales are almost irrelevant at this point as far as like small digital uh you know whatever they used to call those compact cameras and stuff. That used to be a thing there. Everybody had one or two of those. They weren't even that
Yeah,
expensive.
like the little Canon Sure Shots. They were
Yeah,
like
that's
three,
all those.
$400, but they were like the size of your wallet.
Yeah, there was all
They
kinds of brands and all kinds of levels of it, and it was a thriving sector. And then, it wasn't like cell phones didn't have cameras then, but back then, the cameras weren't near. You had another camera. I remember when we used to go to shows, I've always wanted to take pictures and videos. I had a cell phone, but that wasn't for that. We had those Sure Shots, or there was different brands we had. Sony made good ones. Depends how much you want to spend, and some of it was how much disk space it had and what focus it had.
Since I'm not going to be doing a lot in Bangkok, I'm going to two sections of Bangkok. One, the bullion section, to check out the silver and gold, the type of coins, because the price of bullion is way too high. But I'm gonna also go to a couple of the big markets that they have that sell electronics, because over here, used phones are really big, because the price to, like, if it's not a Samsung phone, you can change the screen out for less than $200. A couple of the phones that I have, the screens are like $50 a pop. So to get phones repaired here, it's really cheap, but a lot of people buy phones like every year. So you can get last year's iPhone for like half price or less. And I'm actually going to look for another one of my other phones while I'm there. And I should be able to pick that phone up for like $60. But it's like a really good phone. I really enjoy it. I also found out something too. If you want to spend like $35 a month on your phone bill, there's a phone, well, it's not an app, it's a company called eSIM. And if you do traveling, and say even if you went from the United States to Mexico or Canada, you can call up the country and they'll give you a local number to use for your phone while you're in that country. And for me to get it and use my phone and get a US phone number is only $35 a month. And that's unlimited 5G data and unlimited phone calls. And my Cricket one was $56 a month. So just throwing it out there for people, hey, for
Sign up
35
for it
bucks a
and use it
month.
for a month, and then tell me it works good and shit. And then I'll think about it. There's a lot of these things.
Well-
All right, sounds good, but it might not work good.
Well, the thing is the reason why I'm really thinking about this is because they also will sell you a T-Mobile and AT&T SIM card and everything. So what I'm understanding as their hub card is that they're using time off of both of those towers. So you're going to get reception from T-Mobile and AT&T towers. So
Well,
it should
is
be
it the
really
same
good.
company?
It should be good connections. We'll see though,
I think
because for
T-Mobile
35 bucks a
and
month,
AT&T
I'm
are
going
the
to
same
try.
company. The AT&T and T-Mobile, same company.
Okay. So
They
they're
bought
probably
AT&T
using
bought
their
T-Mobile. I think I'm right. And then Verizon, they bought the other one, the
Sprint.
company. I don't know, but ultimately, yeah. And those are the companies that really have the network, and most other companies that use their network and just pay to be on it, right? I've noticed, I mean, there's a lot around here. These cell towers that they pay people money to put on their property, whether it's fake trees or they just put the thing up.
They don't use them.
Yeah, they installed a way different system that's on, And I don't even think it's wherever it's at, you don't see it as much. But a lot of those are are not even functional anymore. But instead of like taking them down and no, they just leave them up.
Costs too much.
Yeah, seems weird. Right, because
Well,
some of
what
them they
they
pay people
do,
like thousands a month to have it on their property, and then they stopped using it years ago, and they just keep paying the thousands a month instead of just moving out and dismantling it and moving on. That doesn't seem
you
like
know, that is actually a business practice that actually happens, but it's usually when the cost of tearing it down and removing everything is less than the cost of the rest of the lease. And when the lease is up, they can just walk away from it and the landowner has to deal with it. Right now, I'm in a fight with a logger because he's let logs sit on the ground and they've rotten, but his main piece of equipment broke down before COVID and he's never had it fixed. And there's nothing we can do because his piece of equipment on the property still means that he's actively working there. Can you believe that shit? He let some big logs rot away too. So it's a part of a lawsuit that I've got going. I've got 2 lawsuits going in Southern Ohio right now. One because of my friend that passed away and everything that was at her house, which is probably gone now or destroyed, that was mine, that I'm going to have to sue this fucker for. Or I have to go to court to get the sheriff to come out and make sure that he doesn't do anything because he's already taken shots at me. It was like 3 weeks before I was coming to Thailand to live here. And I went and filed a report at the sheriff's department. And they're like, do you want to press charges? And I said, no, because I'm leaving for Thailand in 3 weeks and this would take longer than that. And he says, oh, yeah, him firing a gun at you is, that's attempted murder. And I said, I know. And that's why I want to fill out a police report about it. So, but I have a feeling that he's destroyed most of my items or he's gotten rid of them. And that means that a couple of my older Grateful Dead posters are gone. Like my one with the doors, when the doors opened up for the Grateful Dead the first time. My art glass collection, a big chunk of it's gone. My High Times collection's gone. 12 to 14,000 watts, 1,000 plus pots. Still there, Ben? Or did I drop off? No, I'm still here. Okay. I didn't know I was muted. So it looks like Ben dropped off here. If he doesn't pop on or someone doesn't pop on, I think. So I'd like to thank everybody for hanging out with us tonight. And or this morning or afternoon for you. And don't forget about the safety meeting at noon, or basically like 3 a.m. here in Thailand. Actually, it's now back to 2, so it's not too bad. But doesn't look like Ben's jumping back on, guys. So why don't y'all have a good one? Thanks for hanging out with us, and have a wonderful night. Peace out.